Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone for being here with us today and welcome you to the November 14th, 2023 City Commission meeting. It's always a pleasure to have so many people joining us here in the chambers. I'd also like to welcome the individuals who are joining us on Zoom or on the phone. We look forward to your engagement and your participation. So thank all of you for being here. To start off this morning, I'd like to invite Reverend Archpriest Eamon Koff from the St. George Orthodox Cathedral. Reverend, good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And thank you for allowing us the privilege to enjoy this moment with you. We wish you the best. Thank you for being here with us.
Have mercy upon us, O God, according to thy great goodness. We pray thee, hearken and have mercy. We pray thee as we gather today to offer thanks and praise for your mighty work, O Lord. We give thanks for your creation and daily blessings, and for making us in your image and likeness to live in communities in order, in love, and in freedom. We thank you, O Lord, for this community, our city, its elect officials, businesses, places of worship, families, and individuals that contribute to its richness and life. And we beseech thee to guard and guide all civil authorities of our city, especially our brave police, fire, and emergency personnel. Grant them peace and protection as they selflessly serve our citizens. Grant wisdom and discernment to our city, its council, and the mayor, that all decisions made may reflect your divine wisdom and contribute to the common good and welfare of the city. For you are always the God of peace and wisdom, and glory be to your name. Amen.
Amen. Reverend, thank you so much for being here. We send your congregation best wishes on behalf of the commission. We look forward to having you and that you may have a wonderful, wonderful holidays.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Bless
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to just make a few quick comments on behalf of the commission. As we reflect on last week's Veterans Day, I'm filled with a sense of reverence. Pursuant to the resolution passed by this commission, Coral Gables proudly declared itself a green light for Veterans City. In a symbolic act of solidarity, our City Hall radiated green, standing as a testament to our community's respect for those who have donned the uniform of our armed forces. This initiative, part of the Operation Greenlight for Veterans, was championed by County Commissioner Kevin Marino Cabrera and was brought to my attention, and I placed it on the agenda for support by the commission. It was something that was enthusiastically supported by our entire commission. The green light glow that emanated from our City Hall earlier this month was more than just a color. It was a beacon of honor, a signal to all veterans that they are seen, appreciated, and remembered. In our city, more than 60 of our employees have served in the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard branches of the military, each contributing to the tapestry of liberty that drapes our incredible nation. In recognition of their service, our city manager extends a personal token of gratitude through letters that express more than mere thanks. They carry the weight of our city's pride and respect for their sacrifices and commitment. Additionally, in an act that transcends mere words, each veteran within our city's employee is granted an administrative day, a pause in their professional duties, affording them the opportunity for personal reflection, relaxation, or continued service to our community. Let us continue to show our unwavering support for our veterans, not only on Veterans Day, but every day. For their service touches every facet of our community, and our recognition and gratitude show no bounds for these incredible individuals who not only work for us, but we're blessed to have them interacting with our residents and our business community. So I wanted to personally thank them for their commitment to our great country, our exceptional country, and we enjoy our freedoms every single day. Many of them we take for granted because we forget to enjoy them every single day by their commitment and their sacrifice. So thank you for your hard work. I like to do things a little bit differently today, and I like to call Carlos Gutierrez, one of our parking enforcement supervisors, who is a veteran and is one of the 60 individuals in our community that have served this great country, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Carlos, before you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, will you just tell us very quickly when you served, how long you served for, and a little bit about yourself?
Yes, sir. I served in the U.S. Army from 1999 to 2005. I joined right before I even graduated high school. And, after September 11, I was deployed overseas. I did 2 deployments back to back. And my first job getting out the Army was here in the city back in '05. And I've been here ever since.
Well, listen, thank you for your service again to this great country, and thank you for your service to the residents and to the business community. We're a better place here in the City Beautiful because of people like you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, sir.
Have a wonderful day. I'd like to take things a little bit out of order and start off with A3, which is the presentation or a proclamation declaring November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday. I'd like to call up our dear friend, Mark, the Mayor Trowbridge, along with Belkis and our incredible team at Economic Development to please join us, along with our Chair President, Chairwoman from the Chamber, who I have great enjoyment serving side by side with her, representing the business community. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So thank you, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioners Castro, Fernandez, and Menendez. This is our 12th year of supporting Small Business Saturday, sponsored by Amex and the City Beautiful, has been a tremendous partner to us. Whether it expanded the trolley service, complimentary parking, or program support. We're one of the first communities to adopt this program outside of DC and New York City, and have been considered a neighborhood champion ever since, a best practice. Small businesses are the heart of our community. They are our neighbors, our friends, our confidants, and the best of our community. As we all know, business matters. I'm joined today here by my Vice Chair of Business and Economic Development, Lillian Sir of Sir and Associates, also a small business, as well as Mark Trowbridge, Angeline Antoine, and our Chamber team. I'd like to have Lily share a few thoughts on this year's program and our plans for the special day in the City Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. A few stats for you today. There are 32.5 million small businesses in this country. 2.8 million of these are in Florida. And the great majority of the Coral Gables businesses are small businesses like my small law firm. 2/3 of all jobs are created by small businesses. And 9.9 million businesses in this country, small businesses, are owned by women. As Sarah mentioned, this is our 12th year sponsoring this event. The kickoff will be at Books and Books at 10 a.m. on Saturday, November 25th. We'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Mitchell Kaplan for being with us since year one. And that will be followed by our architectural tour at 11 a.m. and a walkabout visit, visiting all the small businesses on the Mile and surrounding areas. And for those of you traveling, wherever you are, visit a small business. Shop small and spend big. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trowbridge? Please join us.
Well, I just want to say thank you again. We've been here the last dozen years, and so many of you have done so much for us and for our small businesses, so thank you. Love to take a photo with you.
Yeah, let's read the quick proclamation. Please. More importantly, I wanted to hear from all of you. Again, as business owners, I think it's important to have that conversation and listen from the people who are making it all possible here in the city. Whereas small business owners embody the spirit of entrepreneurship and strong work ethic that is the heart of the American dream, as they are the backbone of our nation's economy and play a major role in our nation's stability and growth. And whereas Small Business Saturday is a national initiative which annually designates a day to support those businesses that create jobs, boost the economy, and preserve neighborhoods around our country. And whereas Small Business Saturday is an annual event produced by our Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce and encourages people to buy local and drive shoppers towards local independently owned merchants. And whereas the city of Coral Gables wants to show its support for its small business community and recognize the important role they play in our local economy. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday in Coral Gables. So before we take the photo, I wanted to recognize the chamber and Belkis and her team. Every single year that I've gone to this event, it's getting better and better and better. There's a big turnout, and people are really focused on the business community and understand the vital role that the business community plays, not only in our tax base, but also in making our city every day more and more vibrant through all the efforts that a small business community places. So I just wanted to say thank you to the chamber, Belkis and your team. I know I've said this before, each event under your leadership and the manager's leadership has been getting really good. For example, Halloween was a feather in your cap, and people really enjoyed the City Beautiful. It was an opportunity for people to come to the city and enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to Small Business Saturday, and I look forward to seeing you. Let's take a picture.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I also want to thank the small business owners for investing in our community. Coral Gables is made up of a lot of residents, but it's made up of a lot of people who are part of this community, and these small businesses are a huge part of it. The mayor mentioned Trick or Treat on the Mile. That event would not be a success without the participation of all the small businesses that participate in it. So to all those small business owners out there who are watching, thank you for your participation and for investing in our community, and we have your back.
Picture.
Did you see that face?
Unless Belkis wants to say
Did
something.
you see his face?
They were both the same. We just did twice. Oh, we did it twice?
Mayor, if I may? Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if I
course.
may, could we hear D14, which is the parking waiver fees for Small Business Saturday?
100%. D14.
As always, part of the partnership is working closely with Belkis, the team, the entire city, and of course, you've always been very supportive. Before we had the Saturday trolley, we expanded it a number of years ago, and now that's part of the program of work. But we would appreciate any support to drive people to come downtown, make parking available in our garages from 9 to 5 that day, complimentary. Anything we can do to help support those businesses and the work they do every day to champion Coral Gables.
Mayor, so D14 is on the consent agenda. We want to pull it and vote on it separately?
Yeah.
So D14 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the waiver of parking fees in the city's public garages from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on November 25th, 2023 for the 2023 Small Business Saturday event.
Be happy to move it.
1 second. Mr. Manager, if I may, with the support of the commission, I would like for us, with Martha, to advertise that we'll be providing free parking that day. I'd like to make sure that everyone understands that this is a great opportunity to experience Coral Gables, not only for our small businesses and for everything that we have to offer here, but at a really limited cost. So come and enjoy Coral Gables, get your first experience if you haven't. When a lot of people travel, they see it as an opportunity. They can save a few dollars, especially now, more than ever. Let's incentivize it in the sense of, getting the message out there. I'm going to send out whatever I can on social media. I'd like for the city to put it out there and make it a focal point so people can come and enjoy Saturday here in the city.
We will do that, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
And for those who aren't connected to social media,
perhaps we could put up one of the signs, like we do for reminding people it's time to vote.
Perfect. Perfect. I think it's great. We have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, Belby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Moving on to A1. Good morning, Solange.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We're here to recognize the final winner of our Commercial Beautification Awards for 2023. Perfectly timed since we were just talking about small business. It's one of our local small businesses here in the city, actually our neighbor next to the Fing Studio. If we can get the pictures up. So we're here to recognize Bugatti Bistro located at 2504 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, and we have the owner, Carlos Amayafuen, here. And I know that I can say from personal experience that whenever I'm walking to the office, I see them multiple times out and about making sure that the sidewalk is clean and clear. So they do a great job of maintaining a nice, clean, and pristine storefront. So we have a plaque for you so that you can display at the restaurant, and a window decal so that your visitors know that you're helping to keep our city beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything.
No, I just wanted to say, before you say a few words, just want to congratulate you, and it's really an honor to be able to recognize our local businesses who are the backbone of our city, and especially recognize those that are going above and beyond to keep our city beautiful. And we're proud to be able to, through the Sustainability Advisory Board and through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, continue recognizing these businesses that are going above and beyond.
And we look forward to presenting additional awards next year in 2024.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. We have a place for 38 years. I think it's the oldest restaurant in Coral Gables. We try to keep the place as clean as possible, and it's very established restaurant. Most you eat in there. So it's a family restaurant, and we try to keep it the same way, and thank you so much for all the support through the pandemic and everything. Thank you.
So if you get a chance, I mean, outside of obviously the beautiful decor and the appearance, which is, we commend you on that, you have Lasagna Wednesdays, which are some of the best lasagna I've ever eaten in my life. And I recommend that if anybody has the opportunity, they only make it on Wednesdays. I highly recommend that you take your family to enjoy this restaurant, which has just not only exceptional food and pasta, but has a special that it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to try something delicious, by the way. So I congratulate you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Lago.
I want to add, for 38 years, I've been going to your restaurant. And pristine outside, pristine inside. The quality of the food and the service over 38 years has never dipped. It's been exceptional. And after 38 years, I finally tried the lasagna. And I was kicking myself for not having it for 37 years. So the mayor's absolutely right.
Yeah, I just want to mention something as well. I work in the place for 23 years, and the original owners, must be, Mr. Frisch and Mrs. Frisch, they retire because through the pandemic and all the stuff, and I thank God I keep the business the same way it is. A lot of people, they don't know, but it's, 3 years, since 3 years is mine already. So it's American dream. It's a, dream come true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Let's
Thanks
take a
so
photo.
much. Appreciate that.
Take a
Thank
photo.
you. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
If I don't want surprises, that's the restaurant to go to.
Moving on to item A2, a presentation on a proclamation declaring November 15, 2023 as America Recycles Day in Coral Gables. Madam Vice Mayor?
As I was telling Matt, this is something near and dear to his heart and as well as ours, and we're going to have the business recycling event
December
coming up.
2nd.
December
2nd.
So
2nd.
Saturday, December 2nd will be our second annual business recycling drive-through here at the City Hall parking lot.
And hours are going to be?
The same as our regular
drive-thru.
resident one, so 9 to 12. It'll be for our local Coral Gables businesses. We're going to have electronic recycling, paper shredding, and we partnered with one of our chamber members, Suited for Success, for professional clothing donations for their organization.
And I also just want to mention too, as part of this proclamation, wanted to update you all. We had another successful resident recycling drive-through event on November 4th. I'm still getting the final numbers. We had over 400 cars and 800 people pass through in the 3 hours. So right on our average that we're seeing with the success of those events. We collected over 9,000 pounds of electronic waste that morning, over 10,000 pounds of paper, shredded paper, which actually was our largest we've ever done. We also collected over 1,300 pounds of clothing to donate to Camilla's house. So thank you for their continued support. And I'm still waiting for the final number. We're anticipating over 10,000 pounds of household hazardous waste. So again, had a huge impact. I know that a few of our elected officials were there that morning, and just the feedback we always receive from the residents is incredible. They love this event, and I can't say enough to thank our team, my team, Diego and Nicole that helped out, Solange, police, public works, solid waste, just a lot of support. First United Methodist Church, who allow us access to their parking lot. So we've been able to expand over the years. So it definitely is a team effort for us to put these events on, and we're excited for the next one for the community, which will be on May 4th. 2024. So we already have our 2024 date scheduled, and we're excited to continue this. And thank you all from our elected officials, from our administration, for you guys' continued support, because I think this is just an event that the community looks forward to twice a year and has really become a staple. And not only that, it's also provided an example for other communities, because I've been meeting with elected officials from Pinecrest, South Miami, a number of other cities that are now doing events similar to this, seeing the success that we've had. I just had a meeting yesterday with Boca Raton that wants to do something similar as well. So just seeing that spread over the region is exciting to see. So again, thank you all for your support.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, I just want to congratulate your team. How many years have we been doing this already?
We've been doing this for 7 years. This was our 17th recycling drive-through event that we've hosted.
So I've met with several elected officials from, like you said, from other municipalities, and they always tell us, like you have certain residents who are not residents of the Gables show up, say we want to partake in it. This is only for our residents. So I'm happy to see that you're taking the initiative, both of you and through the manager, to engage other municipalities.
Absolutely.
To also provide this service, because I think it's a really good benefit.
Absolutely.
It's a really good benefit, and it deters so many items from getting to the waste stream that shouldn't be in the waste stream, that can properly be recycled and really, make a significant environmental impact, positive environmental impact.
Absolutely, and it's not just the recycling drive-through events. We're also going to be hosting tomorrow for America Recycles Day. We're going to be launching our 6th location for battery drop-off at the Adult Activity Center. And we'll also be doing a presentation to the community tomorrow as well, just again, in celebration of America Recycles Day. I always like to say our city, we like to highlight America Recycles Day, but we practice that every day of the year.
And if I may add something else, as you brought it up, the credit for the batteries, Solange was the one that spearheaded that a few years ago. And I want to congratulate you, because I think it's been more successful than you actually expected it to be.
Yes, it was.
And every time I walk by the actual container, it's full. So you deserve all the credit along with your team. So congratulations for coming up with that initiative, following through and delivering and seeing that success. It's your
Thank you,
success.
Mary. It was one of the first projects that we launched under Keep Coral Gables Beautiful when we became affiliates. And we've collected, I want to say over 2,000, close to 3,000 pounds of batteries since its launch in 2 years. So that's something we're really, really proud of. And we look forward to continuing to expand it to different city facilities.
No, it's fantastic. Even Rotary has caught the fever, and they're collecting the batteries as well.
Yes.
So just if you could get us all the flyer for the small business electronic recycling event, it'd be very helpful, because there's some folks like myself. I have an office, but I also practice out of the house, or you run a small business out of your house, online, et cetera, that have still some electronics to drop off. And
I'll send you all the information by the end of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't cost us anything, unlike the chemical recycling, so we should take advantage of this opportunity as much as we can. So we'll get on with the actual proclamation. We're all excited about recycling. Whereas America Recycles Day is celebrated annually on November 15th to help increase awareness about the importance of recycling and the conservation of our natural resources. Whereas the City of Coral Gables continues to take steps and create programs aimed at decreasing litter and increasing recycling efforts through the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program, which over the last 3 years has hosted 122 events with around 17,000 participants and volunteers, and have collected over 604,000 pounds of litter and debris. Whereas, in partnership with the city's Sustainability Advisory Board, Keep Coral Gables Beautiful has also hosts the biannual recycling drive-through events in April and November, which since 2016 has diverted over 436,000 pounds of hazardous and e-waste, paper, and clothing from entering a landfill or potentially our environment. Whereas on December 22nd, the city launched, the city launched the business recycling drive-through with 32 participants. This initiative efficiently collected 878 pounds of e-waste and 2,500 pounds of paper, advancing sustainability and responsible waste disposal efforts. And whereas the city was the first municipality in 2016 in Miami-Dade County to implement a prescription drug disposal program, and in 2021 to launch a year-round battery recycling program for its residents, businesses, employees, and visitors, which to date has collected over 2,000 pounds for proper recycling. And whereas the city will further its commitment to reducing e-waste by expanding the battery recycling program on November 15th, featuring a new collection bin at the Adult Activity Center, where residents and visitors can conveniently recycle their batteries. And whereas the city also continues to maintain below 8% contamination rate in its single-family residential recycling program through the continued education and awareness. Whereas the city collected and offset over 16,000 plastic bottles and aluminum cans through the reverse vending machine rewards incentive pilot program launched by the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program in November 2022, funded by the Florida Beverage Association and the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America grant. Therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim November 15th, 2023 as America Recycles Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Let's take a photo together, please.
Yes, and a proclamation for you.
Thank you, thank you.
Moving on to item A4, presentation or proclamation declaring December 7th, 2023 as Miracle Theater Day in Coral Gables. Commissioner Menendez.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could have the folks from Actors Playhouse please come up. Morning.
This was a long proclamation. I thought it was just like be done with this.
No, it's absolutely. Welcome to the City Commission, and honestly, this recognition is long overdue. On a personal level, I want to welcome all of you and thank you for the years of not only entertaining, but enriching the lives of so many residents and people throughout Dade County for the work that you've done as exemplary. I mean, I think people couldn't imagine what Coral Gables could be like in terms of entertainment, culture, live theater until you all, brought your shining, the essence of what you all are about. So, Barbara, I don't know if you'd like to say a few words.
Oh, thank you. I'm never short of words, right? The commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, and everybody in the dais, city manager, I hope you're as proud as we at Actors Playhouse are proud, and as proud as your predecessors would have been that we created this partnership in 1995 to save this historic site and renovate it into Coral Gables' very own 3-stage performing arts center. Had we not gotten together and the forefathers of the commission made this brave decision with an organization they didn't know too much about, except we told them we'd do it, and I know you know we did, this would have been a big box retail. The marquee would have been torn down, and this iconic space, which now is known as one of Miami-Dade County's major cultural facilities in the community, would not exist. We are so proud to be part of this relationship with the city, and thank you for all the support you've given us over the years. We're very grateful. We have many more years of working with you, and we dedicate to you our commitment to continue to be a fiscally stable organization. We've grown our endowment to over $1 million now for the future, and it's going to keep growing. So we will continue to maintain that building, do capital improvements, and assist you with the capital improvements you do as well, and create a real scenario here, bringing hundreds of thousands of people to Coral Gables. My husband never gets calls. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
I just wanted to say also, this is Dave Barisco, hi, Artistic Director, that it's very exciting that Actors Playhouse has been able to present with Earl Malding and our Children's Theater and our main stage for the last 27 years. But remember, this is the 75th anniversary of the building. And it's just such an iconic site, and so many people have been there, traveled through it before us, during us, and we're really excited to be part of that.
And today we have a special presentation for you. First of all, let me introduce our entire A-team here at the Miracle Theater. Brooke Noble's our General Manager and Communications Director. Jackie Zucker is our Director of Development. This is our production manager, Carlos Correa, who actually helps to manage the facility arrangements of the theater with the city. Tom Turner is our educational director. You know Dave Arisco. He needs no introduction, but you may not have met Earl Malding, our children's theater director. Earl and Dave have been with us over 35 years building it, but today we have a treat for you. Our last performance opened up, Sweet Goats and Blueberry Senoritas, Friday night. Its co-author is Richard Blanco, who is the National Medal Humanities Award winner, Poet Laureate of Miami-Dade County, Poet Laureate of the White House. And we asked him to write a poem about the Miracle Theater. And we will have this professionally made into a plaque for the city, but please take a moment and listen to Richard's poem. I think it will inspire us all for what a community could do together.
Mr. Clerk,
Richard's
the
poem.
video.
Sir?
For decades, your name has stood tall, spelled out into the sky by towering lights, shimmering like a beacon, calling our eyes away from the mundane of our everyday lives toward the gifts of imagination, delight, and wonder that you've given us and still keep offering us selflessly. For decades, your marquees, letters, have steadily twinkled like ruby red lights, forming constellations of titles that have guided us to your velvet curtain box office for a ticket to another world. You've listened to our eager footsteps scuttling across your terrazzo floors. You've caressed our hands sliding over your polished banisters. You've bathed us in the glamour of your chandeliers. You've warmed our lives by embracing us in the cusp of your seats. For decades, we've found ourselves by forgetting ourselves in the drama of actors who transform hate into forgiveness, as we have all had to do. In the finale of musicals, when we become pure music. In the silver screen of movies that move us to feel the hopes and fears of characters just like us. Your shows have shown us the joys, the sorrows, the wonders of what it means to be alive. And here we are again with you tonight, ready for another show, as alive as you have been in us and we have been in you. Thankful for being loyal, for remaining true to your name, for you are indeed a miracle.
Oh, that's beautiful.
To us. May the spirit of your light continue to shine across our city, across the world, for decades to come.
Thank you so much. On December 9th, we're going to have an open house in the afternoon. More information will follow. We hope your residents will come. We'll give tours. We'll have performances. We look forward to celebrating with you. And in closing, I introduced everybody, but I neglected to introduce my husband, the founder of Actors Playhouse, who in 1988 took a stand, bought a lease to a movie theater in South Dayton, and said, "We're starting a professional theater," Larry Stein.
It's a pleasure.
Good morning. We greet you with open arms of the theater. Happy anniversary, City of Coral Gables.
We have a proclamation to present. And by the way, I just want to mention, shout out to my son's high school, the Nobel laureate. He's a graduate of Christopher Columbus High School here in South Florida. So amazing. Local boy, done well.
This is a very special poem that will be part of the history of the city, to have such a special person. Take the time to imagine this for all of us.
Absolutely beautiful. Well, whereas from its grand opening on December 7th, 1948, showcasing Glenn Ford in The Return of October, the Miracle Theater has served as a beacon of entertainment and cultural significance in Coral Gables in South Florida. And whereas withstanding the test of time and the disappearance of landmark theaters in the region, the Miracle Theater stands as a testament to its rich history, having undergone transformations from its inception to its evolution into the Miracle Twin Theater in 1978, further expanding to the Miracle Four Theaters in 1983, and its eventual transformation into a revered performing arts center in 1995. And whereas under the wise leadership of founding chairman Dr. Lawrence E. Stein, executive producing director Barbara S. Stein, and the dedicated board of directors of Actors Playhouse, a fruitful partnership was fostered with the City of Coral Gables, breathing new life into the Miracle Theater through a monumental, debt-free, $10 million restoration project. And whereas this historic venue, now comprising a 600-seat main stage auditorium, a 300-seat balcony theater, and a 100-seat black box space, has blossomed into a hub of cultural activity, offering comprehensive educational programs, workshops, and a platform for both local and international performances. Whereas Actors Playhouse, a crown jewel of Miami-Dade County's cultural institution, has steadfastly committed to preserving and enhancing our community's cultural fabric for 36 years, delivering over 200 main stage productions, securing 100 prestigious Carbonell Awards, and being recognized with the esteemed Best of the Best Kids Crown Award. And whereas as a true cultural destination, the Miracle Theater, under the auspices of Actors Playhouse, has enriched the lives of over 2,500,000 children through its youth programs and has generously donated 16% of its tickets annually, ensuring inclusivity and access to the magic of live theatrical performances for all. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim December 7th, 2023 as Miracle Theater Day in Coral Gables. Congratulations.
Let's take a picture.
Yeah.
All right. David Naranjo, our board member, will you join us for the picture, please?
Part of my physical therapy.
No business like show business.
Yeah. We'll go down there. Okay.
We're going to meet down here, okay?
Some of us can come to the back here.
Okay, you okay with that? Oops, good, that's fine.
Here, Bart. Just stand right in front of it.
Some of us can stand in the back too if you like.
You want to stand here?
No,
Okay, we're
Sure. Yeah, come on, stand between us.
That's
That's okay, unless you have to.
I don't know.
sweet, it's nice, it's really, thank you.
From the heart.
I know.
I think we're good.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mayor.
It's a pleasure to be here. Oh, no, I did not. Where do I find that? Thank you. Congratulations.
Mr. Clerk, moving on to item A5. Congratulations, Lieutenant Ishmael Rogue, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of November 2023. Chief, good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, Mr. Mayor. To present our Firefighter of the Month, I'll ask Chief Jones to speak on his behalf.
Good morning, everybody. It's an exciting time to always celebrate the hard work of our men and women of the fire department. And today I want to introduce to you our Firefighter of the Month, Lieutenant Ishmael Roig. Lieutenant Ishmael Roig is a picturesque portrait of what it means to be dedicated and take initiative and lead from the front. Most recently, he has started an initiative designed to provide fitness department-wide for all firefighters. He has been involved in so many different type of initiatives, including the cadet program. And one of the things that I noticed most recently, as we just celebrated Veterans Day, we had a group of kids that he has been leading in that cadet program that went on to be in the military, currently assigned to San Diego, a base in San Diego. And before they went to see their parents, they stopped by the station to see him because of the positive impact that he has made in their lives. So today, we want to celebrate the accomplishment of Lieutenant Ishmael Roig today.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So good to see you.
Good to see you too. Lieutenant Ishmael Roig, Coral Gables Fire. Been with the department over the last 10 years. The city of Coral Gables is extremely special to me. This city has basically raised me. As a Coral Gables Senior High School alumni and former Coral Gables Fire Department cadet since the age of 16, I am extremely grateful for everything this city has done for me and the fire department has done for me. It's given me my entire life. So recently we started a program called Fire Fitness Fridays, where we host a workout at Fire Station 2. We host a workout of the day and we focus on health and wellness. And individuals come to do a functional workout where we continue to focus on the fundamentals that we use on the fire ground to enable our firefighters to better protect and serve our city beautiful by being in the best shape possible. So the overall goal here is to reduce on-the-job injury and to promote health and wellness throughout the department, not only as when firefighters start, but throughout the remainder of time of a firefighter's career. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to our fire chief. Thank you to our training chief, deputy, and command staff and city for supporting us and making this possible. Thank you.
You want to take a quick picture? Let's do it.
What's the thing you do, duck and roll? Tuck? Is it tuck? Tuck. Should do that to record. You guys.
Gables is all about tradition.
It's throughout government.
So if I may, Ismael and I have been talking about it for some time, for a few years now, and it's time to do it. I would, like I said before, I think the commission should challenge the firefighters. We can get the manager, maybe the clerk, and the members of the commission, and we'll do a workout together on a Saturday. And I think it would be a good opportunity, a good bonding experience, to have all of us join the fire department. Like we've been talking about for a few years, but we should bring it to fruition and make it really happen this time. I think it'd be a good thing. So, Chief, make it happen.
We're in, but I don't do jujitsu.
No. It's gonna be something where everybody can partake. But I think it's an opportunity. We've been talking about it for a few years now, and I want to see you. I want to see you.
Not a problem.
I want to see you in your
Just as
gym
long as
clothes
we
out
can-
there on a Saturday morning. We'll
Just
do
as
it on
long as we
Saturday.
can even out the playing field. I don't go into the jujitsu.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I don't want to go toe to toe with the
I
manager.
can tuck and roll. Tuck and roll.
And we need the over 60 crowd.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll
We
make,
can do pickleball.
That's it.
We'll make it so
We'll
that
do that.
everybody has an opportunity. Everybody has an opportunity. Chief.
Go ahead, Chief Jones. We're going to present
Chief
the
Jones.
lifeline.
All right, so as we continue to celebrate great accomplishments by the fire department, today is another special award from Mission Lifeline. Mission Lifeline Award is an award that is given by the American Heart Association, and this award highlights the treatment modalities as well as our transport times, response times, and all of that. And today we're excited to announce that not only do we receive this award, but we also receive the gold standard, which is the highest standard. Most recently, we've seen an uptick of survival rates in our cardiac arrest care that we have given. What you see on the screen is an individual that was running in our city and had an unfortunate cardiac arrest event in which our paramedics, firefighters, crews arrived on the scene, did CPR, and brought him back to life. And this past Friday, we were able to celebrate with him while being alive. So it's because of the great care that continues to advance via telemedicine, LifeNet, and so many other initiatives that we're taking, that if you were to ever have a cardiac arrest, Coral Gables is the place that you want to have it. So let us celebrate today this gold standard for the Coral Gables Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief.
So I'd just like to add, I'd like to recognize Chief Jones. That's why I had him present. He's in charge of our EMS division. So all our training, all our efforts, everything that our folks do to be that effective is managed by his division. So I'd like to recognize him and his division. American Heart has a saying that's called the chain of survival. And each link along the line is crucial to having the successes that the gentleman that we just saw there. So the 911 system in which they provide pre-arrival instructions. Our police officers that arrived on this scene started doing CPR and deployed their AED, and then our firefighters that arrived and did advanced life support care. Up to and including Deputy Chief Hernandez jumped on that call, and he did CPR for a while. So it's really a community-wide effort, and that's why year after year we're recognized as a gold standard through American Heart Association. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Chief. Let's take a group photo.
Let me get my steps in.
I think that sounds like a plan.
Both sides?
Yeah.
Can we just Photoshop people in and out?
Moving on to item A7. Congratulations to the City of Coral Gables, recognized as one of the world's top 7 intelligent communities of 2023 as the Intelligent Community Forum, ICF. I was joking to our clerk that it feels like every commission meeting, our IT department, under the leadership of Raimundo, is receiving an international award for their efforts and their leadership in regards to technology. So obviously I'm joking, but the effort that your whole entire team puts together is incredible. And I know that a lot of other municipalities, as I meet with mayors throughout South Florida, they're all saying the same thing on many different fronts. Obviously our parks, economic development, IT, that it's impressive the work that you guys are doing. So congratulations on receiving this award, which is right here on my desk. Just raise it so everybody can see it. And it's another testament to your hard work and commitment with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Raimundo?
Vice Mayor, Commissioner. Good morning. It's an award from the entire city, and it has multiple dimensions, not only innovation and technology, also economic development, sustainability, and Director Belkis Perez, Assistant Director Matt Anderson, helped me to meet with the founder of the Intelligent Community Forum, which is the organization that gives this award. For 20 years, they have been doing it. And we presented the accomplishments of our community in all those different areas. They recognize the excellence and outcomes, so results, on 6 areas. First is broadband connectivity. And their premise is that municipalities that build capacity in broadband and connectivity, they also impact those other 5 areas. The innovation, the technology efficiencies, economic growth, economic development, sustainability and resiliency, and also community engagement. So they believe that broadband is an engine that helps to foster all those other areas. That's why they have been recognizing municipalities, the top 7 municipalities of the world as intelligent communities for 20 years. The Intelligent Community Forum is an organization that started with global telecommunication carriers, and they have economic development associations with headquarters in New York City, Canada, and Australia. So this award, I had the privilege to receive it on behalf of the city 3 weeks ago at the Embassy of Taiwan at the Economic Office on 5th Avenue in New York City. The ambassador was present, and also the founders of the ICF, the Intelligent Community Forum. The 7 cities that were recognized as the top 7 intelligent communities this year, we had 2 from US, Coral Gables, Florida, and Hilliard, Ohio, which they say they're going to visit our city next year. And we have 1 from Vietnam, Binh Dong City. We have 2 from Australia and 1 from Canada. And it's interesting because the one that was recognized this year, Binh Dong City from Vietnam, they were helped by one of the previous winners from Germany, the city that has the major plants of Lego. So Lego decided to open a plant in Vietnam after that city was recognized in previous years. So there's a lot of knowledge transfer. There's a lot of cross-pollination between the cities that are part of this group. So it is a privilege, and I want to pass it to my colleagues, the Belkis and Matt. They have some words from their areas too,
Thank you, Raimundo.
I mean, I just wanted to say it was an honor to present with Raimundo and Belkis to the group and just highlight the work that we're doing as a city, both on economic development, on IT, and the amazing team that we have and the leadership that they have, and what the work we've been doing on sustainability and resiliency. And I think, we all work so collaboratively together on all these initiatives. Sustainability touches economic development, IT, every department in the city. So to be able to present that as a cohesive unit was great, and it really just highlighted the great work that our city has been doing, the last 8 to 10 years on all of these initiatives. So I just wanted to say, it's, we do a lot of presenting together, highlighting a lot of our work, and it's always great to be able to highlight, and showcase our city and all the hard work and the leadership you all have and the faith you all have put in us to be able to put these projects together and roll these initiatives out in our community and share that not only across the state, across the country, but internationally as well. And the city getting that recognition on an international level is definitely great.
And I just want to say that it was a very rigorous process. They asked a lot of questions, and it was very thought-provoking. And so I'm very proud that we made it to top 7. And obviously, it's a testament to the work that IT is doing. And I want to tell you that we had a delegation come last week from Ecuador. And the number one person that they wanted to talk to was Raimundo. So it happens all the time. He's known the world over, and we're very fortunate to have him here.
He's also a famous singer and musician.
Multifaceted.
Very suave, very suave.
Multifaceted, very, very interesting individual, Raimundo. So thank you to the entire team. Matt, Belkis, thank you for your hard work.
I wanted one thing. Every time, Raimundo, you come up here and I learn more about what you and your team does, the more I'm concerned that you'll be in the next Terminator movie with Schwarzenegger, leading the machine's insurrection to take over the world. Please, just stay here in Coral Gables. We don't need world domination by you.
Let's take a photo.
Congratulations.
Next Terminator.
Moving on to A8, congratulations to Officer Bianca Torres, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month Award for September 2023.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It's always a pleasure to be here. Today, we're recognizing our Officer of the Month for September. On September 1st, 2023, at about 6:47 in the evening, Officer Torres was patrolling along the Southwest 8th Street corridor. Now, everybody kind of in this room drives by a bunch of tractor trailers carrying a bunch of cars. And most of us just keep on going and try and get around that person any way we can because they're usually slowing down traffic. Officer Torres actually was watching and something just didn't seem right. So she used the FCIC NCIC check and stopped the X-Transport Inc. truck that she did. And further investigation, speaking to the driver of the truck, Mr. I use the term loosely, Hector Perez, spontaneously stated that he was transporting the cars from California. She continued, instead of just trying to check and make sure everything was legit, cursory, she delved into it a lot deeper. And then it was discovered, and through his ways to try and get around it, oh no, I have the paperwork. So she said, go ahead and bring the paperwork. Somebody brought the paperwork. Problem with the paperwork is it wasn't signed, so it continued on. On most cars, there are VIN numbers that are hidden away. It was actually checked, and it was discovered through her diligent work that the car was actually stolen out of California. And on the way back, that was confirmed from the Garden Grove Police Department. She then continued to do the investigation, contacted the owner, said, yes, in fact, my car was stolen. And because of her not just stopping at a ticket and moving forward, which is really a quality of all of our officers. She actually led to the recovery of a stolen car and arrest of an individual taken off our streets who had a history of multiple traffic violations, assault, battery, drag racing, grand theft, dealing in stolen property. Because of her actions and her diligence, Officer Torres continued that investigation, took somebody off the street before they could prey on our residents. She was nominated and received the Officer of the Month for September 2023.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you guys here for having me today. Chief Hudak for always speaking very highly of me and being very supportive for the younger officers on the force. I wanted to thank my Sergeant Rodriguez. He's the one who nominated me, and he's always had my back with pretty much every call, and also the officers that I work with every day. I think that we make the shift easier on each other. We're always backing each other up and trying to help each other out whenever we can. And lastly, my family. You know, they're very supportive of me. They love that I work here. They love what I do, and I just want to make them proud. So,
Mayor, if I can, just one question. How long have you been on the job now?
I just cleared probation in October, so kind of a year.
So that's a year that she's been on the road. This is the face of the police department going forward. And if you saw our recruitment video, she's the one that throws somebody my size over and says, welcome to our house. So this is who we're targeting. This is the future of the department long after I'm gone. So I can't say enough about her and her classmates and our department. All of our officers work hard, but this truly is the future, and it shows from the work and the diligence that they do every day to protect our residents. So,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for your hard work, but most importantly, thank you for going that extra mile. That's what will set our department apart from every single other department, has continued to set our department we're head and shoulders of everything in Miami-Dade County, potentially the state of Florida, as a result of this hard work. So I want to commend you, and the commission is always here. The city's always here to help you in any way that we can, and to give you all the resources so you can continue to do your job. To continue to do your job at the level that you're doing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, and thank you. That's just amazing, your gut instinct.
Always, yep.
Yeah,
Gotta
trust
trust
it.
it.
Never
Thank you.
forget.
Just make sure it has film.
The approval of minutes, B1, regular city commission meeting, October 10th, 2023.
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion in regards to consent agenda? We'll come back to public comment.
Move it.
Move. Second.
Anyone wishes to have additional discussion or review of any other item on the consent agenda? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker, Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, good morning.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, and that's Mrs. Maria Cruz. Since I never know when public will be allowed to speak, and since public comments is 3 minutes, I have decided to speak about F3 today. This is a proposal for humane iguana removal. Some of you may know that I go to church, and I'm a faith woman, and I have read the Bible. And in Genesis, I remember reading that God created animals to be companions for the human beings. But then after the great flood in Genesis 9, he told the humans, quote, "Every creature that lives is yours to eat." Eat, big word. In the U.S., we eat chicken, pork, beef, rabbit, snails, alligator, and other countries too. And believe it or not, we eat dog meat. I found that dog slaughter for food is allowed in 44 states, as long as the meat is processed in an FDA-approved facility. Dog is eaten by some Native American tribes. So that was interesting. My research was quite interesting. Iguana is a staple in Central and South America, where they call it pollo de los árboles, or chicken of the trees. Iguana meat provides more protein than chicken. And some members of different cultures, believe it has medicinal properties. I would like to propose that instead of killing, humanely or not, and disposing of them, we should find a way to harvest them for food. We're known for our creative ideas. Why couldn't we ask our sustainability department to research and come back with a plan? Perhaps we will get some good headlines for this, because not only would we remove the iguanas, but we would be providing food. And by the way, iguana meat is expensive. I read someplace that years ago they were already paying $6 a pound. And let me tell you a little story since I have time. When my daughter was principal at a school up by county line, she had some gardeners come to do the landscaping. And one of them came to her and said, "Señora, podemos llevarnos las iguanas? Can we take the iguanas?" And she said, "What would you do with them?" He said, "We eat them." They were from Honduras, and they were very happy to take the iguanas because they eat them as we eat chicken. So let's be creative and do something good. Let's feed people and not just kill for the sake of killing.
Mrs. Cruz, we have Mark Trowbridge in the chamber here. Mark, one word, one idea. Iguanalicious. That's it. Solution right there.
Mr. Clerk, is there anything else in regards to the good of the order for the public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public comment. We have a 10 a.m. Item at H1. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back, and we'll start with item H1, which is time certain for 10 a.m. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Recording stopped.
We passed consent already. Thank you. Don't sit down. We're about to start. Ready? Mr. Clerk? All right, let's get started. If we may, George, just give me 1 second. I want to invite the chamber up. I made an error and forgot to bring them up here in regards to Burgerlicious. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us again.
Morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Angeline Antoine. I'm the Director of Events at the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce. We're located at 201 Alhambra Circle. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. Our chamber truly appreciates your support on this Restaurant Forward event. On February 8th, 2024, at 5:30 p.m. on Alhambra Circle between Ponce de Leon and Salcedo Street, we will be hosting our 12th annual Burgerlicious event. This event draws more than 1,000 people to our downtown area, where we celebrate all things burger, featuring more than 15 local restaurants. With a long-standing partnership with Samuel Adams, as well as our title sponsor, Bean Automotive, last year we had award winnings of Best of the Buns and People's Choice, which were captured by Capital Burger and Shadow Wagyu. This event benefits our official welcome center that serves the residents, visitors, and employees of the Coral Gables. We also have media support from the community newspaper, Miami Herald, WLRN, Clear Channel Communications, and many more. This event is one of our most Instagrammable events we host in our city, Beautiful, with live music by Mad World Orchestra playing the best of the 80s. It's an event that you wouldn't want to miss. Thank you.
I have a quick question about
Yes.
Burgerlicious, an actual question. Do you have a category, because a couple places have, people can't eat, red meat, like a veggie burger, and I won't name the restaurant because if you have a category, I don't want to tip them off, but actually more delicious than an actual burger. Do you have a category for things like that?
Yes.
That's fantastic. I'll eat those.
Chicken burgers, iguana burgers.
Iguana burgers.
You want to make a motion on that?
Mr.
No.
Trowbridge. Please join us.
Well, thank you all very much. As you heard Angeline mention, this is our 12th year of hosting. We couldn't do it without the partnership. I want to thank our city manager, Belkey's department, as well as all of the trades and work with our special events, Parks Department especially, Public Works, you name it. Everybody's involved in this. And we're just so grateful that we continue to really push our restaurants. As you know, it's been an imaginative and wonderful food year here, not only in Miami, but certainly in Coral Gables. Be some new faces. Last year, Capital Burger won the Best in Bun. They hadn't even opened yet. So you can tell that folks are very great connoisseurs of all things burger. And right now, we're celebrating a little pregame with our friends at Low Art Museum with the Where's the Burger campaign downtown. 13 locations featuring the art of John Miller, beautiful glass artist, wonderful burgers all throughout the downtown. So go take a picture, post it, you might win that actual burger. We'll see you on February 8th.
Amazing, amazing. Listen, I've had the privilege to participate in this event. You know, our community really loves it. It brings everybody together. The chamber does a great job as always. It's a first-class event, safe, secure. It's a family event, so I want to congratulate the chamber for doing a great job, highlighting our incredible restaurants who all come out in full force And it's an event that, again, we're blessed to have here in the city. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for your support. We'll see you on the 8th.
Thank you. We'll be there. And do me a favor, Mark, if you may, could you get us as much information as possible so we can post it on any of the city's social media efforts and stuff like that, and I'll send it out to my contacts to make sure people attend. It's well worth it. It's a great value, by the way, a great value for what you're paying for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to H1, 10 a.m. time certain. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, we have here Mr. George Durios from GRD Associates and our annexation team to answer any remaining questions prior to formalizing the city's application to the county. We are planning, if everything moves forward, to bring this up on the December meeting, and Mr. Durios will have a brief presentation, and we're all here to answer any questions, any remaining questions concerning the annexation of Little Gables.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. If I could have the presentation up, please. My name is George Duyos with JRD and Associates. I've been working with the city for under a year now on its annexation efforts, and have a brief presentation for you this morning on the efforts to date and the path moving forward. So over the last year, going back to August of 22, there have been several resolutions passed by the Commission, moving the annexation efforts forward for both High Pines, Ponce Davis, and Little Gables. As you know, High Pines, Ponce Davis did not have the requisite number of petitions returned to the city, so that annexation effort is not moving forward. We're here to talk about Little Gables. We also, in the last few months, conducted analysis with the city departments that would be providing services to the residents of Little Gables, as well as the associated financial requirements for providing those services. The city manager had internal meetings with each of you to brief you on those efforts. Subsequent to that, meeting notice flyers were mailed, as well as petitions to all registered voters in the Little Gables area. There were 1,661 registered voters with a deadline of October 9th last month to return the petitions. The city hosted a community meeting, which I facilitated on September 27th for residents of Little Gables to be informed on the annexation process, the services to be provided by the city, and the financial impact of annexation. We had over 100 residents of the Little Gables area attend, 105 residents attended. So very good turnout for that meeting. Subsequent to October 9th, the city tallied the petitions to determine if the process could go forward to the county for annexation. Minimum 20% of registered voters was required, and a total of 356 petitions were received. That was 21.43%. So that exceeded the required 333, or 20%, to initiate the process. And then, so we're here today to brief you and give you an update on where we are and the process moving forward. So, as you all are very familiar, this is a map of Little Gables, bordered on the west by Cortez Street, Southwest 47th Avenue, on the north by Southwest 8th Street, on the east by Salcedo and Southwest 40th Avenue, and on the south by Mendoza, Southwest 16th Street. With respect to the services that would be provided by the city to Little Gables, and this information was provided at the community meeting. Just go real quickly through each of the departments. Police services would be 3 officers, essentially 1 patrol unit, staffed 24/7, and the addition also of a neighborhood service aide. Fire rescue services would be 6 firefighters, which is 2 additional firefighters on an existing truck to provide 24/7 coverage. There would be a new waste pickup route established for the Little Gables area, so that would be the addition of 11 operators between waste collectors, supervisors, et cetera. With respect to community recreation, the expenses related to upgrading San Jacinto Park, there would be an initial investment in the first year to bring it up to Coral Gables standards at a minimum. And then landscape and infrastructure services, several staff, as well as associated expenditures. Again, tree trimming, public works type services for the Little Gables area. And then building permitting and zoning and code enforcement. You see there's additional staff outlined there. These wouldn't be dedicated completely to the Little Gables area, but these departments are experiencing some shortage right now in staffing, so the addition of an area such as Little Gables would require the department to be brought up to where they need to be brought up to from a staffing perspective. With respect to timetable for providing services, this is very variable. This would be worked out in the interlocal agreement with the county should annexation go forward. But the city would anticipate a time frame of somewhere between 9 to 12 months to provide service from the day annexation is approved. And ideally, October 1st would be a start date, depending on when the referendum would take place by those voting for it if it goes forward in Little Gables. October 1st would allow for a full year of property tax revenue to come over from the county to provide all the services that are needed to be required. Cost estimates for providing services. You see here a summary of projected total revenues and total expenditures. The expenditures in the first year are significantly higher than other years because of the ramp up, the addition of the new staff, equipment, vehicles, et cetera. I will say that the revenue was determined based on how the city budgets and does its financial revenue forecast. It is probably a conservative number because it does not take into account any revitalization or significant turnover of residential property in the area, which in the last couple of years has gone up. But these numbers are based on the budgeting process by the city. The tax load on Little Gables, again, this chart was demonstrated in the community meeting in September. These are some examples of what the incremental additional tax cost would be to residents. So as an example, if the taxable value is $350,000, the additional tax paid by current Little Gables residents would be $767 per year. And you see the different examples we laid out there. The next step would be, if this goes forward, to bring a resolution, the City Commission passing a resolution basically authorizing the manager to submit the annexation application to the county. These are the contents. The application requirements are required under County Code Section 20-3, and you see the requirements here. There's already a draft of the application should it go forward. But these are all of the contents that are required by the county to move the application forward. As far as the annexation process going forward, I believe Naomi recently made a presentation to the commission on all of the steps going forward that need to take place. It's a lengthy process. There's a lot of steps. It's a timely process. It's probably a year once the annexation resolution goes forward to the county. It has to go through several processes throughout the county, several public hearings, has to go to their planning advisory board for recommendation to the county commission. And finally, it would, at some point, if it goes all the way through the process, be on a ballot for the residents of Little Gables to vote. Upon that vote, if in the affirmative, then an interlocal agreement is executed with the county for transference of service revenues and any other considerations that might be included. So and there you see all of the lengthy steps. So brief presentation, just wanted to bring you up to date and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the commission before I open it up to the public?
I have a couple questions. Just, I saw that, I mean, in the past, we've had presentations going back, I think when I started as a commissioner. Were the presentations in the past dealing with the numbers, the expense, the cost? Were those, at that time, did we separate High Pines, Ponce Davis, and Little Gables numbers, or were they combined? Did we just take everything into consideration and then come up with a projected cost?
They've always been separated because they're treated as two independent annexations. So yes, Commissioner, I believe in the past, they've also been separated.
Okay, good. And the cost estimate, the chart you showed, from year 2 to year 5, the cost estimate, I think it was, yes, the cost estimate, from year 2 to year 5, it looked like the cost was increasing as opposed to what I think a lot of us would prefer be decreasing. Is there a point in time where at least we break even? Because it showed year 1, obviously, you mentioned why the number was high. Year 2, and then year 3 just kept on escalating. And I'm trying to figure out at some point, do we at least break even in terms of the city?
Right. So there's a couple of ways to answer that. The first one is the expenses exceed the revenue increases per year. There's a point, and we show up to year 5 here because there's a point that eventually there's economies of scale. Everything gets integrated in the city. So as you know, the city doesn't budget by neighborhood. This is a snapshot of the best projection at this area. But there would be a point where everything is integrated, expenses, revenues into city operations. And the second point is that, as I mentioned, this revenue projection is very conservative because it assumes basically a 4% property tax revenue increase per year. That doesn't include any revitalization that might take place in the commercial district or any. Over the last couple of years, the sales and the property values have increased significantly in this area, but we didn't take kind of that exponential growth in our projections. The projections are based on how the city budgets from year to year.
Okay.
If I may say, Commissioner, it was treated just as the city budgets normally for the entire city. We assume there will be a revitalization of the area. The 35 commercial properties, various multifamily properties on the east side of Lejeune Road, and the median value for Coral Gables is 513. Median value and the average value is 287. So we expect some revitalization. However, it's very difficult to predict that, and it was a conservative estimate based on how the city budgets internally, without looking at what the future could be for Little Gables.
Yeah. I think the Coral Gables residents would like to know what would be the total investment that we would have to put out to have Little Gables up to our standards. How much money are we actually putting out altogether to then just make it part of Coral Gables and then it's considered all of it, right?
Right.
But how much money are we going to have to put out? And is it 5 years or maybe is it 6 years or 7 years? How long is it really going to take to have Little Gables up to our standards?
Well, I think the idea of bringing Little Gables up to Coral Gables standards would be as immediate as possible. There's expenditures in the budget for public works expenses, sidewalks, lighting. As I mentioned, bringing San Jacinto Park up to snuff. So these expenditures, these startup expenditures, to answer your question, the year 1 is $5.26 million. That includes these startup kind of one-time costs. So again, the projection here from a revenue perspective as to when that break even is, it's hard to tell. There's no crystal ball as far as when they're going to be integrated, but I think, probably within the first few years, there's the economies of scale that, a public works crew that's working right outside Little Gables is working in Little Gables. So there's those economies of scale. And as I mentioned a couple times also, and as the manager just mentioned, revitalization is not captured in these numbers. We would anticipate at least on the commercial side, on the 8th Street corridor, that these businesses go through some revitalization. So these are numbers, as I mentioned, we just take a snapshot. If we were just to look at Little Gables, what are the expenditures, what are the revenues? The reality is the city doesn't budget that way, so, but we had to, for this exercise, do it. This is also a requirement for the annexation application to show what the expenditures and revenues are.
Okay.
As Mr. Diaz referenced, we are budgeting the same as Coral Gables. Revitalization has not been included. As we mentioned in the budget, our mean property value is 513. The average value in Little Gables is 287. So, and plus the 35 commercial properties and some multifamily. So I think there is room for revitalization. The reason we limited to 5 years is we feel that after 5 years, it'll be as part of Coral Gables at that point, and that's why we limited that budget to a 5-year period. There's also, and we have the police chief here, there's also a public safety aspect of it, which I would like our chief to also address, because it takes care of that enclave, so it just provides just 8th Street as the entry into Coral Gables instead of 3 sides from that enclave.
Hey, Chief, how are you?
Morning. In looking at the geographical location of what it does, and with the patrolling, we would augment our patrol zones along, and we took this into consideration with the creation of the downtown unit. So we'd be able to move our resources, which is why our required staffing is just 3 positions and an NSA. Again, the issues that we would be able to address probably more cohesively would be the cut-through traffic issues, things like that. So we're able to do more enforcement in this little area, which is now touching on the Coral Gables boundaries of these 3 sides of what that is. Again, the 8th Street corridor, even though we have an interlocal agreement with the city of Miami, it also helps us kind of patrol that area, and with situational awareness is what we call it for ourselves, that now we have anybody in that area that we would be able to obviously police and protect, but the ancillary issues that come out of that neighborhood, we really just keep it on 8th Street, and it's easier for us to patrol that side. That being said, our bigger concern is just the cut-through traffic, and I think that's a quality of life enhancement for our current residential neighborhoods around there, that we're able to do more enforcement along just those 3 areas. And I think that helps us with the current situation of our residents and what we can do with a minimal impact on our staffing issues.
Chief, also, would you mind talking a little bit about the LPR cameras and being able to expand on those LPR cameras? Since we have that current enclave there, it's an issue and a concern.
Right. The LPRs, and again, we haven't put this in the budget yet because we're getting into actually our assessment process is the speed cameras first, and then we're going to look at our ALPR system. We have what we've always referred to as the geofence around the city. And as cars come in, we're able to check that. That has been a successful program, obviously, with the technology in our CIC center. To give us more of those checkpoints along 8th Street is important for us, because right now we kind of have a blind spot where we might check people coming in from Lejeune Road, but I can't put cameras at Lejeune Road because that's not our jurisdiction. So if we were able to move that, we clearly would reinforce our geofence, if you will, of the city. We have it on 8th Street, but we don't have anything again until we get closer to Ponce in that area.
So we have a hole.
We do have a hole. I mean, we have a hole in I would say we have a dent. I don't know, because to put those cameras in, we would have to put them on certain neighborhoods, which is not something I'm in favor of, just for privacy issues and things like that. And actually, the minimal return on putting the investment in those cameras there. So that's why our position in the police department has always been square it off. And the more squared off it is, there's a benefit to the current residents that are there, and also any neighborhood that would come in would obviously be there.
While the chief is up there, I was going to catch him on a couple questions if you're done.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm here to represent the best interest of the residents. So the question is it a good deal, right? And do we want it? The residents, do they want it? And is it a good deal? And when would it be a good deal? How long do we have to put out for, right? Let's talk about the trailer park. I saw an article yesterday that came out saying that we're not going to touch the trailer park. Let's be as candid as possible. And I don't want to be responsible for things that are happening and then something happens to the trailer park and the city's saying, how much jurisdiction do we really have or say what happens to the trailer park in reality?
So what the city's position is that from a zoning perspective, we're not going to cite them from a zoning perspective because trailer parks are not currently allowed in our zoning code, but we will allow that use to continue. But of course, the city does not own the trailer park. So if the owner decides to do something with the trailer park, that's, that would be up to the owner.
So there's always a possibility that the owner wants to sell, which is not, it's not going to be on us. It's not our responsibility. I just want to put that out there very clear, just in case something does happen. There's some transparency there.
Commissioner, we don't want to, we are not changing any uses within the area. But again, as the city attorney said, what people do with the private property is something that we can't control.
Absolutely, and I want to put that message out there, that it's really not up to us.
If you're done.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So just a footnote on the trailer park issue. There are several articles that I've seen in the Herald over the course of years where trailer parks in Miami-Dade County have been rezoned and made into, high-density areas. It's an unfortunate process that happens sometimes. There are provisions within the state laws to require assistance for relocating folks. I don't have the laws in front of me. I'll leave this to the city attorney to deal with, but there's another contingent issue regarding the borders of the area that we haven't talked about, and that is our ability to control speed and our ability to change speed limits and our ability to do traffic calming, all three of which are impacted on Cortez, on 16th Street, Madera area. We are limited because everything has to be done with the county. So I know there's a section of Cortez where we have the county speed limit at 30, and then it goes down to 25. With a contiguous jurisdiction, we'd be able to control the speed throughout the area, correct?
That's correct. I think, and again, I would put this speeding as definitely a quality of life issue for the people that are currently in the county. I think that also, if we were able to address those issues as they come up, because I'm happy to announce that some speeders or criminal elements really know when they're in Coral Gables as opposed to when they're someplace else. So, if in fact this is approved, I believe we can really get on the ground level to slow everybody down in this area as opposed to our border, which is Cortez. It's similar to what we see on Red Road. People obey the speed limit if they're coming north on Red Road because they know that's the Coral Gables side, and you can see a freeway on the other side, not understanding that we can write tickets on both sides of the street. And that has come up over my tenure. So I believe that we would also be able to affect not just our residents, but as from the get-go, help establish some of the safer driving patterns within the area that would be annexed.
Right. I mean, Commissioner Fernandez and I were out there, and you were as well on, was it Madera 16th? Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And the frustrations of trying to deal with the county and get this traffic calming put in for both sides of the street is difficult, very, very difficult. And that's why we have pockets where the traffic calming wasn't done yet, because you always have to work with the county and get approval on both sides for the traffic calming. So I have no further questions for you.
I'll be right over here.
You can. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this Little Gables area, based upon both my husband's recollection as well as mine, and we've been married 37 years. It's been over 40 years that they've been seeking annexation, and it's never come to a vote yet.
It has not.
It has not.
It's never gone all the way through the county process where it gets to a referendum of the residents of the area.
Right. So I think it's high time that they get to go to the ballot box and express their wishes. So, go ahead.
Had a couple questions about your presentation. If you could put up the slide on the new personnel the city would be hiring.
Yes.
Right, so we're talking about 27 and a half to 29 and a half positions because there's a part-time position in there. So that number is factored into these annual operating costs for Little Gables, correct?
Yes.
Are we using in the costs for new equipment, are we using our current, and I guess this is a question for our finance director really, are we using our matrices or is this full cost going into the numbers that we're seeing here today?
Good morning, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So full cost of what we know today based on the estimates that we have today, and then there is an escalation factor that we do put into normal for the out years.
Right, so new police equipment, fire equipment, garbage pickup is all into these numbers.
So it was based on the fiscal 23 budgeted numbers, so it was not updated for fiscal 24 numbers because of the timing of when the original spreadsheet was done, but is based on the information we have on fiscal 23.
Okay. Regarding, I guess, go to the slide on the annual costs. Okay, so like Commissioner Menendez was saying, we're seeing the price goes up year after year. And I know you did say it is a conservative number using a 4% increase. But we have heard here, and the property appraiser has said at times that we may not get to a 4% next year. So realistically, these numbers could be not conservative, but really more loose on what we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, Commissioner, there was a study done by an independent real estate appraiser for the city that looked at all of these properties, looked at the historical sales, looked at the tax roll, and his opinion was that 4% was a realistic number going forward.
Okay.
Which, Commissioners, is what we normally use. However, this is not Coral Gables right now. As I mentioned, the median price is $513. The average price in Little Gables is $287. So we're using the Coral Gables number, not really a number that includes any revitalization of the area.
Okay. So we're using a Coral Gables number in these numbers?
It's 4% increase.
Right, the 4% increase, but we're using it based on Little Gables property valuation, correct? Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure on that.
Yes, that is correct.
And you're being extra conservative.
So we only have the information that we have. So we're using the taxable values of Little Gables that were provided by the property appraiser for fiscal 23. We did not upgrade them to fiscal 24 numbers. And we used the millage rate that would be the city of Coral Gables millage rate against those taxable values to come up with that number. And each year, we're increasing the property tax number by 4%. Other revenues are not being increased by 4%. They're being increased by what we would normally increase those type of revenues in our normal budgeting process. So it's not all revenues are being increased by 44%. It's just the property tax number is being increased by 4%. The other revenues, went off the top of my head, CST, maybe we're only increasing it by 1.5%, something like that. But it's just based on the trends of how we budget for revenues and then the rest of the city budget.
Following up on Commissioner Castro's point, sidewalks, new sidewalks, sidewalk repairs, tree canopy, lighting in the streets, this is not factored into these numbers either, correct?
It is, Commissioner. We met with the Public Works Director and all of the divisions under Public Works, and there are numbers, expenses associated with routine expenditures that would go as if it were part of the city. So sidewalk repairs, lighting, those kinds
Right,
of
but
expenses are in
but
these
for
numbers.
example, we have that in our current budget, but we're about $6 million off on fixing the sidewalks we currently have in the city of Coral Gables. If we're taking on a new area that has additional sidewalk repairs, that's going to add to basically the projects we're going to have to start funding as a city.
Right. These expenditures that are in here for repairs like sidewalks and lighting and such were based on feedback provided from Public Works as to what the cost for that area would be.
Okay. I saw that you put lighting in there was contingent on FPL. How does that work? On the slide where you have the graph, I think it's the next slide over.
Commissioner, we are no longer putting our own lighting. We're using a new tariff from FP&L that is very effective, and it provides the maintenance and the repair by FP&L. So if we do get a hurricane, we're not in the pole business at that time.
So if you want to see an example that's already been installed and it's actually beautiful, you go on Camposano and San Amaro, and it was just done probably about a month ago, all the new light poles in that area.
We also did Coco Plum, so we have a number. So I think it gets us out of the pole business, which really is not something that we do, and it provides for maintenance, repair, and so forth by FP&L.
But I don't think I guess that's a separate conversation. I did see one that was put up by the country club, and the pole is a lot taller than the poles that were there before. It's a different color, and it's literally inside the tree. I guess that's a conversation we can have, but I think we need to find a way for FPL to work closer with the type of lighting system that we currently have in the city, because you're going to have these poles. You have the nice gray pole, and then you have a tall black pole that's about 8 or 9 feet taller.
We are working with them on that tariff and what is available. But if we have a major hurricane, we have to replace 1,000 poles. That would be a major problem for the city, a major expense, and that's what we're trying to avoid, that kind of liability for our residents.
Understood. Long term, and I don't know, the Public Works Director's here. What are we looking at as far as cost for sidewalks that need to be, new sidewalks that need to be placed in the area? Our tree canopy that's non-existent in many of those blocks. Basically, following up on Commissioner Castro's question, to bring it to what the nearby Coral Gables neighborhoods are.
So when we did the assessments from this area, we actually took a look at what was existing there, and we looked at the level of service that we have for the entire city, and we assumed we were going to provide them exactly the same level of service that the rest of the city is going to have. You know, eventually, capital projects is a different story, right? Those are things that could be decided to be done at some point or another. But when it comes to sidewalk repair, sidewalk maintenance, electricity, we looked at the number of lights in the neighborhood, which we're going to be taking over. Well, we're going to be paying the bill to FPL, not necessarily taking them over. And, you know, we assumed that it was exactly the same level of service we give the rest of the city. And that's how we came up with those numbers.
Right, but new capital projects are not factored into these numbers. Other than fixing the park.
Landscaping, there's some landscaping. We assumed that there was going to be some tree planting that was necessary, so that's built into that as well. And there were some assumptions about paving, new pavement, alleys, and traffic calming. So all that was actually built into the estimate. If there's an additional desire to do something beyond that, then that's a whole separate conversation, but we looked, all that is built into that. And it's actually, you know, I think there's a document in there's a sheet that includes all that. We're making some assumptions about traffic calming, alley, paving, so we build all that into those estimates.
We also looked, Commissioner, at San Juancito Park, which is 40,000 square feet, and we thought that could be a major benefit to all the South Gables area, which is, it's about 4 times the size of the park that's on Alhambra. It's 40,000 square feet, and so if we were to buy that, it would be millions of dollars.
And in fact, we even included estimates for the street markers to be done up front on the first year. We'll actually put on the street markers, and then we make some assumptions as to the price of maintenance moving forward year after that. So all that is built into that estimate.
Okay. This money would come, I'm guessing, from our capital improvement funds, I guess, moving forward? because we don't have any other.
Right, so depending on the timing, so it would be part, let's just say we're going to take it over, and during a new fiscal year, we will have gone through the budgeting process, and we would have allocated the amount of money that we needed for those areas. Yes, I guess you can say that at the end of the day, what would not have been used might have gone to capital, but that's not necessarily saying that we're going to take it away from capital. We're going to budget for the needs of the city with the available funds, and then, and it'll be part of the budget.
Also, at that time, Commissioner, the Little Gables will be paying Coral Gables taxes.
Right. So for that year that we get it in,
Correct.
we would know that we would be getting the revenues associated with it. So then it would be just the incremental increase in that year one, for the most part, that startup cost that we would have to find funding within the budget as we're going through the budget process.
I think the largest issue that we have here is one that we have had many conversations about over the last few months on our city side is septic to sewer conversion. We're talking about $15.3 million for septic to sewer in Snapper Creek for 150 homes. Here we're talking about how many homes?
800.
There's 632 single-family residents.
Right, and there's a lot more snaking of piping in order to convert this area. So this is a cost that we would be bringing on to the city, which would be pretty astronomical. We're probably talking, what would you estimate ballpark septic to sewer for this specific area?
It's really hard to tell. Every neighborhood is different. Like, for example, doing a septic to sewer conversion on Kings Bay is a lot cheaper than doing a Snapper Creek because of the densities and the topography, right? There are actually some houses on Little Gables that are, not too many, but there's a handful of them that are actually already connected to city sewer because they're abutting the city sewer on the side. They actually pay, since they're outside the city, they pay a 25% markup on that. So, but it's just a handful of them. I will say that it's certainly a lot less than what Snapper Creek will cost, but I couldn't really tell you. You know, it depends on where the closest pump station is, where the county, how easy can you get connected to a system, how many of the houses that remain can just have because the ones on the boundary, some of them, it's as simple as connecting a lateral, for example. So it's very hard to come up with a number.
Commissioner, I think that's a very difficult thing to say because to look at, because if we do that and we're doing Coral Gables, it's probably $250 million to $300 million to do this city. So I think at that time we're going to need probably federal funding in Dade County to do a major sewer issue. We're working with other cities in our perimeter, and there's so much work that has to be done. So I do think that if we are going septic to sewer, I think we are going to need some major funding, and at that time I think that's going to be that really probably is going to be handled separately.
So
I agree, and I think that's something you and I spoke about, and like I told you, I think what we'll end up doing if we annex this area is we're taking a problem away from the county because they won't have to deal with septic to sewer conversion in this area, and we're assuming the full cost of this project. I understand we're going to have to seek federal funding for a citywide septic to sewer conversion, but now we're adding to that cost. We're not saying, okay, this is what we're going to need for the city. Now we're adding an extra area that we're going to have to be focused on. I think realistically, the conversation should be had with the county, as South Miami has had, where the process should be the county should pay for septic to sewer conversion, or at least give the funding to the city to take care of septic to sewer conversion before annexation of Little Gables.
So, Commissioner, since I've been working on septic to sewer for much longer than you were even working on Gables Insider, I'm going to give you and I know you were at the Snapper Creek presentation, but the portion I think that you've missed is there are special assessments that are paid by the residents, every resident, whether you were in Hialeah, City of Miami, et cetera. It's not that we're not going to go out for grants, et cetera, but you pay for the pipe going in the ground and you pay for the connection to the house. Now, you've seen that there's been some efforts on some things that I've brought forward to try to alleviate some of the costs through grant programs for residents that are funded by the state or funded by the federal government. and that we've made a grant request for Snapper Creek, and we plan to do grant requests for every single section of our city. It's not an overall tax burden for people that already are connected. My house is already connected, but the homeowner that was there, 40, 50 years ago, paid for that pipe to go in the ground, paid for the connection to go to their house. I remember when I was a toddler, my father digging the hole in the trench to connect our home in Hialeah when it was there. And it is a burden on the house, but it's also a benefit for the house. So the homeowners themselves in each basin, because the city is going to be divided up in basins, will have a special assessment for doing that connection. The purpose of the grant program is to help those folks out that are having difficulty paying. And we'll have a discussion at a future point as we flesh it out with our finance division as to what that criteria should be. Is it supposed to be, the median income, a certain amount? Do we include health related issues, which, is the number one cause of bankruptcy? And for many folks, income is not the only factor that you have to take into account. But it would be incorrect to say that we, the rest of the Coral Gables, is going to shoulder the cost of septic to sewer conversion in the Little Gables if it's annexed. It's the residents themselves in each street, in each home, that shoulder the cost of it, but they also shoulder the benefit from it. It increases home values. It increases the area of buildable space. Maybe they can put a pool in if they want to, or add an extra bedroom, put a driveway where they couldn't put it before. There's all these benefits to doing the septic to sewer conversion that inures to the homeowner themselves. So it's choices. Maybe they want to plant a tree there. There's lots of different options. That's way down the road because this is a fairly high elevation in our city. So the areas that are going to be prioritized are going to be along the waterway and areas that are impacting water quality for our city and the bay first. And then we'll get to the higher elevation areas.
And I think I would add to your point, you're saying it's not going to be something that Coral Gables residents are going to pay for. I disagree, because if we do get a grant at the present moment, that's going to go entirely to those most needed within the city of Coral Gables. We're talking about an area with the average property value is almost half the average property value of the city of Coral Gables. A majority of those funds are probably going to go to this area just because of the financial standing. This isn't Snapper Creek where people can, many people can say, okay, you know what, this is something I really want to take care of and I have the money to do it. These are hardworking people who, many of them have even said they can't afford Coral Gables taxes.
So let's take this one thing at a time. We'll do a separate sunshine meeting to talk about the grant program. You're making a lot of assumptions. The grant has to be requested to be spent within a year. Okay, we're not even making the grant request yet for the Snapper Creek area for the one or two homeowners there that need the assistance because it has to be spent within a year for their individual hookups. Let's do a separate meeting on that because I've spent a lot of time on this. There's an over 1,000-page document that you need to be looking through. Tallahassee had a grant program. Let's not remake the wheel. The wheel has already been made. I'm just trying to fine-tune it so it's not a first-come, first-served basis, so it's more directed at the people that need the money the most, a section, a basin of our city at a time. Okay, and Little Gables will have to be added at a point in time when they can be added to the master plan.
But if we're talking about taking this area in, it's something that we as a commission who are entrusted with the finances of the city really need to look into as well, because it is going to be an expense to the city of Coral Gables.
So you're assuming that if we annex Little Gables, that the rest of the taxpayers in the city of Coral Gables are going to pay for their undergrounding of their sewer? Is that what your assumption?
Based on the numbers that I've seen here today, we're going to be paying for a lot of things for Little Gables in perpetuity, just because of property values based on the numbers that were shown by staff today.
So that's not sewer. that we're talking about.
We're adding sewer to those numbers.
No, you're not.
Yes,
You don't
we are.
You don't understand it clearly.
Okay. And
You clearly don't.
I will never
Understand.
question your intelligence. Please don't question mine. Back to my question.
Commissioner, just, if I may, just let me step in here 1 second. Okay. So I think that we're here to discuss something that we're going back and forth in regards to septic to sewer. I've been working on this with the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Menendez and dealing with Tallahassee on a linear of different issues. Whether the city of Coral Gables annexes Little Gables or not, eventually all of Miami-Dade County has to go move in the direction of transitioning from septic to sewer. It's going to have to happen one way or another. I mean, am I wrong, Mr. Manager?
That is correct, Mayor.
It's the same thing that happened in the Keys. We're talking about a serious hazard to our drinking water, to the Bay, and as the Vice Chair of the Watershed Board for Miami-Dade County, representing our city, it's a pleasure for me to serve on that board. You're seeing the degradation of our waters here in South Florida across the board. And I'm not a scientist. I build for a living. There's a lot smarter people in regards to water quality than myself who are sitting on that board. And they point at obviously septic to sewer as one of the many reasons, along with water runoff from the streets, agricultural, a litany of different things, a lot of different things that are affecting our bay. But this is something that has to happen. Just like you've seen when there's been a transition. I don't have the numbers. I didn't know we were going to be talking about septic to sewer today. I would have brought them. When you look at the numbers from when the Keys transitioned from septic to sewer, there has been a significant increase in water quality. So one way or another, this area called Little Gables is not going to be salvaged from having moved to transition to septic tanks, from septic tanks to sewer, excuse me. It's going to happen. Whether it happens in 5 or 10 or 15 years, it's going to have to happen. And again, I mean, I don't know if you want to provide a little bit of information, if you have any idea or any what you're seeing out there in the state of Florida in regards to septic to sewer. My biggest reasoning for supporting this is very simple. I trust the chief, I trust the police, and when I've had multiple conversations sitting down with the chief and we talked about public safety, we talk about traffic calming, we talk about I think the number is over 700,000 cars that are driving through the city every single day. We need to make sure that we elevate the quality of life of the neighboring community around Little Gables. We slow down traffic. I wrote legislation that requires in the neighborhoods that the traffic be 25 miles an hour. We continue to move in a direction. We add traffic calming. Who's this for? Oh, thank you. All right, we're gonna have to take that in a minute. We may have to take a break. So my point is that addressing issues of LAPRs, LPR cameras, addressing issues of closing off A Street, there are benefits, and the number one benefit and the number one job of everybody sitting up here is public safety. So while cost is an issue, and I'm the biggest advocate for ensuring our financial viability, triple bond rating, ensuring that we don't touch our reserves, that we continue to overfund our pension, so we pay down our pension like we've done over the last 10 years. I'm a huge advocate of that. But to me, there's nothing more important than public safety and ensuring that all our residents can enjoy having the best police department and expanding our borders to where they should be, which is finishing off that border on 8th Street, which plays a significant role. So I understand what you're concerned about in regards to the finances, but like George said, Mr. Duyo said, who is a resident, and our staff said before, our finance director, we're very conservative on the numbers. They're very conservative, as we always are as a city, to ensure that we're on solid footing. We don't want to make an assumption and then turn back and say, hey, we are upside down. But we know that this is going to be a process, and it's an investment in the future of the city. Every good investment does not bear fruit in the first year or 2 or 3 or 4. It takes 5, 6, 7, 10 years to get things done the right way. And this is an investment worth making based on the simple fact of public safety. If I may, we have a F11, and I just want to ask the commission to support me for just 1 second. There's a speaker who has to leave 1 second. If I can just take 1 minute so we don't miss out on an F11, I think it's important to have that speaker come. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes if the commission will allow.
I was not done asking questions.
You can resume. resume. I have a
I mean, we always push things back until whenever we're done with everything else.
Okay.
We're having an important discussion.
The day that you have a speaker that has to leave at a time certain,
Just a
please
common
keep in
courtesy.
mind,
Courtesy.
this is normally done in courts when you have a witness that has to fly out of town. He has to leave by 11:30. I'm going to have him speak, and we can resume right where you left off.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, George. Mr. Clerk, can we just go to F11 1 second? It's an item by the Vice Mayor. It's a resolution of the City Commission directing the City Manager to include a focus area or goal related to cultural arts in the 2026-2029 Coral Gables Strategic Plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I'll be brief. This is a resolution of the City Commission directing the City Manager to include a focus area or goal related to cultural arts in the 2006 to 2009 Coral Gables Strategic Plan. Our current strategic plan is in effect from 2023 to 2025 and has various focus areas. And this item, sponsored by the Vice Mayor, asks through the City Manager to include a focus area or specific goal in the forthcoming strategic plan related specifically to cultural arts and the marketing of cultural arts in the city.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, this is a resolution. Mr. Raffi, I know you have to leave at 11:30, so I will turn the presentation over to him. He was the inspiration. Step on up, give your name, address for the record. I'm assuming you filled out a speaker card?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Rafi, first off, thank you for being here. I love what you're doing next door. It's incredible. I recommend that if anybody gets an opportunity to see one of your shows, please go there, especially during the holidays. What you're doing for the arts and for culture here is to be commended.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it, and I do want to apologize to other people. The urgency is one of your groups is going to performing with one of the top orchestras in the world coming up, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. But first of all, my name is Rafi Maldonado Lopez. I'm your neighbor. I'm the director of Sanctuary of the Arts across the street. If you haven't been there yet, to our performance hall, it's a most beautiful 314-seat performance hall. We've had an amazing amount of performances there already. I do want to preface, so you know that, there's the artist looking for the artist, thing. My background is very diverse. I hold degrees in arts administration, applied arts education, and also in the arts as well. I am a performer, 25 years as a classical dancer. I'm a teacher. I taught for 15 years at Miami City Ballet and a choreographer. I worked at New York School of the Arts for 20 years, and on top of that, I was also their development director and major gifts officer. I also came to Miami from the state system of higher education in Pennsylvania, where I used to do education, no lobbying at Congress with, at that time, Murtha. So my background is very different, and I'm very excited, kind of a challenge to come into this conversation where you're talking about the accountability of tax dollars to the citizenship here. Because the artists, we need that conversation to be very transparent with you guys. Why should you spend any money on the arts in a city that is already thriving? So I'm going to tell you why. People really have a disconnect when it comes to the arts to say, like, how does this affect me? I'm also a producer. I produce the largest all-male dance show in the United States and Europe. It's at the Broward Center in our 4th year called Men Who Dance. 50 men from around the world representing 25 countries. We were the first show back in the pandemic. You had to get a CDC-approved seating chart, and only 147 people were admitted into that theater. Of course, the first thing that I said on stage, while everybody was emotional, both in the audience and both on stage, was let's give a big round of thank you to the first responders who were there, who took care of us, who were the medics, the nurses, everyone who was there from doctors to things. This was before we opened up in 2020, before the vaccine. So we were hailed as demons and hailed as champions. At that, second position I took was let's thank all of the second responders, which were the human services people who gave us food, shelter, and clothing, took us off the streets and found us a warm bed. But the third group, and unrecognized still, the third set of responders were the people who kept you sane for 8 months in lockup through these things, where you watched how many films, how much did you binge, how many concerts, how many dance performances? Hundreds of millions of hours were recorded on these devices. We kept you sane for 8 months while you stood at home. And yet, very little recognized as what an important part of our society the artists are. But on the business end of this, what is it that we know about investing in the arts? A lot. We know that the economic return on investment, to be familiar with some of the terms on the arts, is not 10, is not 20, is not 30, it's over 100% over some other industries, including sports. Pre-pandemic, the U.S. Economic Impact Report was that sports was going to bring into the U.S. economy $71.5 billion. That seems like a lot of money. The arts were projected to bring in $538 billion into the economy. Yet, when we go to Tallahassee, when we go to legislation, on every dollar that is given, and my apologies to the sports person here, but to every dollar that is given to sports, arts gets 10 cents. So, looking forward, the first thing that I wanted to do, I wanted to congratulate the leadership of the city, that you have the cultural intelligentsia to understand that arts is not ancillary to the development of a city. It is part of the core process, and I will tell you why. This little spot that we have across the street sat empty for 20 years, Sanctuary of the Arts. People still don't know about it sometimes. That one little space across the street from April 22nd, 2022 to December 15th, produced 44 shows, had over 22,000 audience members, which increased the foot traffic in this area by 22,000 people. We rented over 150 hotel rooms with 3 international conferences that we had. Right now, we have an international training program where we have 4 corporate apartments at the A-Loft as well. We have 4 resident companies, we have 10 collaborating companies, and because we are the newest performing arts space, we now were able to help 5 new arts organizations that were able to apply to the Coral Gables Cultural Grant because you need to have a space in Coral Gables to perform. And so this year, before we get to the end of the year, we'll be up to 70 performances this year, which is outstanding. The economic impact, I'm going to leave with you, because I don't want to bore you. I'm going to leave you with some material that you have. One is Sanctuary's year in review from last year, so you can see how diverse what we do. Over Grammy Award winners have already played this year at Sanctuary of the Arts. Thanks to our mayor, many of the consulates have been moving to Coral Gables. And the Consulate of Paraguay had their Independence Day, and this was really interesting. They had so many diplomats in the audience, that we were visited by the Secret Service to make sure that it was a safe space, and I didn't even know that would happen. With regards to Coral Gables, why invest in the arts? Like I said, this year we're up to $422 billion past pandemic to recover this year. So as investors yourself, as in shareholders, where would you invest your money? Where does it return? What do we know also about the arts? We know that 1, it increases property value. Spaces that have access to performances, to events, to theaters, increase. 2, safer neighborhoods. Why? Because the artists get involved. Artists are very engaged in the community. Artists are always looking for ways to participate in the culture of a community they live in. We're not distant. 3, education. We have empirical data from every situation where an arts community thrives, academic performances goes through the ceiling. I myself have been contracted by Miami-Dade County Public Schools in a 5-year federal demonstration project to create a new curriculum in dance and kinetic movement with STEM for Tucker. Why Tucker? It's a Title I school. It's our neighbor across the street. We own St. Mary's down in the McFarland neighborhood. And so why kinetic? They're saying, Rafi, of all the funding that you could get, why this? I'll tell you why. Because through the arts, you experience transformation. What does that mean? It means that, for example, teaching dance, you're talking about Gardner's 9 intelligences. You're talking about kinetic intelligence. And a person who is kinetically intelligent is confident. You're comfortable in your body. And when you're comfortable in your body, you tend to go for it. You tend to go for the job. You tend to get the job done because it starts with being comfortable. You engage socially a lot better as well. So that's why we're doing this project. It's a 5-year demonstration project. It's a $14 million grant from the federal government, and we are the people in charge of doing that. People go, well, there's rhetoric and there's narrative about the arts. So what is the strategic plan for the arts for Coral Gables? What do I see? You have the most amazing citizenship in Coral Gables. 80% of all the board members of the highest level of the arts live here. I know this because I was a major gifts officer. Our mailing list in Coral Gables was 80% for the Miami City Ballet, for New World School of the Arts, for Florida Grand Opera, for New World Symphony. You all live here. So the citizenship of this community is ready to participate. The skill set of the people who live in Coral Gables, the engineers, the designers, the architects, are ready to nip it in the bud. Let's go, let's do this. So give me an example, Rafi. What would you see? Development in Coral Gables is outstanding. How outstanding? How do we encourage cultural development? Why can't, at the closing of a new development, you get a season ticket to the museum? You also get access to the cinema. You get a season ticket to Gables Stage, to our Actors Playhouse. Why don't we have a cultural passport for the high school students and all of our students in the city, and we let them create? You go to 10 performances in the city that are cultural, and you get what? Lets them participate in that conversation as well. These are things that we can do now. We don't have to wait for the next thing. I'm very glad I'm speaking also on behalf of the chamber. Mark Trowbridge, very much. He says, he knows me. Why does he know me? Mark is on the board of executive directors of New World School of the Arts. So for 20 years, I worked with him. I think that Coral Gables is outstanding. I think that you stand to do something which is interesting to me. I just got a report from Southern Methodist University, which does the most vibrant art cities in the US, and they're measured by large city, medium city, small city. The only Florida city of the top 40 that's in there as a small city is Key West. Not even Miami. Yet I, in 2 years in that space, realized that this city stands higher. This is almost like a cultural Camelot, the right way. I foresee people arriving to MIA and having a kiosk, just like we do when we arrive to LaGuardia and we get all the Broadway shows. Why isn't there a kiosk at MIA saying, this is what's happening at Coral Gables? We're only 10 minutes away. The beach is 40. So I enthusiastically support this. I accept everyone to come in and be a part of it. What's in it for me? That's my favorite question. Health, what's in it for me? Education, what's in it for me? Business, what's in it for me? And if I can't answer that, then we shouldn't support this, but I can answer that. And I can answer that with a lot of data and a lot of support. And I will segue, and this is a very uncommon introduction, but Nick's professional player, basketball player, Jeff Colby, is here to say a few words. Come.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Jeff Kobe. I was raised here in South Florida. My transition into professional sports kind of took a very unconventional journey. I went to Sagemont over here in Broward, and then I transitioned to Columbia University, where I finished a dual degree in art history and sociology. After playing 4 years while also conducting my studies, I didn't have that burning desire to go directly into working. So I really wanted to go pro. And, when you're in that space, it's kind of like the level of competition is extremely high. And, with that being said, the margin of error is, minuscule. So, my first year playing professional in Barcelona, I kind of ran into the politics of the game. After experiencing, a tremendous amount of success, after winning the Catalunya Cup versus FC Barcelona, it's kind of when the politics of the game kind of took the reins. So, I had two options at the time, and, one of them was to sink and the other one was to swim. And that's kind of where I got immersed into the arts. I picked up meditation, and then I really got into photography. And, whenever we would travel, I would, go and see different art galleries and stuff like that. So from that time period, when I integrated art into my life, it kind of catapulted, my way of thinking, how I was interacting with people, and I just overall just felt better. Because also art is just a form of expression in which people can kind of be themselves. So after that whole period, that's when I've noticed the insurmountable changes in my life. So from there, I kind of went to the NBA, and that's where I started playing with the Knicks. And ever since then, I've just been a huge patron of the arts. Every time I'm in a new city, I always make sure to, immerse myself in the culture. And, once I heard of this initiative, I was like, this is something that I can definitely get behind, and I would love to support, anytime.
So
Thank you very much.
Thank you for squeezing us into your day. I don't want to derail our discussion on annexation, but I wanted to be able to get these speakers in, and then we can resume a discussion of the resolution itself later on this afternoon.
If we like, we can take the resolution now, or we can.
Let's just discuss it.
You want to discuss it now? That's fine. I mean,
Thank you as always.
I'm
You're
going
doing
to
a
ask
great job. Thank you.
staff to put up the slide that I had prepared to just highlight some of the, not all, but some of the important cultural arts facilities that we have in our city that we can showcase for the world and the visitors to our city. Because not everybody knows, and that's why I asked for the billboard to be put up, that we have the Miracle Theater and the Gables Stage and Actors Playhouse and Sanctuary of the Arts. We need to do better marketing for our own assets here. And I was surprised to learn that it's not part of our strategic plan. So this resolution is pretty simple at this point. It's to ask for this to be added to our strategic plan. I would suggest that we have a joint meeting thereafter between the Cultural Arts Board and Economic Development Board to be able to see how we can best benefit all of our businesses, not just the cultural arts, but we have the restaurant industry that benefits from those 22,000 patrons that come to the Sanctuary of the Arts. We have the hotel industry benefiting as well. And then while they're at it, they'll go down on the Mile and to the Plaza to do some shopping too, to enjoy our great city. We need to do this. We need to do a better job. And we've been keeping these gems for ourselves. And I think it would really benefit our business community if we made it part of our strategic plan and had a comprehensive, sit-down meeting. I mean, the strategic plan isn't coming until, 2025? So I thought perhaps the boards could get together and start brainstorming how we can market this best for our city and showcase our city, as the speaker suggested. Put it out, put a kiosk at Miami International Airport, put a flyer there. You have Visit Key West, you have Visit Florida, but we don't have Visit Coral Gables and showcasing the fact that we are a gem. You don't have to fly to New York to go see a show. We have places right here, okay? So that's my suggestion. I'd like to, if you have any discussion, I'd like to move it. And
If I may, I'd second it. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I commend you. The city is leading in regards to culture, and with the sanctuary, And what we're doing now, we've been working with the manager for the last 4 years, and I think we're getting closer every day to expanding the theater, excuse me. And I think it's going to be, again, an opportunity for us to continue to lead on that front. So anything that we can do to highlight all the efforts of all the cultural institutions that we have here in the city. I like the fact that you mentioned the Coral Gables Community Foundation. I have Mary who will be coming here at 12 o'clock for a time certain. That will be discussing other opportunities, and hopefully she'll give a brief recap of how successful the wine auction and wine tasting was this weekend. But again, those are just other opportunities to talk about culture and opportunities to get the city's brand out there and get more people immersed. Especially what we're doing, for example, with like Rafi mentioned, I don't know who's going to mention it, with the consulates and the cultural grants that we're providing for the consulates. It's drawing thousands of people. For example, the Day of the Dead was very successful. The Cartagena event that we'll be having soon. So I commend you, and I'm wholeheartedly support it, and I second it.
Yeah. And I'll mention the Moon Project too. I mean, these
Moon
are
Project was
just
amazing.
And we can plan them better. We really can.
How do you envision having this as a set budget item every year? Have you even thought that far, or is it just preliminary stages?
Well, I think first we have to have it as part of our strategic plan. Have the boards meet and come with recommendations to us. And some of it is just how we handle our news, how do we handle our website, and should we spend some money on advertising? Should we spend some money on promoting the arts here? I think that's a big part of it, and I see that Commissioner Menendez is itching down there to add some gems to us on how to make this happen.
It's activated the dormant brain cell. So I remember the city of Miami had, I think, the Arts and Entertainment Council that helped guide the city. Remember they had several TV shows filmed at the city of Miami. Burn Notice, I think, was one of them.
Yeah.
And First 48 and things like that. And I think I'd like to see that also encompass, welcoming the television and movie industry also to come on, the Coral Gables and take advantage of not only our beautiful canopy, but what we offer. I think we can expand a little bit the envelope, because he mentioned, I think, the contrast between the money that arts brings in versus sports. But I'm pretty sure the reason why it's so elevated for arts is because it includes the movie industry and the television industry, which are obviously multi-billion dollar. So I'd like to expand the concept and also bring in, work television and motion pictures to make it, Coral Gables, I think where we're headed with your suggestion is make it a true arts and entertainment hub. I think we lend ourselves for that.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I served on the county's Film and Entertainment Board for about 5 years, and it was always a battle with Tallahassee to try to get incentives to bring the film industry back. It has been a struggle for years. Tallahassee removed all the incentives, and we lost the entire film industry to Georgia. And every time that a project came up, everybody was talking about how many peaches they counted when they were watching TV. And we have a true gem in Coral Gables for film. And I think the only film that we've had in recent years that has filmed in our city, or very partially filmed in our city, was the new rendition of Father of the Bride, which had a shot by the Fountain and by the Biltmore. But our permitting process has been an issue, and I've met numerous times with the Miami-Dade County Film and Entertainment. I forget, it's not czar, I forget what his title is. And the county has worked on implementing a new permitting system where all municipalities fall in the same place. The county monitors that all of the requirements for each municipality are implemented in the issuance of the permits. But most municipalities, for film and entertainment purposes, you only apply for one permit to use within your municipality. In Coral Gables, if somebody's going to film at Venetian Pool, at the Biltmore, at 4 other locations, you have to do a specific permit for each of those locations. So that may be something that we can start looking into as well, because I agree, and I think film, culture, entertainment are important parts of our community, and there's something that make Coral Gables Coral Gables. We always, brag about our culture, and it's something that we definitely look into. I would like to see the Cultural Affairs Board involved in this. I think it falls right into their purview, and maybe they can be the ones that navigate the process.
I was suggesting a joint meeting between AD and Economic Development because we need good messaging. You know, it's one thing to have the focus on this, but without effective messaging, we're going to fail. So that's why I suggested the joint meeting, so they can brainstorm ideas. I know that the appointee that I have currently on the Economic Development Board, his focus area is in communications. And so I think this could be a very beneficial, joint project for both of these folks.
And there's something that along the same lines that I've been having some brief conversations with staff. Just in passing, it came at the recent meeting at the Lola B. Walker Foundation I was at. They were talking about different important places within the community. And something that I would like to see the city do is have an interactive map. When people visit Coral Gables, they can go on that map and find every single art piece that we have, find every cultural venue that we have and what's being offered, find our historic places where the city was founded, the Merrick House, Venetian Pool. I think that's something that our IT staff is the best. I know they can get it done, but leading up to the centennial, I would like to see us have something that can be used for people visiting our city to really take advantage of their time here.
So, Commissioner, if you get a chance, speak to Catherine Cathers through the manager. We've been talking about that for about 6 months. They already have multiple proposals from different companies who are going to provide a interactive app which will allow you, and you can speak with our director who's here also. We had a meeting about this last week. We've had multiple meetings about it, and it's a app basically which will talk a little bit about historic locations. It will talk about art in public places. It will give you a history. It will give you when it was acquired, a lot of information. It's in the preliminary phases in the sense of they're still working on it. They haven't brought it to the commission, but that's something that I've been working with them for about a year now. And if you want to add your input through the manager, the more the merrier. And that's something that I'll be presenting soon to the commission. So, Madam Vice Mayor, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I noticed that there's a speaker that was signaling me that he.
Okay, perfect. You'd like to speak?
Since we're going to finish this one now.
Mr. Mayor, we actually have other members of the public requesting to speak on this as well.
All right, go ahead.
First speaker I have is Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I guess you can figure that I'm not a happy camper. I know that art and cultural arts are very important. But we have people here that were told 10 a.m. time certain for their quality of life. And we said, somebody's here that has to leave. No, we're going to deal with the whole program before these people that have been sitting here since 9 a.m. get to say their piece. Something is wrong. And this is why High Pine said no, because it's our way or the highway. We don't follow parliamentary procedure. We don't follow anything. We move things around as is convenient. I'm sorry. One person, fine. Now we're going to discuss the whole thing. Pretty soon it's going to be lunch. And these people are going to be here all day to say their piece. I don't even know. There might be people from either side. It doesn't make any difference. They're here to discuss their quality of life. And we jumped over them because somebody had to leave. No, not somebody had to leave. Somebody had to leave and somebody had to talk about it. And now somebody else is going to talk about it. And these people continue sitting here. This is wrong. And you know what? I was going to say that I supported the program, but not this way. You need to respect the people. It's at 10 o'clock. The other one was 11 o'clock. And now we're going to have at 12 o'clock. Shall we jump over the 12 o'clock also because they might have something important to do? This is disrespect. This is wrong. And it's time for the parliamentary person to call it. It has to stop, guys. You sit here and you disrespect the people that come here. This is worse than anything I've seen in my lifetime. People talk because they want to hear themselves talking, whether it's relevant or not. You know what? Maybe all the presentation should have been at the end, so you could see the people that come here especially, not on their work time, and then deal with the presentations. Oh no, businesses have hours. We have to take care of them first. Chamber of Commerce, it has to be first. You know what? These people deserve to be respected. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed.
Next speaker is Deepak Joshi.
Good morning, Doctor. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm actually going to follow up on everything that you've said and what Rafi said. And I got roped in early. And as a newcomer to the city, I have a certain perspective. I'm going to keep it short, but I want to try and support everything that's been said. So I see that Miami has now become the 11th city of the USA. And we already have the South Beach experience, and we've recently bolted on the Wynwood experience. And I think that the Coral Gable cultural development is going to be very, very unique because it just does not exist. And I just want to quickly go through the various bits in place. So if I use an analogy of a chessboard, we actually have the perfect chessboard. It's a beautiful place with all the infrastructure, the buildings in place. The city has put together a safe, workable city. Then we have the chess pieces. We have the restaurants, we have the theaters, we have everything that is necessary for people to visit. And most importantly, as Rafi pointed out, we have the champions. We have the people here. Some of them are in the audience. And we have play theaters, dance theaters, and everything else. We also have a supporting structure. The economic benefits, very quickly, is 3 cities. If we were just to look at San Antonio, we were to look at Oklahoma and Salt Lake City, they added 200 plus jobs with 1/3 of $1 billion in increase. But I also want to talk about the tourism aspect of it that we touched on. But it is more about the legacy. It's more about looking forward. And we have people here who are looking at, we've already had people in touch with doing a cinema festival, because we now have 3 added screens, yes, and we've already been contacted by 2 cinema people that are interested. I think in terms of communication, that is probably the only thing that's missing. Gables Insider could start popularizing the various aspects that we have. I think that we recreate, and we've been spoken to John Hoffman, we recreate this hybrid solution. This is what I'm ready after, that comes from Europe, which is that you get the art gallery to open a little bit earlier. You then hybrid it into the restaurants that are offering 3-course pre-theater meals. Then you go on to the theater experience, who will then have a code to then offer a post-theater experience. So that means everyone is joining together. And we have a gentleman here, John Hoffman, who specializes in curating such things. And I really just wanted to lend thought to everything that you've just said. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. But I think the legacy here is that we can create Giralda into another Lincoln Row. And I think we can get everyone to participate, because not everyone knows about it. Yes. So instead of having inside Gables, we can outside Gables. But thank you very much for your time. I think you all bought into it. I just think I'm adding more to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. So we have a first and a second. Are there any further comment?
I'm a big advocate for the arts and cultural arts. I go often to Broadway, and I watch almost every play that's here in the Gables. So this is something that I would be very, very happy supporting.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think we can take a vote.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. Now we'll move back to our agenda item, which is H1.
Thank you for accommodating.
Sir? All right. So I think that you had some other comments that you wanted to make. Go ahead.
All right. I guess I'm just trying to. There are a lot of concerns regarding the finances, I think. There's a lot of question marks regarding the finances. During my campaign to be a commissioner and Commissioner Castro in my first town hall, which is our first act as members of the commission, I promised residents of Coral Gables that they would have a say in this matter. And what I would like to see is for Coral Gables residents to vote first on whether they want to proceed with annexation. During the campaign, I can tell you there are a lot of people who have a lot of concerns regarding the annexation process. And the one request that everybody made was Little Gables residents should have an opportunity to vote, but so should we. And as I discussed with staff, the consensus in the room was this should be a process that should be held first prior to moving the application process along. So those are my thoughts. Open it up for any thoughts the commission has on that.
Yeah, I couldn't be more on board. I think he just said what I was trying to say prior in a better sentence structure, I would say. I have a question. From the 632 homes, how many of those homes are homesteaded?
I believe it's about 60%.
60%. Okay, that's something that's an important question, so that we can establish the percentage as Commissioner Fernandez was saying, the 4%, right? Another one, what is the crime rate in Little Gables? Because we keep on talking about safety.
This is from the county's police department. Last year, they had 1,134 calls for service, and of those, 136 were emergencies and 998 were non-emergencies, for the total of 1,134. And that area is served by the Doral Police Station, which is the same building as the police headquarters on Northwest 25th Street and 92nd Avenue.
Another concern that I have is the unequal service distribution. Little Gables will require more attention and resources than the other parts of Coral Gables. And I think that would be more of a concern. That's why let the people vote, let them decide, is kind of important. As far as historical properties, is there anything there? Any gems?
Not that I know of.
Besides the park, anything that a selling point that from a Coral Gables resident that I would say, yes, I would love for them to be part of us.
Well, I mean,
The park?
you have San Jacinto Park. You have the the homes. If you drive around, you could picture them being part of Coral Gables.
Is there anything as far as like a historic reservation or?
I'm not sure if there are any historic properties there that would have to go through the city's, historic preservation assessment and process.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick follow-up question. There was a discussion or mention that, I guess, a grace period for the trailer park. Is the city talked about a grace period for property owners in terms of their building, their home, maybe not meeting code? Have we talked about that? Because, well, let me see.
Zoning code, yes, Commissioner. If there's a life safety issue in the building code, that's different. It has to be addressed anywhere in the county.
Right.
But from a zoning code perspective, yes, there would be time to, we would look at that. And for instance, if you had a chain link fence, that would still be allowed. But if you have to replace it 20 years later, then that might be a different issue. We have to look at zoning issues versus building code issues.
Right.
Building code issues are life safety issues, and those have to be addressed.
Yeah. So with regards to non-life safety, perhaps violations that, in terms of matching what we do, we're not going to go in there. We wouldn't go in there and just.
As long as it was approved by the county.
By the county, okay. My only other question is to ask, I guess, the city attorney, if we wanted to gauge, because I have received calls and emails and you name it from residents of Coral Gables, just, I guess wanting to know where they stand as residents on this issue. what options are out there to sort of get an understanding of what Coral Gables residents, how they position themselves? I mean, Little Gables has gone through every step, follow the process that the county, I guess, has laid out. But what options are there for Coral Gables residents?
So the next step to proceed with an application for annexation would require that we have a public hearing. And I'll wait for the sirens. So per the county code, we're required to have a public hearing for the commission to approve the filing of the application. So obviously that would be a hearing here at the commission. Notice is mailed to the property owners and in Little Gables, as well as 600 feet beyond of the annexed area. So all those residents would receive mailed notice, as well as anyone else who just, becomes aware of the meeting and the hearing can come and speak at commission whenever, if the commission so, wants that hearing to occur, and if and when that does occur. In addition, there are multiple opportunities before the county for public hearing and for residents or anyone interested to make their comments. Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, putting it to the voters of Coral Gables. You could, if the commission so desires, put out a ballot question to the residents. Obviously, that takes more time, and there's an expense associated with that. If that were to occur, if that were the will of the commission, that should occur prior to the annexation application being filed, simply because, if the commission is going to decide not to do it, then why proceed if we're going to decide not to do it, in other words?
Besides, I guess, a referendum vote, didn't we send stuff directly to property owners? Yes, no, like if you don't turn it in.
In Coral Gables or?
No, we did that in Little Gables and we did that in High Pines, Ponce Davis.
We sent petitions pursuant to the county code, yes.
Right.
By Naomi
But I'm
Levy-Garcia,
saying,
Assistant City
is that
Attorney.
something we could do with Coral Gables residents instead of, I'm just looking at what are the options.
I mean, I think you have a fair amount of flexibility as to the options. So you're asking whether we can send petitions to registered voters in Little Gables or to all households in Little Gables?
No, the focus is Coral Gables.
I'm sorry, in Coral Gables, right. So you'd have to identify who you'd want to mail those petitions to, and then I guess it would be kind of like a survey, like, are you in favor of annexation or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could do something like that. There would be a cost associated with it. You'd have to target who would be the recipient, whether it would be registered voters or all households, or, is there a specific segment of the population you're looking to get feedback from?
The only issue with that is if we want to have some type of control, and we already looked at this, then there would be the Freedom of Information Act, that everything that is provided to us would be available to the public. So if we want to
But Mr. Manager, in this case, I think what the commissioner is suggesting is like a paper survey or like an actual paper document, and it would just be like, I guess, one question arguably, or?
But then we would have no control over who sends it. So if one person could send 100. So if we do want to have some control, then we go back to the issue that all that information is going to be has to be publicly available. So there is no
Public record. It would be subject to public record like anything else.
What we did with Little Gables and Ponce Davis, High Pines.
Subject to public record, but it's so with that mailing, it went to registered voters, so they had to provide a signature. So that's the verification process. The signature is associated with their voter registration number, and that's how you can perform some kind of validation to make sure the petition that you're receiving is linked to a specific person that's actually registered to vote in the area.
And that's a petition process, a specific
That's the
petition.
petition, correct.
Yeah,
So you could do a referendum with a non-binding question. You could do a survey. You could mail petitions. I think there are different ways to try to ascertain feedback from Coral Gables residents. None of them are necessarily like scientifically sound per se. Like you're really just kind of putting out a question and trying to get feedback.
We already looked at this for this, and the problem is because of the public record. Then if you don't ask any information, then you could receive 100 from one person, right? So in order to really quantify it, then there's that public record requirement. And so we felt that we could really not provide something that was accurate, because we either make it accurate and put a public record, or you have the chance of petitions coming from multiple petitions coming from the same source.
I mean, if a resident sends us an email, that's a public record automatically. So
Yes.
whatever they say to us in an email, it's open to the public. I just, I think the
But
only
if I may add something to that, Commissioner, the issue is that sending an email is voluntary. It's voluntary. I think that when you have somebody who may want to engage in a vote, similar to the discussion that we had about moving the elections to November, if someone wants to make a decision to vote yea or nay in regards to annexation, but they realize it's a public record, they may not want to engage in the process. So I understand an email is a public record. It's perfectly fine. But that person is willfully engaging in the process of reaching out to a member of the city staff or a commissioner or the mayor or the vice mayor. So,
But it's the same thing we just did with Little Gables. Did we put a little disclosure saying it's a public record?
No.
Okay, so what's the difference if we do it here and we do it there?
I mean, it's obviously the will of the commission. We can try to figure out a way to proceed based on your direction.
I just think the missing piece to the puzzle is, based on the feedback I'm getting is we've asked everybody, but we haven't asked the residents at least the opportunity to express themselves. I think everybody wants to feel that they're part of the process. And I know we have the town hall meetings, but they're really focused on those particular areas. I think at least if we show the courtesy of allowing the Coral Gables residents to express themselves through that scenario, I think we check off all the boxes and at the end of the day, make a decision based on what we think is right.
I think something else to keep in mind is just when you're posing the question and you get the results, right? You're taking a general temperature of the residents, but like you may get 100 people in favor and 105 people against, and then you'll be presented with that information and you'll have to make a call, right? Like it may not be an overwhelming response in one direction or another.
I just think that, if this is the will of the commission, we move forward. We had a plan moving forward and now there's a change. When you're elected, you're put in this position to represent the residents. They have full faith and confidence in regards to your ability to make a decision. So we've already voted on this multiple times. I think moving forward, this is a pretty simple scenario. The benefits, and we have some concerns, but I think moving forward, there's still a very long process. That has to come before. I don't see the issue of why not allowing the process to move forward, allowing for a vote. You've seen that there is support in Little Gables. We've met the threshold as required by the county. We keep following the process and we move forward. I've just like you can say that you've spoken to residents. I've received one individual just told me that they're not in favor of this from the city. I received, to be respectful and honest to the people who are here, a handful of people who are not in favor of annexation who live in the area, and I've also received 30 emails in favor of annexation from people who are here. So I think that if you're going to put this out to the residents, I think it's a mistake because the level of information you have to build a website. You should put everything out there: the finances, the benefits of it, public safety, traffic, all these kind of things. I think that we should trust in ourselves as elected officials to move the process forward and make the right decision. We can't vote on everything based on referendum. That's not why we're here. We're here to make decisions and move this forward, or vote against it if that's the case.
And I agree with you, but this was something that residents of Coral Gables asked over the last year, that they be part of the process. And that's the reason that I'm bringing up an opportunity for the residents we represent to take a vote on this issue and give their opinion on what they want happening. This is going to cost the residents of Coral Gables. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how conservative our numbers are. Coral Gables taxpayer dollars from current residents are not going to go to fix their sidewalks, fix their potholes, replace the tree canopy in their streets, tackle historic preservation. They're going to go now towards making up the difference of Little Gables, because we can't tax Little Gables differently than Coral Gables until they break even. They're going to have the same taxpayer millage rate as the rest of the city. So I believe, and I will make a motion to direct staff to formulate a plan to bring up to us in the December meeting on how to gauge the input of Coral Gables residents, whether it be by a formal ballot referendum or an informal survey, but so that Coral Gables residents can voice their opinion in a form that can be tracked by sending it to the voters, registered voters, which are the ones that we know, and can be signed, and bring it back to us at the December meeting for a decision.
I'll second that.
So I have a few questions, because some statements were made here that that process has to happen before the Little Gables votes. 'Cause, I mean, we're talking about putting additional steps in before we even know whether or not these people even want to join us. So it would be my preference, let's take let the voters in Little Gables vote, and then, if it passes that Rubicon that they want to join us, then we go through the additional expense and time and effort that it would take to ascertain the viewpoint of the residents. Because otherwise, we're just spending money on something that's not going to happen.
We are spending money.
I wouldn't want to move forward. I wouldn't want to move forward and waste.
I couldn't hear you because you talked on top.
Me?
No, you talked on top.
No, I said we are spending money. He's not free.
No, I know, but you're now talking about spending additional money that may be for naught if the folks in the Little Gables don't vote in favor for this. So now we're wasting money. Okay, this process started before you were elected. I've heard from one person that's a Coral Gables resident that, has expressed that desire to vote. I in favor of hearing from Coral Gables residents, but I think it's a waste of time and a waste of money if we do it before these folks in the Little Gables have an opportunity to even cast a ballot.
Vice Mayor, I'd have to look into that. I would have some concern about having an extra step after the referendum process in Little Gables, because I believe according to the county code, that is the final step, and that's like what the operative point at which the annexation becomes effective. So you go through the exercise of passing all the necessary resolutions, passing the ordinances. They're contingent on the outcome of the referendum. The interlocal is agreed to contingent on the outcome of the referendum. So the referendum of Little Gables becomes that last step that either, effectuates the annexation or not. So I don't know that we could have another step after that.
So you could research this and bring it back to us in December?
Yes.
Okay.
And by
is
the way,
that
I'm
the
sorry.
purpose of the motion, to research it and bring it back to us in
Correct.
December with options?
Bring us options in our December meeting, and we can make a decision there.
And I'm open to, let's say, the other option other than referendum, what we did with Little Gables and High Pines, Ponce Davis. Even if it's non-binding results, I'm okay if it's non-binding. Maybe down the road, we come up with a set new rules with annexation going forward. But I'm okay with non-binding, but I think the community just wants to have a voice. So if we can do something so that we gauge the interest of the community without making it binding, I'm okay with that, as long as we consider that.
So I think, Commissioner, you mean like instead of an actual ballot question, perhaps like some kind of survey, something
Yeah,
or
I'm
something in
open
between?
to that. I think it's fair.
Lowest cost denominator here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, whittle it down until you find something that everybody can agree to.
Yeah, we can work with the clerk's office to research different options and what the costs associated would be and what the timing would have to be, and bring that back to you.
Yeah.
Naomi, I think we have, all of us have some marching orders. Do you need anything else from the commission or direction?
No, we have the direction, so we will not be preparing any public hearing for next meeting, and we'll just kind of bring back that information and get further guidance.
We did have a motion in a second, but I guess we have consensus.
Yeah, we have consensus. Mr. Clerk, we have a public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We're moving in a different direction, so one second. How many individuals do we have for public?
Five.
Okay, please.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I hate to say this, but in all the years that I've been involved in Coral Gables, it has never failed. If we pay the study, he who pays the study gets the result he wants. Normally, traffic, whatever it is. The result of every study that I've seen shows what the person that paid the study wanted it. So this business of, the study this, the study that, doesn't wash, number one. Number two, words have meaning. The consultant, who I respect, he seems to be a professional consultant who is getting paid to get this done, says something that really made me cringe. Because you know what? He could not say the right word. He said, High Pines does not move forward. No. The attempt to annex High Pine failed. That's the word. That's the right term. Does not move forward doesn't show. If we ever want to do High Pines again, we have to start from scratch again. The word is failed. Okay? And I want you to know that High Pines is organizing an independence from Coral Gables Day. Okay? That's how seriously they've taken it. That's the second comment. The third comment, we have spent money on consultants, mailings, printing, our own staff. That's a lot of money that we've already spent. And now we're worried about spending pennies to let the residents opine. If we were to go with this, the taxpayers of Coral Gables in the 5 years, and this is very hard to believe, will be paying only $4,364,000. Only from our pockets, from a city that claims that we are in financial, we had to cut money from your park. There are things that the residents want that we cannot do this year because we have problems with finances, but yet we have money for this. No. The residents, the taxpayers have made it very clear. We want to say in the process. And I think you owe the residents, the taxpayers, the right to tell you what they want. Then you vote. Because you know what? If you don't vote the way they want, guess what? Elections have consequences, and we will boot everybody who voted the wrong way out. That's a definite thing. Enough is enough. This is not an ego trip. If we, the residents, the taxpayers, are going to have to invest money, we need to be heard. And that's the bottom line. And that's what they've been saying. And I thank you all for saying it. And please don't talk to me about money, because we have a lot of things in this agenda that cost money, and we're not worried about that.
Doug Meyer.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Doug Mayer. My wife and I live at 1101 Cortez Street in Little Gables. We're proud to live in Little Gables. Today I'm here speaking as a member of Neighbors for the Preservation of Little Gables. So our organization is interested in remaining independent from the city. The first question I think you should ask yourself is, you just conducted a petition drive and you got 21% of the vote. You're all politicians. None of you would be sitting here if you got 21% of the votes for an election. And the city mailed that out twice, not once, twice, and they just barely got 20%. I can tell you, I know the people in my neighborhood, we do not want this. There are a few that do, but I think the majority of the people in Little Gables, they live there because they didn't want to be in Coral Gables. They didn't want the additional tax base that taxes that they'd have to pay. A lot of them don't like all the rules and regulations that the city imposes. When you look at the higher taxes, that's part of it, but it's not the whole thing. A lot of people just don't like all of the additional rules and regulations. One of the concerns that we have is regarding the trailer park and what's going to happen to those people. I do affordable housing, and I've been doing it for 30 years. And when I walk through that neighborhood, it hurts me to see people living like that. And what our proposal is to have the county, because the county has the resources, either work with the owner, buy the land, put out an RFP, get developers who do affordable housing. And if you do it in the right way, you can rebuild that community, make it a decent place to live, keep it low rise, 1-2 story buildings, and people can come back and live there paying about the same amount that they're paying now. I'm a numbers guy. Your own consultant just told you that your costs are going to go up year after year. I saw the 5-year projection. It's $4.6 million for 5 years, but run it out for 20 years. Maybe you're going to get a little more income at some point, but maybe you're not. So, it's just a situation where we feel the imposition of the city on what our lives, and we just want to be left alone. We just don't want to be part of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lynn Bluestein.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon.
Hi, Lynn.
Welcome back.
Good morning. Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. I've been imagining the future of Little Gables and my own personal future of this area several years into the future. I hear promises being declared of grandfathering in not only the Little Gables trailer park, but all the many visual differences of the homes in Little Gables and Coral Gables, including roofs, fences, boats, RVs, and architectural styles. I would be willing to wager that not only will the trailer park be gone and its hundreds of low-income residents forced to immediately seek affordable homes made homeless, but also the fate of the many fixed-income residents who will suffer at the hands of this likely unkeepable promise. I'll put it to you this way instead. Would any of you be willing to wager your future reputation and legacy by promoting these promises? I believe these promises of the grandfather clause will not and cannot be guaranteed by either this commission or any future Coral Gables commission. Commissioners and mayors come and go. Things change. Will you be willing to draft an ordinance today to secure the future of keeping the trailer park? Perhaps that's what will be necessary to ensure the future of the park and its residents. And by the way, after speaking to many of my Little Gables neighbors, I've heard the same sentiment about such promises of guarantees being unenforceable in the future. And one more thing for now. What is the reason you don't want to allow the residents of Coral Gables to have their say and vote on whether or not they want Little Gables to be annexed into their city? This is the real heart of the matter. I love my neighborhood, but simply put, Little Gables should never be forced into being a part of something that many people cannot afford. It's just wrong. Coral Gables prides itself as having lush green treescapes, winding boulevards, and uniform architecture, which Little Gables does not have. You can say it or think it, but the truth is that Little Gables does not look like Coral Gables. It was never meant to look like Coral Gables. It is not Coral Gables. Your city is spending lots and lots of money, including legal fees, to push this ill-begotten, decades-old imposition on residents who purchased their homes in unincorporated Dade County and never wanted to live in Coral Gables. The changes in zoning, building permits, fees, and higher taxes, which are inevitable, are not economically feasible for Little Gables residents who could not and still cannot afford to live in Coral Gables. Let there be an election and let the people of Coral Gables decide That's the only fair solution for an issue that has been vexing us for far too long. Several years from now, I can see myself and many of my neighbors having to uproot ourselves from homes we have loved and tended for over 30 years because we can't afford Coral Gables taxes, fees, and to deal with Coral Gables regulations. We love our homes and we love our neighbors. Let us live in Little Gables in peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kayla Riera Gomez.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. My name is Kayla Riera Gomez. I live at 4321 Southwest 16th Street. I've been here before. As you're well aware, we very much want to be part of Coral Gables. I bought in Little Gables at a time when we were told that there was an annexation process coming. We've been waiting for that. What I don't understand and is very frustrating as I sit here today, because I've been to many of these meetings, is the residents were told if there's an interest, you do the petition. We met the number, and all we're looking for at this point is to have an opportunity to vote. If Ms. Bluestein is correct and it is not the will of Little Gables to be part of Coral Gables, let's see that at an election. And at that point, I think everyone can move forward. There were a couple things that were addressed today. Chief Hudak's no longer here, but I know some of you addressed the speeding issue. I live on 16th Street, which is also Mendoza. It's the dividing line. There were some traffic calming devices that were put in at Hernando, and that has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. We used to have accidents there very regularly. That has stopped. The table that was put between Hernando and Segovia, as well as the one between Lejeune and Hernando, have been amazing in terms of slowing people down. But if you go west on 16th Street to Cortez, you will see your own residents who have put out little orange men with flags trying to get people to slow down because there's not one there. There's an issue. I totally appreciate the fact that because Mendoza/16th Street is shared between the county and the city, it makes it challenging. This would resolve that issue. There is lots of speeding that happens. When you're coming from on Venetia, crossing all the way through to Lejeune, if you're coming from Red Road, that's a big cut-through street. People use it all the time. They're nice and slow in the Gables, and then they speed through. So we would very much like the support that would be provided by the police department in helping keep our neighborhood safe on a traffic calming, from a traffic calming perspective, as well as a general public safety. Many of us who are in favor of joining Coral Gables understand that as soon as we become Coral Gables, our property values increase. We're very excited about that. If it means I pay a little bit more in taxes, I'm okay with that. That's my choice. That's my view of it. I understand that's not everyone's, and which is why we need a vote. We need to see where people are. But for example, when my house gets reappraised, when my husband and I were going to do some construction, the house across the street is not my comp because it's not Coral Gables. As Commissioner Castro, you're well aware of how that is. It's not fair. One last item, the sewer. There is a sewer line on 16th Street. The only reason we have not connected to it is I don't know how long I'm going to have a 25% surcharge. If you want to do a surcharge for a small period of time and then it disappears, that would make sense. But there are many of us on 16th Street who want to pay to connect to the sewer line that is county owned but administered by the city. But we're not ready to commit to the next 40, 50 years worth of a 25% surcharge. So those things I think should be taken into consideration. We want to be part of Coral Gables. Our homes do look very much like Coral Gables. We have on our own adopted the aesthetic that's there, and we just want the opportunity for this to come to a vote so we can once and for all understand the will of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Cristina Villamil.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christina Villamil. I live in Little Gables. We've lived there for the past 7 years. We've been following this process since we've moved in. We also bought under the presumption that annexation was imminent, which is why we bought. We've bought our second home there because we were able to buy a larger lot than what was available for sale in Coral Gables. We built our house to Coral Gables specifications. I have the approved exterior colors, tiles, all of that. Many neighbors in our area are redoing their homes. They're building brand new homes. It is the Coral Gables aesthetic. I've spoken with our county commissioner, Cabrera, who very much understands that our pocket has been neglected for political reasons. No one wants to redo our streets because they say, well, annexation's imminent. Why is the county going to pay for it when Coral Gables is going to pick up the tab? And so I had a great, fruitful conversation that I think you all should have simultaneously with these conversations, in that the county can pay for these road improvements. They can pay for tree canopies. They can pay to improve San Juancito Park, which I believe there was an appropriations for already there. So these are less charges that you guys need to absorb as a city, which I agree with. Why should you inherit a problem of our neighborhood that was brought on by previous administrations? But one thing that is incredibly frustrating is the changing of goalposts. We keep being told that you need to follow the process. We came as Little Gables Neighborhood Association, we followed all the steps. We hit the 20% mark, which many of you understand how important and significant it was to hit a 20% voter turnout in a non-election year. This wasn't you go to a polling place. This was you had to submit your ballot for this issue. You had to be moved enough to want to have your voice represented. And we had that time and time again. Many of you were elected with under 20% of Coral Gables residents turnout. It's not a bad thing. It's just reality. So we hit that step. Then we're told, okay, we're going to hear this at the city commission hall, and it's then going to be put as a formal application. Now we're saying, no. We're going to wait 2 more months. We're going to create a whole new petition process that's never been done before. And big questions like, who are you going to survey or poll? Is this now residents of Gables Estates? Does South Coral Gables now have a say on this neighborhood that they have no idea about, that they don't pass by there every day. They're not neighbors with us. They don't see the areas day in, day out. Are you going to restrict it to just that 600 feet like it is in the current process? You're supposed to have public hearings. Now we're going to delay that. We're going to keep delay. We're going to wait for more elections. We're going to allow the firefighters union to come in with more funding. It's just becoming messier, and it is really dividing both Coral Gables and Little Gables on such a trivial issue. We are sensible neighbors. We want to be part of your neighborhood as well. We enjoy what you guys have been doing to the area, and we are only going to add to that. And I think you guys need to have the financial conversations with the county, and that can all be worked out now, because it's still going to be a process to get to the vote. And let the residents finally vote. We've been told for over 20 years now, you can vote, and it keeps being ripped away from us from special interest groups like the firefighters union. And I know it's going to happen this next time. You guys are going to get the results. The neighbors of Coral Gables, of North Coral Gables, are going to say, we want this to proceed. And then we're going to say, oh, well, let's talk now about septic and sewer, because now we're getting residents who are disgruntled with that process. Now we're going to create a separate petition for that before we proceed with annexation. We keep just adding more to it when we've laid out the process. You guys have laid out the process. You've spelled it out. You've voted on it numerous times. You've had numerous or city commission meetings, and not one resident of that area has come in that neighborhood has said, we're anti you spending that money. And I think that's telling. And so I just please ask you, please follow the democratic process. People are watching this. They see it. They're talking about it in all the group chats and news sites, as you see. And people don't like their democratic process being ripped away from them. And that's what we're doing by changing the goalposts here today. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jessica Keller.
Good afternoon.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Keller. I'm a resident of the city of Coral Gables. I reviewed the PowerPoint presentation in advance of the presentation, and I heard the presenter note that $5.2 million would be needed for I think public works initiatives. I think that's what it was for. And I just wanted to make sure that all of these items were included. I heard that resurfacing was included, sidewalks was included, Drainage was included, lighting, traffic calming. I didn't hear swale maintenance. I know swale maintenance is given as a one-time courtesy throughout the city. Dog waste stations, trash pit cameras that we've talked about in the past. I was wondering if those things were included. That's the first question. The second question is, will these items be implemented ahead of those people who are currently waiting for these items in their own neighborhoods? Traffic calming being a primary example. I know that there is a 5-year wait list for traffic calming for existing city residents.
Mr. Duyos, you're gonna come up, please? The first question.
Yeah, to the first question, the 5.2 million that she's referring to was the year one total estimated expense. That's not Public Works. It's all inclusive of all expenses.
And Mr. Manager, if you may, as per Ms. Villamil's comments about there being some potential monies available through the county, will you, between this meeting and the next meeting, when we're supposed to inquire with the county commissioner in regards to that funding?
Yes, Mayor, we will.
Okay. Do you want to address the second question from Ms. Keller? Which was whether, the individuals in Little Gables would have to wait behind the current traffic calming schedule that we have, or how would that be addressed?
We would have to work that in.
I'm using traffic calming as an example.
Yes, we have a 5-year plan. We would have to work that into that 5-year plan. And so, depending on the budgets and what we can physically do, right now it's been a problem just building it, as you know, just getting materials. So we would work that into that 5-year plan, but we do have a current 5-year plan.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
That's it? Okay. So what is the will of the commission? Commissioner Menendez?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Keller was not done.
She has an additional question?
Hi. Yes. I don't think that the question was thoroughly answered. So I think what I heard was that Little Gables would be incorporated into the existing plan. They would not go to the end. So they would displace people that are currently in the queue.
Mr. Manager?
We have a current 5-year plan, and I'm sure after that we'll have additional areas that will be included after, and our current plan stays.
Okay.
Okay. So my one last point is that if residents are displaced waiting for traffic calming, for example, across the entire city, the whole city should have a say when it comes to allocating resources citywide and should weigh in on annexation of Little Gables. Thank you.
Ms. Keller, I don't want to speak for the manager, but I don't think that's exactly what he said. We have an existing 5-year plan that we're going to finish off, and we're going to add new scope as we've been moving forward, and this would be added to that,
Yes,
correct?
that is correct, Mayor. We would look at those areas that are the most critical and then work beyond that based on the areas that are in most need as we've done so far.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So Commissioner Menendez, what is your will?
So, Mayor, I think that you already gave direction to staff.
I just want to make sure that
Sure.
again, I think that there was some
No, I think
comment from the residents. You never know if there's a change of heart
course.
moving forward.
Yes.
Well, there is a change of heart. For example, a change of heart today from the past. So I just want to get the final point. If there's nothing else to discuss, we move forward. What is the will? Is the will of the commission the same?
I think Naomi and her team has instructions, and it's interesting that doing some research about Little Gables and Coral Gables in the 1920s, George Merrick tried to buy the Little Gables area from John Stadler, probably Stadler Realty, and because of personal axe to grinds, they didn't sell to him. They had a prearranged agreement to sell, and when it was time, they refused. If he would have purchased it back then, we wouldn't be here today having this conversation. So let's just, move forward as we discussed in December and go from there. And I just want, the folks that spoke earlier, we're not here to undo anything that the residents of Little Gables have done. We're not here to undo the rules and procedures that you all have followed that are dictated by the county. So we're not here to undo any of that. At this point, we just want to have Coral Gables residents, current residents, the opportunity to share their thoughts or position on this. That's all we're doing right now. We're not derailing this in terms of procedures.
All right. Procedural question for the city attorney. Do we need to withdraw the motion? Or do we need to take a vote on it?
I think if you are just discussing, you can discuss. If there's going to be a change in the direction or the action, then we can evaluate. But if
Right, I'm saying we don't need to take a vote, is what I'm asking you.
No.
Staff has direction.
We had consensus
Okay.
that said, unanimous.
So then I'll withdraw my motion.
So, perfect. Moving on, there's pretty much nothing
It was a
else to
motion for a
discuss.
vote, so I can't, there's no vote. I'll
But it
withdraw the
was like
motion so we can move in.
it was by unanimous consent, it was approved.
Okay, all right.
All right, so we're moving on to item F4. It was time certain. This is an item that I put on the agenda, and I know that Mary Snow is here. Oh, she's over here. Good afternoon. Hey, Mary, thank you for being here. Discussion regarding the mayor's ball sponsored by the Coral Gables Community Foundation and the Liga Contra Cancer, who's not here today. Mary, would you give us just a little recap in regards to how the Vinos event went and, how that's going on?
Sure.
And all the great work that the foundation's doing. I think it's
Thank you.
amazing stuff.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, commissioners and mayor, vice mayor, city manager, and city attorney. So at the Coral Gables Community Foundation, I have the privilege of running this wonderful organization. We just held a wine auction on Thursday evening. It was fantastic. We had record attendance and fundraising from that, and we're coming off a fantastic year of fundraising and also investing back in the community. We invested over $700,000 this year in college scholarships and grants to nonprofits serving our community. I think everyone here is very familiar and you've been very supportive of our work. Thank you so much. So the Mayor's Ball will take place this December, and we have been, at least last year and this year again, it looks like we will be a lucky recipient of the proceeds, one of the recipients of the proceeds from that event. So really grateful for that.
Yeah, so last year was sold out. We raised a lot of money for La Liga, and we raised a lot of money for the foundation, just like we raised a lot of money this past week through Vinos.
Yeah.
Do you have a final number for what we did this week?
I have about $100,000 at the wine auction.
It's amazing.
Yes,
the wine
it was
auction
awesome.
keeps growing. We had about, I think you told me about 350.
300 people there. It was fantastic.
Is that the most you've ever had?
Yeah. Yep, it was.
And the wine auction was great, and all the money. I asked Mary to make sure, as I'm involved in the auction for the third year, and now with the gala for the second year, that all that money be used for scholarships for graduating seniors here in the city of Coral Gables.
Yep.
So.
Our work in that area has doubled over the past couple years. We've been doing it many, many years over our 32-year history, but it's really propelled since we've been doing this.
And that's why, not besides the fact that it's a foundation which does great things, but that's what I'm most attracted to. And your board and what you've been doing, and I think it was a great opportunity to also ask my colleagues to engage. Come up with an event, find a way to donate to the foundation. When you give significant amount of money to these young kids, it's life changing.
Oh, yeah.
You are changing these individuals for the rest of their lives. It's an opportunity to leave a legacy.
It is.
And it's an opportunity to change the trajectory of a home,
Oh,
of
yeah.
a family.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these individuals are the first ones to go to college, are going to exceptional, incredible, top-notch schools.
We have a great intern right now. It's a good story. He received a scholarship from us in 2019. He's currently our intern in our office, applying to medical school. Just took his tests, and so it's a very exciting time. He's our best intern. He's actually more than an intern. He's a paid member of our staff now, but fantastic story.
So December 9th is the gala. I look forward to whoever can make it and wants to support. We're almost sold out on tickets. And it's a beautiful thing, and the foundation, and everybody knows La Liga treats anyone who has cancer in our community and can't pay for it. My father's been a physician at the Liga for 40 years since he's been a doctor, and it's a beautiful organization. The money, they get probably $4 to $5 million from the state of Florida a year, and they're one of the safety nets in this community. So what the foundation and what the league are doing together, and it's beautiful to bring them together for a second year, and I hope that this is something that continues in perpetuity, because it does a lot of good, a lot of good. A lot
Thank
of
you
good
for
the
including
community.
us. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for being here. I'm going to take a few issues before we go to lunch, and bear with me. Let's take item E1, ordinance on second reading.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code Article 6 Landscape by amending the utilization of artificial turf on open joints of pavement, and Article 10 Parking and Access by providing review of materials and pavement joints and providing for repealer provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
I think we pretty much discussed it on first reading. As you drive through the city, and you're seeing a little bit of this proliferation happening through the city. I think it fell through the cracks. I know our zoning director's here, if you'd like to come up. I think there's an opportunity to kind of make sure that we keep on brand with the city, and make sure that we address the issue before it becomes too prevalent in the city. Madam Zoning Director, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Yes, good afternoon. Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. So this went between first reading and second reading to the Planning and Zoning Board. They had concerns about restricting, I guess, the flexibility of materials for a driveway. But here's before second reading. There's been no changes since first reading.
Listen, the only restriction is that when you take a look at it, and I deal with artificial turf all the time. I install it in schools. I've done multiple projects over the last year. Even with the most high-end quality materials, in the Florida sun, and the manager will tell you, it just doesn't stand up. That's number one. Number two, if it's not properly kept up, glued down properly, it just starts to go missing. Even the gentleman from the school is shaking his head because he knows it's true. And it doesn't look on par with what I think and many of us think the city should. The city has spent so much time, effort in sending a message. So to me, I think this is pretty simple legislation. It just cleans up something that is an issue. Go ahead. Yes.
You're intentional on perhaps on the fall through the cracks. A number of years ago, the city moved away from artificial turf in the front yards because of the aesthetic issue, and this was overlooked. While I don't like to limit what folks can do, this is not a retroactively applicable matter. We're not making folks rip it out and replace it. And it looks the worst where, tires turn, and in that swale area where the mud accumulates. I could only imagine what it would look like on my driveway, since I have the mud coming down from the rest of the block, from the swales that are not as well maintained. So, for those reasons, I'm in favor of it. This is not a penalty for folks that currently have it. But going forward, I think a much more durable material needs to go between the cracks, because the heavy wear and tear of a vehicle on artificial turf is much different than having a strip in a yard even. So for those reasons, I'm in favor of this.
Yes, Commissioner.
During the first reading, I didn't agree with this change. I still don't agree with this change. In fact, I think this is something that maybe the Board of Architects should have had more of a professional opinion in it. I think that we should still leave the artificial turf between the concrete slabs in comparison to putting rocks and you're driving through them and they're spreading around, or the grass is dead. We have a code enforcement department. If the artificial turf is not looking good, we need to make them comply. We need to fine them. We need to issue a violation. We can also, another suggestion is we could provide an approved vendor list that's up to our standards when it comes to artificial turf. So maybe I'm the only one that thinks like this, but I stand strong with, I don't think we should change it.
If I may just answer one of her statements. So when I've installed this, the issue, and the gentleman from the school can, as he was shaking his head, also in agreement, the issue is not only is the material, the wear and tear on the material with the tires, and also the sun. It's also the fact that you're talking about a very thin cut that just doesn't stand up well to the pressures. When you have it in a larger in a larger surface like a field, like an artificial field like I installed at Cushman School on a rooftop, with the proper drainage and the proper slopage, it has a lot more, management. It's manageable in regards to the wear and tear. When you have a very small piece, it doesn't hold up well to the elements. I've seen this before where we installed it and we get called back constantly to fix it, and eventually it just says, you know what, forget it. Let's just install rocks here for proper drainage, because the look obviously between the slabs, it's basically just soil or crushed rock in preparation of a slab base. So I think that again, I've installed this on many different occasions. I'm going to be installing it right now in another school, and the larger the space, the more appropriate it is when you start cutting it into spaces and putting it into little nooks and crannies, especially when you're driving over it excessively. The wear and tear, it just shows. It just doesn't look good.
Yeah, I don't think it should be up to us to restrict if they should put turf or not. It should be up to the Board of Architects to approve whether it looks appropriate to put turf or not.
I was in favor of this on first reading, and having several conversations with architects and residents, and watching the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. I think it is borderline overregulation on the city side. I agree with Commissioner Castro. We do have a Board of Architects who does a very tedious job of making sure that things fall in line with what they should be. I think that we should maybe try to find a way where we find approved vendors or approved material, limiting the actual material that's used to make sure that it's higher quality and can stand the weight. It's being used all over the country. I mean, you go to California, most homes have this in their front lawns because of the fact the grass doesn't grow. I'm of the opinion we have a beautiful tree canopy in our city. There are many residents who cannot grow grass on their swales. And I think the contrast between the cement and the green turf is a lot better than cement and rocks that are going to be flying all over the place. So today I would be a no on this.
So just because I've heard rocks flying, Ms. Garcia, could you please, let the commissioners know that standards currently regarding the rocks as opposed to prior times when we had rocks installed, so to avoid the loose rock issue?
Right, so talking with the city architect, he suggested that it be no smaller than 3/4 of an inch each. So it's not talking about sand or something that moves a lot. They're actually substantial rocks that go between these joints.
Like a river rock.
Go within the joints.
Like a river rock. It's common.
Right.
So it's common in most driveways that want something a little bit more tasteful or something that's a little bit more elegant.
And there's epoxy as well that can hold the rocks in place.
I think I asked this the first time, but just want to get a clarification. So if someone does have artificial grass as of today, and a year or two goes by and they need to replace it because it did wear and tear, then what happens?
I believe they can still.
Right, if there's no permit required to just replace that artificial turf, they would just be able to replace it.
But this legislation basically is saying,
So this is for the approval of the driveway?
right,
But if you already have the artificial turf and you're just replacing that strip, you don't need a permit for that. Am I correct, Mr. Manager?
That would be repair.
Correct.
so if they take out the strip and they put it back on down the road, they can still do that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. If they redo their driveway, however, then that's different. They would need a permit for the driveway, and then it would be subject to this
If
review.
they were permitted originally with it.
Okay. And do we have code enforcement? I mean, they check to see if your roof is pressure cleaned. Do we have the administration follow up on those types of details? Their driveway, do we even check as to if it's well kept, if it needs to be replaced,
I believe in I don't have it with me right now, but in the artificial turf section of our code, in Article 6, it talks about if it's, disrepair or uneven or faded, it's been in the sun too long, that code enforcement can go out and cite them if they're not complying with the zoning code. Now, is it a regular routine of our officers? Probably not.
Well, we haven't really had it long enough to really get to that point right now.
Well, that might be part of the problem, obviously, if it does wear and tear, I mean, we need to follow up and have them correct the situation. Those are basically my top two questions.
It does take vehicular loading at that point that a normal field, like a soccer field, would not. So that's a whole different ballgame between large areas between basic segmental concrete is what we're talking about.
And in P&Z, why do they say, I didn't see the tape? Why they said they,
I think it was both the timing of it after a kind of heated discussion on the first item that they talked about. This one came right afterward. They wanted the first item to be a little more restrictive from a development standpoint. This item came right afterward. I think they felt the contrast of the two. They felt this was too overbearing for a resident to comply with. That seemed to be the concern.
You're trying to tell me that if we replace the artificial turf because it's all gone bad, we don't need a permit?
If you,
Is that accurate, Doug?
This allows it, if you were permitted originally and you have to make some repairs, then you certainly are allowed to.
So if code enforcement drives by and I am replacing the artificial turf, that's not questionable?
I think, but let's clarify though, not just any artificial turf. I think it would be the strips in your, if you had a permit and you were approved to have your driveway with these pavers with the artificial turf in the joints, that was approved, that's different than like if you just have general artificial turf. That's we're talking about two different
You're
things.
replacing everything. You're replacing everything because everything is not up to our standards. You're gonna tell me you don't need a permit?
It would be like a canvas recover. If you have a canvas, then you can repair your canvas. If it's actually damaged, so if you have artificial turf in between your pavement sections, this is only really done. It's not done for pavers. It's done for large segmental pavement driveways. Then you could replace that. Now that does take vehicular loading. It does take turning wheel loading. It does take a number of things. Most architects are not in favor of artificial products. So that's just the general.
And I think it also, when you talk about the city as a whole, we've never been in favor of having artificial products so visible from the street. That's just something that we've been clear on. For example, like allowing artificial turf on a swale, or allowing artificial turf on the front of a house. We've been very restrictive on that. But
Mayor, we have never allowed artificial turf on soils.
No, I know, we've never saying, but we've also taken a role where, when somebody has an issue, for example, we've allowed it from the side of the house, we've allowed it in the back. We've been very thoughtful on that front because you want to try to help somebody out who has a shade issue with a tree or an issue where they can't grow. But if we're going to start allowing artificial turf in the front of the house and on swales, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. I don't think that that's what I think would be the best look for the city. So this is why I brought it up. I mean, I've talked to several residents who have told me they've brought it up to my attention. I've driven, looked for some of these driveways. They just don't look natural to me. They don't look like for example, they belong in the city. There's a lot of opportunities to do something beautiful with a driveway, Chicago brick, pavers, stones, concrete slabs. There's a lot of things that you can do. I just think that adding that detail between the slats just doesn't jive or doesn't kind of coincide with our aesthetic as a city, in my opinion. Again, but if it's not the will of the commission, I don't have a problem. We could take it to the architectural board and see what their opinion is on the matter. But I didn't think it was that much of a big deal.
But I disagree with the fact that we haven't approved it as a city. We have approved it on development projects out next to the sidewalk. We've approved it in our parks, which are visible from the street. The only ones who are not able to take advantage of that are the residents. So that's a concern that has been raised to my attention, and I really didn't have a counter argument to that person.
But what parks besides the one that is for children with one foot or not? But we only allowed it in that one park, to my understanding.
I'm just going to clarify. We don't allow it anywhere in a swale. Anywhere.
We don't.
Agreed, not in the swale. I'm talking about
Not commercial.
in the front. The mayor said it's not allowed in the front of any property. It is allowed. It was allowed on at least 2 development projects.
Which one?
The one across from Terra de Sapore on Giralda. They have a green space for dogs, which is turf. And
Do you know
there's-
that space? You know what space?
That would have been approved before I think the rewrite of the turf section of the code.
when was the
This is
rewrite of
Hidalgo
the?
complex,
Yeah.
I think you're thinking of, on the 200 block. of
I know we don't
Hidalgo.
allow it. I know we don't allow it. We've never allowed it, and that was cleared up because we had a long conversation and we actually put it into the code and corrected that. But I've had many residents come up to me and say, hey, I want to put turf in front of my home right up to the street. And I personally don't think that looks good. I think it's an issue where again, it takes away from the lushness of the city. And allowing it on the swale, when you said swale, it caught me off guard because I've never seen it on a swale, and I would never vote to approve a development that has some sort of artificial turf that's visible from the street. I can't remember a project that I'm aware of. The last project that I saw where it was actually installed and it was removed was in Merrick Park, where they had installed it in between adjacent to Perry's on that strip. And code enforcement came and told them you can't have that there. So that was removed. But I haven't seen it anywhere. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen it.
They might be dated projects because this came before planning and zoning while I was serving. So they might be a bit older. So we even have residences that have it as well. But imagining this artificial turf on the swale is the worst possible solution. And you'll hear from the Board of Architects at 2 o'clock about how, they care about having, good materials and genuine materials being used that can withstand the wear and tear. The swale is like a non-starter. So putting anything in the swale like that. You've seen frayed and torn carpets and stuff that, putting that on a swale just doesn't make sense to me. We have great swale packages for that. So
we allow grass to be there, which gets eaten up, especially if it rains, but not this product. So they could put grass between the slabs, right?
Yeah, it depends on whether or not you do it. You make a choice based upon what you can grow. Okay, if you have a big driveway, big long driveway, you can probably put the grass in. But if you don't have a big long driveway and you have a short one like I do, you're not going to be putting grass in because you're going to be shading it most of the time, just like grass anywhere. You're going to put something else between those cracks, or you're not going to have them at all. I just cut mine in sections for drainage, but the stones can go in there and you can have them epoxied in to prevent the stones from moving. My neighbor has done it, and it's beautiful.
Commissioner,
mentioned
I'm sorry. We have a swale package that allows different options for areas that have sunlight issues and so forth, and so those swale packages really address everything in the swale. This type of material has no load-bearing capacity. It's all based on what the subsurface is. So if you were to put it in a swale area, you'd have a serious problem with vehicular traffic that you would not have certainly in a soccer field or a field that's actually prepared for that, where you just have really people running on it or people standing on it. So it's not really a good package. It's not really good for vehicular traffic. And we have the swale packages that allow you to have not only plantings but different materials where there is a sunlight issue.
I mean, that package, I worked on that package with the manager. I was a sponsor of that legislation, and it allowed for the first time ever to use some sort of crushed stone material along with, I think it's 4 or 5 African Congo, some ferns. I applied that to my swale because of the shade issues, and I don't have any crushed stone. I want it to be all ferns, but the crushed stone is used to allow for somebody to park in an area where, again, it's a mud issue, or it just doesn't hold well. And several people have it on my block, and it's not really an issue. It looks very clean, very contemporary.
So I'm going to share a story with you that helped inform me. My in-laws bought a house up in Kissimmee that was one of the sample homes. And they were using the garage as an office space, so they put down a piece of carpet in the garage. Well, of course, once you start driving on the carpet, it starts to move, and you get the ripples in it. And this is no different than trying to put carpet in between slats of cement. it's going to have that wear and tear. It's going to move. And then you put some mud in there. Just imagine some mud in your carpet. It's going to look bad. You're not going to have the drainage capacity there to deal with the mud that you would with rocks between the cracks. I know everybody makes choices, but I doubt seriously. And when you hear from the Board of Architects, you'll understand how they feel about aesthetics, that artificial materials are going to be anything that they would be entertaining. Okay? So it'd be an extra step for folks to take that's going to be for naught.
When could the Board of Architects give us their thoughts on this? Just to get a thought. I mean, I know you mentioned
2 o'clock, we'll have chairman from the Board of Architects here.
Oh, the whole board will be here. Okay.
Not the whole board, the
Well,
chairman.
enough people. They'll have quorum.
Just
No.
one.
Okay.
Just one.
Okay.
I think it's, I've sat for weeks in front of them and listening to them talk about materials. So
I'd love
I have a fair idea how they feel about materials being used on
I'd like to
all
hear
types
what
of
they have to
projects.
say, but at the end of the day also, going back to my natural grass versus artificial, natural grass has its drawbacks, and this does too. Like I said, if you have natural grass between the slabs, it rains in South Florida a lot. And if a car goes over it, it becomes a mud pit. And as discussed before, if you have beautiful tree canopy, which I think is part of the beauty of Coral Gables, the grass won't grow well, and then a year later, you have an unsightly, space between it, just like with the artificial. So both have their advantages, but both have their disadvantages. But I'd love to hear from the Board of Architects. I mean, and just,
Go take a walk down in Gables Estates, and you'll see grass growing between slats because they have the big, long driveways. Okay? I don't think anybody that doesn't have enough sunlight to grow grass is going to put grass in there. They're going to choose the rocks.
Let's remember we have code enforcement. So all these issues that we're facing, if the grass looks bad, if the grass is overgrown, if it's muddy, and if it's not up to our standards, this is something code enforcement should be taking care of. So either way,
well.
So if it's the will of the commission, then we'll wait till 2 o'clock and hear from the representative from the.
I think what we wanted was for it to go to the Board of Architects, for the entire Board of Architects to opine. So it'd be a motion to send this to the Board of Architects before it comes back to commission.
When do they meet?
Someone said they
If
wanted to hear
that's the
from
will of the commission.
Every week.
It's going to be here too.
What was the question?
This is not,
When do they meet?
They
Okay,
meet every
let's
Thursday.
let's have one conversation through the mayor because again, we want to make sure it's properly documented. So go ahead.
Sorry, I think Commissioner Menendez was asking a question about when. I'm sorry.
For the record there, the Board of Architects meets every Thursday.
Correct.
So they meet this
All right,
Thursday?
so Madam Director, I think it's the will of the commission. They want to send it to review by the Board of Architecture. I guess whenever there's an opening in the next few weeks, again, there's no rush on the issue, and we'll move forward from there. Okay? We got a long agenda. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item E2. Is it at E2?
yes, E2.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to Article 2 Zoning District, Section 2-405 Residential Infill Regulations Overlay District, RIR, of the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code to provide a maximum building length of 300 feet for all properties seeking approval pursuant to the residential infill regulations, providing for severability clause, repeater provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, for the record, Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. This is looking at the RIR, which is the Residential Infill Regulations, which is just for the North Ponce area. The North Ponce area is just the area south of 8th Street, north of Navarre, between Douglas and Lejeune. This is looking at limiting the building frontage on any street of these development options. So the RIR is not a by right, or it's not a requirement of the area to redevelop, but it's an option that developers can utilize to redevelop the area. It was adopted back in 2017. The minimum lot size that you have to be able to qualify for it is 20,000 square feet, which is a substantial amount of property. But the concern is that if a developer purchases the entire block, that it will create a building that's not really in keeping with the character. So looking at that, we determined that 300 feet building length for any street would be more in keeping with the character of the area.
So this is an item that actually emanated originally from the Planning and Zoning Board along with the project at Madera. We had a big, long building, and it was a recommendation that the commission address this matter. So an ordinance was drafted, and I asked for it to go back to the Planning and Zoning Board for them to discuss. And they've had, how many sessions on this?
3, I think.
3? 3.
June, I think July with the new board, and then most recently in the last meeting, October.
Okay, in October, yeah, and I did listen to that meeting, and in the discussion, went between 200 and 300 foot length, okay? And prior to that, they needed to have a member of the Board of Architects, I think it was Ms. Carty as well, that went to the Planning and Zoning Board, and to give them an idea of what the buildings would look like with this 300-foot limitation. Because we don't want it to look like the Central Business District with big, long 1,000-feet buildings. It just detracts from the residential fabric and feel of the neighborhood. And as I remember having long conversations with Felix Pardo. He pointed out, you're losing that grass space in between the buildings, so you're actually losing green space. And this, I think, settled on 20-foot minimum space between the buildings to try to, make a usable area out of it. And I've seen that in developments elsewhere where you can have a sidewalk down there, some benches, some shade trees, or some nature, and a nice area to rest and contemplate things. So I'm in favor of this because I think it avoids a future Madera project from being this commission being faced with that. This area has been struggling with, I should say, really the Board of Architects has been struggling, as well as Planning and Zoning has been struggling with the impact of the residential infill district increase in density, because it's very hard to balance the garden apartment district desires and still have these types of demands where developers want with a high number of units on a single piece of property. This would be a matter that would be, effective going forward. It's not going to be a retroactive type of ordinance. You can speak a little in more detail as to what the recommendations of the board were on that going forward aspect of it.
Well, there were some that would prefer to have it, I guess, more restrictive and be 200 feet length facing the street. However, the property itself to be able to qualify for the RIR regulations has to be 20,000 square feet. So it's very limiting as far as the type of building an architect could design, because it would be, very similar. I don't want to use the word cookie cutter, but similar design and typology throughout the area. So they felt that expanding that to 300 feet and not 200 feet would be more flexible as far as the design of the massing and the architecture and the way the building fronts the street.
No, it's also a parking issue too. By the time you put in a ramp to get in, the liner in front, it's not feasible to design a good building at that point in this area. In addition to this, I am bringing up a few other items on zoning, and I do think it would be beneficial at some point for the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Architects to sit down and discuss their dilemmas or struggles with dealing with this residential infill district and how they can best try to resolve some of the issues. We unfortunately can't turn back time. I wasn't here. The mayor, I know, didn't vote in favor of it. None of us voted in favor of the level of density that was placed in this area. And it's swallowing our green spaces. We're losing the flavor of the neighborhoods, the garden apartment feel that was designed there. So I'm going to bring that suggestion that we have. I don't know if we need to do it by resolution, to have them meet and discuss, have a workshop to discuss some possible options to do something positive in that area to address these concerns that they keep telling me about. Because it's a struggle. They feel like they're handcuffed to be able to require to do certain things. But I mean, I know it's a conditional use on the residential infill district, but people come in with these large projects, and it's very, very difficult to manipulate the project in a way that gives the residents in the area the green space that they want. Do you all have any other comments?
Yeah. How come we chose 300? Why not 200?
So 300 feet, we were looking at different zoning codes in the area. We looked at Miami 21. They have a 300-foot length maximum for some of their districts in their area. We studied a lot of the approved buildings, and they range between, I think it was 200 and some change to 300 feet. That's kind of like the range, except for the Madera one, which is substantially longer. So that's more or less where the 300 feet came from. 200 feet, like we mentioned, is very restrictive because if you have to provide 20,000 square feet for actually having a building to be built on a site, you're limited to 10-foot setback on either side. So you're really limiting as far as the different building typologies, different types of buildings you can have in this area. So you would only have the same massing throughout the whole entire area. If you have 300 feet, you can play with the architecture a little more and play with the massing and have a little more, variety in the area.
So you feel 200 would be too small?
Just because not 200 feet is too small. It's just the fact that if you have to provide 4 platted lots in the area anyway, you can't get any smaller than 180 or 150. I mean, that's the minimum you have to be able to even apply and be able to qualify for the area. So you're really limiting as far as maybe as far as development rights go, but you're also limiting this fact as the building type you can actually produce on that property. Now, if the minimum lot size was removed or if it was minimized, then you could have more flexibility as far as the massing architecture goes. But right now, since the minimum is 20,000 square feet, substantial, 200-foot building frontage is very limiting as far as the variety you can create.
I think Commissioner, it would help as far as the articulation in the buildings, different heights. And I think from an architecture perspective, it gives the architects a lot more flexibility to design better buildings in the area.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
How many public comment do we have?
Just one.
Can we listen to the public comment?
Okay, Maria Cruz.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have 2 concerns. Number one, I know that it says it's only in this area. But if this is such a good idea, why don't we do it everywhere? Limit the size of the buildings, the length of the buildings, anywhere. Because, it seems like we're picking and choosing areas. If we agree that this is a good idea, then that should be the size of the length of any building in the city of Coral Gables, period, the end. Now, that was the first concern. The second concern is, do we have, because I know people have been buying property with the hope of building, do we know as a fact that there's nobody who has already bought property that thought he could build bigger than this, and now we're going to be told by the legal department that, you can affect that because, there's the right. They already have the property. You're changing the rule after they bought it. Isn't that where Bert Harris comes in?
Can we address it after she's done with the second question? Anything else?
I asked the question.
Was that it?
Sir, could you please? She was ready to answer my question. I stopped.
Well, what I would like to do, if possible, if I'm allowed to run the meeting, is you can give your question, your statement, and then I'll allow her to answer so we can get through the meeting as effectively and efficiently as possible.
Let me just make a side comment.
Of course.
I just got a comment from Jessica Keller that her questions were never properly answered. I want to make sure that my questions are properly answered. Okay? That's the whole thing. I made 2 comments. One was a question. She was ready to answer it. I don't know why it had to be interrupted, but that's okay. You're running the show. We don't have parliamentarian.
So Mayor, I am not aware of, who owns property or who has assembled any sites. I don't know if staff is. When you do impose a restriction, there is always there's always a risk that someone could challenge it. In this case, it seems like we have a good basis for this regulation, based on the 300 feet. This is only in this area in the RIR. And so, again, is there a risk of a legal challenge? Anybody can always sue. But with the 300 feet, the risk is obviously less than if we were to go down to the 200 feet.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do you have anybody else that'd like to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Is there anything else from the commission? Anything else to add to what's
I haven't had an opportunity to comment yet.
Perfect. Please take advantage of it.
Was there any conversation about maybe doing 250 instead of 200 or 300? I didn't see any in the last planning and zoning board meeting. I don't know if there was any prior to that.
No, I think the only number that kind of came out was 200 feet, not the 250.
Okay. Would you see any adverse effect to doing 250 versus 300? Would the same issues as the 200
No,
apply?
I mean, you're just limited as far as the design capacity you can have on any project. That's all.
Okay.
You're not able to articulate or mass the building differently from project to project. So you're going to have a neighborhood of, if it gets built out, as I guess envisioned by the former commission, we're going to have a neighborhood of very similar building types and massing.
Most of the blocks in that area are how wide?
How long are the blocks
Yeah.
in the area? I think it was about 600 feet.
Okay, so this would basically split it into two.
Right.
Got it. There's another question now, I can't remember.
Okay. Anyone else?
No. I just don't,
Madam Vice Mayor?
I just don't want any sugar cubes in our in our city. So I went with the recommendation. I listened to the entire meeting, and the majority, only one person voted against. I think the Planning and Zoning Board thoroughly went through this, and it was their idea, so I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right. Moving on to the next item, E3. Thank you for being so patient.
E3 is a resolution of the City Commission granting conditional use approval pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-203, conditional uses for a school on the property zoned as mixed use, one located at 141 Grand Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so I'm going to ask the clerk to please swear in any individuals who will be providing testimony today.
Okay. Those who will be appearing before this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Mayor. I'll try to be brief, but also address all your questions. I know I'm in between you and lunch. So for the record, Edward Baker, 1450 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33131. Joined today by the applicant's representative, Joe Lindsay. We're before you today for a conditional use application to establish a private school at 141 Grand Avenue. It's right at the northeast intersection of Grand Avenue and Jefferson Street. This is to establish a school by the name of Primer Micro Schools. As the name implies, they're micro schools in size, smaller than a typical school. This specific location will have a maximum of 35 students, operating between the hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. with an hour drop-off window in the morning, hour pickup in the afternoon. Grades 3 through 8. And again, this is going to be a private school. With respect to the building as it stands now, it's a two-story building. Previously was an office, been vacant for quite a while. has a mezzanine on the second floor that'll be exclusively used for storage and for the teachers and staff. No students will be going up there. All the teaching and classrooms will be on the ground floor. There'll be 2 classrooms. In connection with establishing the classrooms, will be very minor interior modifications. Really, the majority of the work at the site is going to be on the exterior, involving parking, safety, traffic mitigation issues. So the first, by code, they're required to install a 6-foot buffer between the residential and the commercial. That'll be on the rear of the property. Some landscaping added to the front and rear. And then for the traffic and parking issues, the rear parking lot, are we able to pull up the presentation? Oh, there we go, great. So the rear parking lot will be reconfigured to add a roundabout. This is the site here, as you see. I'm sure you're all familiar, just northeast of Carver Middle and Elementary. The existing building. This is the rear parking lot, which will be reconfigured. It currently has 4 parking spaces. And then let me show you. Here is the proposed modification. So we'll be adding a little roundabout. This is going to allow for a car to be able to queue off of Jefferson Street and have the 3 parking and the handicap space available there for pickup and drop off. Parents can park. And then there'll be sufficient room for a car even to queue, exiting Jefferson in the event that there's any traffic and whatnot. So that's the main reconfiguration on the site. We'll also be adding a crosswalk on the north, running from the northeast corner of Grand and Jefferson to the southeast corner. And then also extending the school zone that currently exists on Grand Ave further east. We're going to have pavement markings, of course, and signage. We work with the county on the conditions of expanding that school zone, so that'll be done before the school opens. Finally, in connection with our conversations with the Homeowners Association, with the conditions and suggestions that were provided by the Planning and Zoning Board, we're also going to be at our sole cost and expense providing traffic calming measures in the neighborhood north of us, which is the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association. So we'll be adding some traffic calming measures on Fro, Oak, and Florida Avenue. So those are the modifications. Now a little bit about the traffic and parking. This is a quick slide about the landscaping plan. As you see, some additions to the swale along the rear turnaround and along the east side of the property. So we worked for a very long time with the city and the county to figure out a way to mitigate traffic, parking issues on Jefferson, on Grand, and we looked at several options. The options involved entering into agreements with neighboring property owners so that we could utilize their parking to really offset and make sure we got as many cars off of Grand Avenue as possible. So we had looked at some sites to the south. We all agreed that those weren't really great options. We wanted to try to lessen the travel across any thoroughfare as much as possible. So we picked this site that is labeled as offsite A to the west, and then the site to the east, offsite B. And it was agreed that given that offsite A, any parents or students would have to cross over Jefferson, let's leave that as employee and teacher parking. So that's what it will be. So we'll have the rear parking of the school site and the parking at offsite B for parents and students. The parents will park their car, drop the student off. In the case of offsite B, walk the student to the school, come back, get their car. So in addition to having these alternative sites, we're also going to have a staggered drop-off and pickup schedule. Every parent will be allocated 10 minutes. We'll try to enforce that by fines if necessary. Very small school, very familial, collegial atmosphere. Parents and teachers are very well connected. We don't foresee any issues with enforcing this staggered schedule. We'll also be encouraging carpooling. And then finally, as a mitigation solution, we're going to have a police officer at the corner of Grand and Jefferson to ensure that things are flowing correctly. One last thing to touch on, the community feedback. Prior to submitting our application, we met with the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association, told them about the project, wanted them to know that we were coming to their neighborhood. There was general consensus and support for it. We also then had the required community meeting ahead of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, had decent attendance, and again, people were rather in support. Obvious issues and concerns with traffic and queuing, but we feel confident, along with the solutions we came up with the county and with your Public Works Department, that we will try to mitigate those as much as possible. And then finally, is that the last one? I was just going to show you another image of the roundabout, but just to note again, there's 3 spaces in the rear of the school site along with the roundabout. So you have potentially 5 cars in the rear that would be getting off at any given 10-minute period, and none of the staggered windows have up to that amount. So we feel confident, given our traffic studies and everything, it'll be mitigated appropriately. And finally, this comes before you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. Hope you have your support as well. And also, if I could just reserve a couple minutes for rebuttal if necessary. Happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Staff? Director?
Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. May I have the PowerPoint, please? Perfect. So this is a conditional use request, because any school in our city is a conditional use request. It comes before the City Commission. So location, as we said, is on Grand Avenue at the corner of Jefferson and Grand. Here's an aerial. It shows the area. The Grand is on the south side, and it's on the east side of Jefferson. The future land use is commercial low-rise, and the zoning is MX1. This is an image of the site plan. So they have this staggered drop-off and pickup in the rear of the building off of Jefferson. They're proposing to have a roundabout situation to be able to have kids be dropped off and picked up on that in the rear of the building. They're proposing to have a new crosswalk. The crosswalk, I believe, was existing, but it's faded and not existent right now. So they're going to be repainting that with the county. They're using an existing building, which is 2 stories right now, and the school entrance will be the pedestrian school entrance will be off of Grand. So you recognize this map. The off-site A, which is the side to the west of the school site, that will be reserved just for faculty and staff parking only. The school site, the parking area, vehicular area in the rear, will just be for pickup and drop-off. And then off-site area B, which is to the east of the property, will just be for pickup and drop-off. So this was reviewed by DRC in April. There was some back and forth with Public Works as far as the site plan and making sure that we can feel comfortable with the logistics of this school being located across the street from another school. They went to a neighborhood meeting in August of this year, planning and zoning last month in October, and here we are for City Commission. So they sent letters to the property owners within 1,000 feet and 500 feet outside of the city boundary as required by our code, and that was sent 3 times. The property was posted twice, the website was posted 3 times, and the neighborhood advertisement twice. So staff recommends approval as it's consistent with the comp plan and it satisfies all the standards of our zoning code. And those conditions are outlined in your draft resolution, but I'll go through them right now. The cap of students is 35 students, and it's grades 3rd through 8th grade, operating between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., not any later. Drop-off is between 7 and 8 a.m. Pickup is between 3 and 4. On-site is only, the particular area on-site is for pickup and drop-off only. The off-site area, which is the area to the east, is for pickup and drop-off as well. Off-site area A, which is to the west, is limited to just faculty and employee parking. They'll be paying for a police officer for the first 6 months of the first school year. That was increased from 3 months to 6 months for the first year by our Planning and Zoning Board. They felt very strongly that the first year we need to have more time for parents and staff to be able to get used to the very strict pickup and drop-off timing. So they increased it to 6 months for the first year. And after that 6 month or 3 months thereafter, they are allowed to petition the city, both Public Works and the police department, to, I guess, petition that their parents and everybody who's dropping off are able to comply with the way that they've set up as far as their timing and locations to pick up and drop off, make sure everything is working correctly. So they also, Public Works Planning and Zoning Board also recommended that the applicant look at traffic calming in the area. After the meeting, we worked with Public Works and collaborate with them to identify 3 already warranted traffic speed tables in the area, and that's on Oak, Florida, and Fro, I believe. So that applicant's willing to pay for those as well. The off-site agreements for the off-site A and off-site B will be renewed annually or as their agreement is dictated, but they had to supply that every year when they renew their certificate of use with the city. And also the installation of the crosswalk on the south side, south of their property on Grant. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very happy to hear about the traffic calming requirements, because with that traffic coming off of US 1, this area has been plagued for a very long time, and I don't know where it otherwise would hit in our sequencing from north to south on traffic calming, but with the number of schools here and the narrow streets, the speed that people come off of US 1 there is just unbelievable. So I'm very happy with this. This is a small school, micro school. That storefront has been vacant for some time. I've walked by it kind of frequently. Commissioner Menendez, you might have found your wife there working on that garden behind this area for some time. It's a nice, very nice neighborhood, and I'm glad it's now coming back to life. Yep. So I'm thrilled that this is coming forward.
I know that there are concerns from the community around there, and I know Mr. Prime is here. I don't know if Mr. Prime wanted to speak so that we can have a conversation about some of the concerns that the Lola B. Walker Foundation had.
I'll ask for public comment. Let's finish with the commission.
This is not public comment. I'm asking him to come up so I can answer the questions. Because I'm allowed as a commissioner to ask questions of anybody in this room. Mr. Prime, would you mind coming up so that I can ask you a couple of questions, please? I have the floor.
So, Commissioner, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding.
He's sworn.
He was sworn in?
He was sworn
Just
in.
making sure.
Mr. Prime, 2 quick questions. Were you sworn in? Okay. Did you also fill out a speaker card? Okay, so can you do me a favor? Will you fill out a speaker card? It's just customary to do for everybody that does it.
But you can fill it out afterwards.
It's not impeding anybody from speaking. It's just a process so that everybody follows the rules. That's it.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess so he can fill out this card then.
You can fill it out.
I need to ask Mr. Prime questions. You are refusing me the opportunity as a member of this commission to ask questions of a gentleman from the public who speaks for this community.
Question for the city attorney.
He was told he could fill it out afterwards.
No one even said for him to fill it out now. I don't understand why. No, I did not.
When we talk over each other, you can't hear. I heard because my left ear is better. Maybe.
It's very simple. You don't have to be so adversarial. All I'm saying is, like I do to everybody, please just let the meeting run through the mayor. I've been friends with Mr. Prime for years. We've walked this neighborhood 1,000 times. We have a great relationship. I want Mr. Prime to speak 10 times over. It's just, I don't have an issue with him speaking before or after he fills out the card. It's just a simple process that we're having everybody do. It's a simple process, the way the commission. No one is trying to stop you from speaking. Please, Mr. Prime, take all the time that you need.
Yet I've been interrupted the last two items. You took public comment in the middle of my time to speak, and the previous one, you changed the item altogether. So yes, you are trying to stop me from speaking this meeting.
Commissioner.
I asked if the gentleman who had to leave be heard out of turn. There will be times when you have somebody that needs to come and speak out of turn. This happens in courtrooms all the time.
So I have a question for the city attorney. Sorry, Mr. Prime, this is much more entertaining. So when it's public comment, resident or someone comes up and expresses their views or gives a comment. But when an elected official wants to ask questions of an individual in the audience, that's not necessary. It doesn't fall into the public comments section. It's a separate category, I would think, because we're asking questions.
Certainly, but so since this is quasi-judicial, it's a little bit different. Typically, we do have an order for the quasi-judicial hearings, and typically we have the presentations, and then we hear from members of the public or anyone else who wants to speak. But of course, it's up to the commission. If you all want to take, have Mr. Prime speak, you can do so.
Yeah, but like I said, Commissioner Fernandez had specific questions to ask Mr. Prime, who's amazing. He's been here the whole day, and I apologize for extending it. Is there a difference between a commissioner asking for someone to go to the podium so that commissioner can ask a question as opposed to someone filling out a card, going up and commenting? Is there a difference?
I would say there's a difference, certainly, and it sounds like you all have, I think, a kind of now agreed that he can answer those questions. So,
Look, Commissioner, my intent is a very simple one, and that is to maintain order during the meeting and make sure that we are all talking through the mayor, which is very simple, trying to apply Robert's rules in the commission meeting to the best of my ability. I don't understand. We have a great meeting. Everyone is given all the time they need to speak. You have some sort of issue. I don't know what that is, and I would love to help you with it. Mr. Prime has never had an issue here, never had an issue with it of coming here and speaking. He can attest to that very clearly, and he can speak now as long as he needs. But all I ask is that we please do it through the mayor.
All right, and this is the only time that you ever speak to me. In fact, when you got here, you sat in that chair and I said, "Good morning, Mr. Mayor," and the vice mayor was watching, and you turned around. You do not give any respect to your colleagues up here, and that is a problem you have. And I am willing to sit down with you to work it out. But let's move on, Mr. Prime. I do have a couple of questions for you.
You addressed me. Let's focus on the business at hand.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
But you're not. You're addressing me and some sort of insecurity that you have.
You have an insecurity.
No, you do. You have an insecurity. So my point is,
I didn't see anything. By the way.
my point is that
was
we're
busy.
here to address an issue of these individuals who I said have been here all day. And Mr. Prime, you've been asked to come up. When you finish, as always, please fill out the speaker card. I appreciate that, my friend, just for the record. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Prime, I wanted to know what the concerns were of the community. I know that they spoke about 3 traffic calming measures. I'll be asking staff about those later. But what are the concerns the community has, and what does the community see as the benefits of this project?
Hey, Carl Prime, 141 Florida Avenue. In the presentation that was just given, many of the conditions and items that we had addressed, it's gone through the planning, zoning board, all of them, and it's all been addressed, and it seems as if it's been placed on the record. Our main concern, as it always is traffic, and the addition of any extra traffic and those who decide to cut through. They've assured us that they will lobby on our behalf, especially with the county as far as getting necessary traffic calming. They've gone out of their way to make sure that, the parking can be addressed as far as drop off and whatever. However, in theory, that looks great. It works great. It's going to be a Charlie Foxtrot regardless. So it's nothing that we can just try to do the best we can with it. We're not stopping progress. The thing is that we want to make sure that the impact on the neighborhood is as small as possible. I walked that area quite a bit, and as members of the commission know, and that I take a lot of pictures, I take a lot of video. I've shown you what can develop and what has developed. For the most part, we believe that they'll be a good neighbor. It's adding traffic, it's adding extra cars. But that's part of progress. However, we can do whatever we can to slow it down. And so the main thing is that we've been asking for four-way stops. We know, and we know the bureaucratic process that goes with that. But overall, we believe that they're going to be good neighbors, and that they've prioritized having parts of our community and our children to be able to attend that school. And as far as I can tell, they plan on being good neighbors. You know, I believe they'll assist us with our programming at the community center and with the other items that come up in the neighborhood. So overall, yeah, unlike most of the other projects, they've actually taken the time to come by, speak with us, and see what the concerns are.
Thanks. Question thank you, Mr. Prime. Question for staff. Did this go before the School Community Relations Committee?
I should have a question for you.
I reached out to Naomi or Solange, I think, who's the staff for that. I'm not sure when
Yes, both of
or
them, I
what
think.
time. I can check with them and get back with you.
Okay, because I would like to hear what the concerns were by the School Community Relations Committee. This area has come up numerous times. The chief knows, because I think we brought the chief in regarding traffic and this particular block to the SCRC more than any other issue, especially beginning of the school year. It is a nightmare. Parents dropping children off in the middle of the street, children crossing the street. I have serious concerns with traffic in this area already. I'd like to hear from you, Chief, on what your thoughts are on this.
We did raise several concerns about what it is on the trial basis of having the off-duty officer, according to my staff that were in attendance at these meetings. We do have a concern, and it's not just us, because we also have the school board police, and then we have a dual jurisdiction of the other two schools, Carver and Washington, where we have to kind of manage that whole intersection. You're right, commissioners. Our biggest traffic problem on drop-offs is just some of the unsafe ways that some of the parents drop off and go. And I've seen it myself where they're not using the crosswalks. They're not using what we have installed as the city has asked for safety before. We did add an additional crosswalk farther down for those two, which is closer to this process. So we've documented our concerns on this project, and with moving forward, we would obviously look to see if it will work almost as a pilot program, because it's going to add, even 35 students with a staff is going to add to the congestion in the area. Right now, the old Wawa parking lot is now just walled off. That was used previously, so, you know, we're cautiously looking at it, but this is not a panacea of drop-offs, I want to put it that way. So, but we were involved in some of the stages. I myself haven't seen the proposal from the traffic people, but in talking with my staff, they have been involved in some of those meetings and voiced their concerns.
Okay. I mean, I have a big concern with the drop-off being on a residential street and not being on Grand, because you're basically taking those 35 cars that are dropping students off and putting them into the neighborhoods that are already struggling with traffic. And I've been there with Mr. Prime on a Saturday, and we've had major traffic cutting through their streets. I can only imagine in the mornings. How did the plan come about to have the drop off on the residential side of the street? Was that from the applicants, or was that a staff recommendation?
Anyone?
Ms. Garcia? The drop off on Jefferson, was that a staff recommendation, or was that an applicant
Supposed
request?
to be on ground?
Correct.
Staff, yes. Part of Public Works as well as with parking, yes.
And what was the thought
The
of?
concern was the stacking and the congestion on ground, being across the street from the other school.
Okay, but I still think we're going to see the stacking there, because it's not much of, you probably have one car length between the entrance of that driveway to Grand Avenue, if you're not blocking the crosswalk.
I think what we're missing here is the issues that the promises that were made by the applicants in regards to having the parents stacked every 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that's feasible, period. Okay. I've been walking this neighborhood with Mr. Prime for years, and before Mr. Prime, a litany of residents that live there. It's not a feasible scenario what's being proposed. You're talking about 4 cars with a roundabout in the back. You have a 4-way stop north of you.
Yep.
And then you have Grant. What you need to do is somehow, some way acquire the back parcel of land, which is an empty lot, and transform it into something which can provide the stacking that you need to get people off the main street.
Yeah. So
The way you're putting it right now, let's do the numbers. You have 38 students. You're talking about you're going to be dropping everybody off every 10 minutes. There's 60 minutes in a minute, in an hour, correct?
Correct.
So you're talking about 6 families per hour?
Split between 2 locations. That was
I
critical.
know, but let's be
Yeah,
honest.
so-
It's tough because you're talking about you have almost 40 students.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about if you have 2 locations, 20. You're talking about to get everybody there, it's going to take you almost 3 hours. Are you going to stagger everybody for 3 hours to come to school between 8 and let's say 11 o'clock?
No, we're not. I mean, so the 2 critical things here, though, just to be clear. One is we're splitting the pickup and drop off between 2 locations on the same pedestrian island. So students are not having to cross the street to get to school, regardless of which location they're being dropped off at. And then the second is our proposed modifications to the back lot, which would allow for up to 4 cars, 5 if you include the ADA spot, to be in the lot at the same time.
Are you the owner of the school or are you applying for the lease of the property? Are you the owner of the property?
No, we're not. We're leasing.
Okay. Because one of the things that I've talked to Mr. Prime and the chief and the manager on many occasions is you have a little bit of a homeless issue on the
definitely,
property.
yeah.
And both in the rear and the front. And that's something that we've addressed on multiple occasions, but it continues to be a problem. So you have to shore up that property if that's the case.
Partially because it's been a vacant lot for such a long time.
I'm going to be upfront. I'm going to be upfront and tell you I'm a no vote. Okay, on the very simple fact that I know that entire block like the back of my hand. Okay, because I worked on St. Mary's Baptist Church, to renovate that church. I've walked that neighborhood with all the residents. I worked on trying to get that project completed. We did get the community center completed. So I know every single property member there, every single corner, and every single issue that's going on there. And in my opinion, there's no feasible way that you can meet the requirements. I know what's going to happen. You're going to build it, and it's going to be gridlock. Because as people are coming off to go into the parking, there's no way, even with a queuing section of a half a circle, there's not enough space for you to meet people. And if you're telling me you're going to have everybody coming in every 10 minutes, let's be honest with ourselves. People are 10 minutes late, 10 minutes early. It's going to be very difficult. You're going to try to do the best that you can. I just don't think you can meet even what you're planning on doing. It's a tough corner. That's why the property's been for sale for such a long time. People have looked at it. And the way the building is built, it's a very, very thin building, and the rear parking, there's, to get in and out of that, there's only one way in and one way out. It's not like you can, come in through the side street and come out through Grand. There's no way. So it's a tough parking lot. It's a tough parking scenario. So I'm just giving you a heads up that I just don't see it working unless you're able to, for example, work with the neighborhood and try to get the rear lot, which is just green space. And it has, I think, some fruit trees in there, but maybe you could work something out where you can obviously save the trees, which I don't think there's any major trees except for one big one, which is a fruit tree, a nipple tree, from what I remember. And you could do something there that could benefit you in your stacking and your parking scenario, which will alleviate your proposal. I've done a lot of parking structures for schools. It just doesn't work, in my opinion.
So if I may chime in, so we're talking about 17 cars over a 1 hour period at each location, right? We work with county traffic experts, county staff, City of Coral Gables traffic staff, traffic engineers, and all of them have agreed that this plan is palatable and possible.
I understand.
You need to rely on the experts, right?
But I'll respond to you, and I think, and out of respect, that area is very tight. The streets are very tight there. They are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cut-through traffic as people are cutting across US 1 to try to come on to Grand Avenue to go to the Grove for work and vice versa. And then you have the school there that makes it even more difficult. It's a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck, so a lot of people are cutting through this neighborhood. I don't want to put more stress on the neighborhood, even though I think we need more schools. As you can see, there's a big need for it. I just think that we need to find an opportunity to potentially see if we can get the adjacent lot so you can have a little bit more flexibility. Because I think you're going to put a lot of stress on the community that is already under a significant amount of stress due to the cut-through traffic. And if you look at this, just look at the streets. Look how tight and narrow those streets are. And I just find it hard. I find it hard to fathom that you're going to be able to accomplish a goal. Even I know you're trying to do it to the best of your ability. It's just going to be very difficult due to, the circumstances that you're facing. So,
I mean, we have the support of the property owners immediately adjacent to our property. People understand that with progress, with having a building that's been unoccupied for however many years it's been unoccupied, probably over 2 years, that was a architecture firm that had, I think, 10 or 15 people working there. And where did their cars go, right? They left. So we're not adding a new net number of, 35 new trips, right? That is an establishment that will come in. Another architecture firm could go in there, have 15 to 20 employees, and now you have 15 to 20 cars that need to park in that neighborhood. And that's an as-of-right use. We're trying to bring a school with 17 cars per hour in the rear of a parking lot that is only going to be there for a 1 hour period in the morning and a 1 hour period in the afternoon, bringing in a community, serving students in the community, underprivileged children, people that do not excel at a Carver or another large public school that need the individual attention, that are able to take advantage of the state credit programs to lessen their costs, to have a private school experience. They can't afford to go to Gulliver or Ransom Everglades. This is, an obtainable option for people in the Grand Avenue corridor with a very minimal impact on the traffic.
I don't think anybody's questioning, the goal of the school. I mean, it's great. The problem is the location and the time. If you tell me your drop-off is at 10 a.m. and your pickup is at 4 p.m., then we don't have that big of an impact on traffic. But your drop-off and pickup are at the exact same times as one of the largest schools in the district right across the street. 2 schools, really, because you have Carver Elementary and Carver Middle School. I mean, and again, for me, it's not even just that. Now you're doing drop-off on the residential streets. And I disagree. I don't think you should try to buy another lot closer to the residents. I think we should not continue to infringe on residential areas whatsoever.
Well, it's off street, right? We're not going into, I understand cars will be leaving the premises, but those cars, cars leave Grand Avenue all the time to not have to go into Carver, or cross US 1 there if they're going north on US 1. The pickup and drop off on the school site is completely on the school property.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you an example? Sure. Just to, what I think is important for you, just to kind of visualize, at least if you want to understand a little bit of, I think, what we're saying as a commission, so you get to understand. Have you seen Santa Teresita, St. Teresa's school?
Yeah, I live right next to it.
Stacking is horrific. And it's everywhere. It's absolute gridlock.
How many students do they have?
No, but I'm just giving you an example.
I know, but we're talking about scale here, right?
But I'm giving you an example. I get caught in it all the time, and it's just boxes you in.
I appreciate it.
But you're talking about a street which Grand is even more high traffic, especially during, like what the commissioner said, during school hours. And then you have a neighborhood right adjacent to it that is across literally from US 1. To me, I just don't see it working. I don't see it working, and I think you would exacerbate the impacts and the pressures already facing the neighborhood, especially with what's forthcoming on the empty lot, with hopefully something eventually gets done there. So I don't see how you're gonna be able to maintain control of the stacking and maintain the control of the drop off. It becomes an issue.
Is it the scale of the school? If it was 20 students, then you'd feel comfortable?
Listen, I just think that the location of the property, the location of the property is a concern. You can maybe look at the adjacent location, maybe there's other properties in the area there that, again, wouldn't be, right in dead center of the neighborhood. If you look at the property, how many square feet is that property? It's not
About
the lot.
2,000 inside.
Yeah, it's 2,000. It's a very tight building. It's a very small building. And they did it that way to try to fit parking to be able to get in and out because of the location. It's just a tight site. And I understand what you're trying to do. And I welcome the school and I welcome more opportunities for people in the community on all fronts. But I just don't want to put something, I don't want to put more burden on the community and then have an issue where later, Mr. Prime's going to call me and say, hey, Vince, let's walk the site for a 30th time. And the county won't give me a stop sign, four-way stop, which you've been trying to get for years, but now you've just exacerbated the situation by dropping the school and approving the school here. So there's really a lack of flow there. US 1 surrounds the property. You have Grand. There's really no way out of there except for going through the neighborhood or having to go all the way to 37th Avenue and make a left.
And realistically, I understand the 10-minute interval to arrive. Try to plan 10 minutes at 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning. You're never going to get there at the same time every day because traffic is unpredictable. So you're going to be then finding parents who showed up 10 minutes late, not because of their own doing. They probably left their house at the same time, but now it's causing a stacking issue. It's like the mayor said, it's location. It's really the location. 35 students, 20 students, you're still going to have a major impact on the residents in those streets. And those streets are narrow streets. We're not talking about large streets. Every little car that goes by there causes an impact. Whether in the morning, the afternoons, it's going to cause a major impact in that community. And I applaud you for what you're trying to do, but I just think it's the wrong location.
Commissioner? Go ahead, Commissioner Castro.
I think there's something we need to keep in consideration, and it's that it's 17 kids, and let's pretend it's not a school. What else is going to come if it's not a school? How many more people is there going to be? We're really comparing. Here, at least, we have guaranteed it's 17 in each location. We're talking about this school like it's a massive school. It's not.
Right.
Are
like
there
a tutoring
siblings?
school.
Are people carpooling? Those are also things we need to keep in consideration. Maybe it's not 17.
So I'm going to add to your conversation, and this was a conversation that was had around, I think it's the school down south. Name is evading me right now.
Trinity?
Huh?
Palmer Trinity? Are you saying South Gables?
One of the ones in South Gables. What they did is they had a remote drop-off area, and the kids were bussed in a van. So to avoid this problem. And I'm going to add to the conversation a little bit because the mayor was talking about the lot behind. That's a residential lot.
Yep.
So it's not even commercial. So that would be, a greater impact on a residential community to now turn it into commercial. And it's a well-loved lot by the neighborhood right now because of what's in it.
Yeah.
If you haven't visited, you should go take a visit. The Garden Club has done a fabulous job of connecting with the community on some projects there. So, I do share concerns, but I think there are solutions that you can work with a remote site so that you're bringing in one van full of kids or two vans full of kids. So you're bringing in 2 or 3 vehicles as opposed to, 38, was it, or 37? I don't know. Somewhere in there.
37 total, 35 students and 2 teachers.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
No. I have no comments, so when you're ready to vote, I'm ready to vote.
No, my point is, I think the Vice Mayor makes a very good point. What have you thought about potentially, again, there's a lot across the street on the other side of Grant.
Of course, we've considered all.
No, there's an empty, I'm just saying, again, I imagine you've considered everything.
Right,
There's
the
an
traffic
empty
and
lot.
the safety is the biggest issue, right? That was what the county cared about. We want to mitigate as much as possible kids crossing any thoroughfare.
And the reason
be
why I
it
mentioned-
Grand or Jefferson or how little or how untrafficked of a street it is, whatever we could do. So we kept it on the north side of Grand. They also were not interested, the county, in having children bust in. They wanted, if we were going to do it, it would be somewhere where the teachers, the parents would be hand delivering their children, right? We're talking about 3rd to 8th grade. They have off-site reserved parking locations where they park their car, get the car out, like I'm sure many of you have done with your child, walk them into the classroom. They specifically did not want students bussed in, if I'm not mistaken.
The name of the school is Gulliver.
Oh, I've
So,
heard of it.
so if the parents from Gulliver can have their kids brought in vans or a small bus, why can't this school?
I mean, those ultimately the agreement that we came to with the county traffic. I would also just add to the discussion.
Well, like Gulliver stacking in the academy, and I went to Gulliver.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. So it can either be Santa
But
Teresita, it can be Gulliver, it can be
we're
any other
talking about
school you want.
schools that
It's a
are
nightmare of
2,000% larger than this school. We're talking about 37 students. I just go back to Commissioner Castro's point. If this is not a school, it can still be a commercial use. I don't know the exact number of their fire certificate, but I guarantee you it's over 30 or 40 people. And you then have 30 or 40 people with single vehicles. This is as of right. You're going to be having 30 to 40 more cars parking on your streets at any given moment of the day versus having 17 parents, less than, with carpooling, brothers and sisters, 17 at each off-site location with the one in the rear, utilizing over a 1 hour period. That's no more than 4 cars every 10 minutes. And let me finish with the point Commissioner Fernandez made on the staggering schedule. We are targeting students in a 10 to 15 minute radius of the school. So I personally know I take my son to school. My school is about 10 minutes away. And when I leave the house every morning at the same time, I get there within 5 to 10 minutes of the time, same time every day. Because you plan your schedule, you create a routine, traffic ebbs and flows, 5 to 10 minutes here or there, but when you're driving less than 2 or 3 miles in a neighborhood, right? We're not driving in Brickell, we're not driving on Miracle Mile, we're driving through a neighborhood. Kids in Coconut Grove, kids in the west side of US 1 and the Gables. Those are going to be our students. It's very easy to predict your travel patterns and to understand that you can efficiently make it to a school within a 10-minute window. It's proven. So there's of course variables, but you can only work within the framework of what you can do, right? And when you want to add a school, there's traffic and parking issues, so you work through them, and these are the results of those discussions with all of your expert staff and the county expert staff.
Madam Director, may I ask you a quick question? The applicant stated, the representative for the applicant stated that if it wasn't a school, there could be 30 to 40 people in that facility. Where would they park?
In the rear.
You can't fit 30, 40 parking spaces in the rear?
I mean, it depends on the square footage of the area.
No,
So if it's an office use, for example, if you wanted 300 square
2,000
feet,
square feet.
it'd be, 300 divided, sorry,
Seven.
2,000.
7 parking spaces.
Right, yes.
Yeah, they don't meet it. There's no way.
But then they could always park on the street, find other parking, which actually would cause more congestion.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm answering the gentleman's question that you could have 30 to 40 people working in a 2,000 square foot office or facility, let's put it that way, whatever that may be. It's just there's no way to park it there anyways, even if you look at it. You can't have 30, 40 people in that facility and then expect to park it on site or even off site. It's just way too many. The only parking spaces that I'm aware of that's metered parking is across the street next to the school, which is, I think there may be, again, I don't want to speculate, but 8 parking spaces. You got to go all the way to 37th Avenue and Grant to start getting actually meters in that area, if I'm correct. But I don't have any further comments in regards to the issue unless my colleagues have anything else they'd like to say.
I'm ready to vote.
I think it's just, having sat in the school committee relations committee for years, knowing the issues in that neighborhood with traffic and parking in the mornings and the afternoons, in good conscience, I would not be able to vote in favor of this.
So let me ask a question, Commissioner. If the applicant is willing. So Commissioner Fernandez is absolutely correct. We have a nightmare of pickup and drop off. Are you willing within that 6-month period of the study, if he's correct, to bus the kids in? a remote drop-off area that's feasible to use and bus the kids in safely.
If Public Works and County Transportation agreed to it, and we could find a suitable location, I mean, we're not going to drive them from, Brickell, right? It needs to be within a reasonable distance of the school to make it feasible.
Well, the parents can drop off at a remote location.
Right. I understand.
Okay,
I'm just
so-
saying the location, right, needs to be in and around the school. It needs to be a commercial use. It can't be, we've looked at parking, we've looked at vacant lots, right? You can't just use any vacant lot. You need to adhere to the zoning code. And that restricts a lot of the sites in and around Grand Avenue because a lot of them are residential. We looked at sites north of the school so we could park within the community. There was a huge lot that would have allowed, 10 cars off site or off street and walking less than a quarter of a mile to the school. And that wasn't feasible for safety and zoning purposes. But I think if we could find a site that was realistic, it would definitely be something we would entertain.
Vice Mayor, I have a suggestion.
Right.
Can we get an update in 6 months? Based on 6 months, depending on what we get, then we set a course going forward. I think we're going to need an update anyways, because I think the staff would have to give us an update as to, and obviously Mr. Prime and the neighborhood, how it's playing out. And if there's an issue, then I think we need to come up with a solution then. But I think, let's give it a try.
I think what you're asking for, if I may, is, Madam City Attorney, under, for example, not Gable Station, but I apologize, where Thesis is. Paseo, that has I think it was a 3 and a 5 year requirement for a traffic study to be conducted, to review the impacts, and if there are impacts on the site, the applicant is required to mitigate the additional traffic through traffic calming. Again, there's an accountability there
So,
required
Mayor,
by the city, required by the city and also by the applicant. If that's what
Something
Commissioner Menendez is
basic.
talking about.
That way, if adjustments need to be made, we can have that discussion.
But if the adjustments aren't possible, I'd prefer to send them back to go get the approvals first.
And I think that's going to be the biggest concern because they have to get the approval from the county. Chief, what are your thoughts on that option?
I heard 3. Which option are we talking about?
All 3, I guess.
The one that sounds best.
Depends on one's perspective.
Commissioner Menendez's option.
This is Commissioner Menendez's option. Look, I look at it in the totality. Our job is to look at it in the totality, not just at this project. This project may work on paper. My people have expressed through the Zoom calls and the meetings, when we take in the totality of the traffic in the area, it's a problem. I don't want to agree to anything that I can't enforce. And again, I know the drop-off, if I look at this situation, is fine. And it would work, 17 cars, whatever it may be. Until they stack up in a neighborhood, and then I have to enforce, or my people have to enforce, telling people that are waiting to get into the drop-off area, you can't move. That causes a safety issue, as we see on Red Road every day, when we're trying to get in and out of Gulliver. There are 4 off-duty officers that work at our request at Lord's and Epiphany. Thank you.
So don't forget Starbucks on US 1.
Starbucks on US 1, because we have part of that. They have to have an officer. So we have to look at this more. I know, and talking to my people, we had concerns, but I've got to look at the totality of it because Mr. Prime knows that on a regular basis, the intrusion into the neighborhood, not because of this project, but other projects, is something that is manpower intensive from the police department, because we're going in there and we're writing abuelos tickets that are queued up 2 hours ahead of time, which is why we go out into the schools like, you need to come up with appropriate drop-off time. The program would probably work, and again, I can't speak to specifics because I haven't seen it, but that's the problem that the police department has, is where are we going to put them? The concerns are, if somebody shows up to pick up the third grader or the fourth grader, it's a drop-off. They're out into a traffic area, whether it be residential or on Grand Avenue, where we have crossing guards and lights that other issue is a problem. Do we have to add a school zone 15 miles an hour in that? So that's some of the things that we really have to look at to say if we could even totally support this kind of idea, looking at the totality of the schools that are in that area.
I mean, I think it's a problem with the county, period, that we need to address, because the Golden Gates area, not only are they stacked, they're on people, blocking people's driveways. People can't even get into their neighborhood because they can't make the left to get into the neighborhood off of Grand. It's pretty bad.
No,
this is why I'm in favor of sending this back to the county and say, listen, this isn't going to work. And
I
you
think we
need
have to take a
deal-
look at that, yeah. I don't disagree with that, Vice Mayor, only because, and as the gentleman stated, we have a good plan at St. Teresa's. I was talking to Father just last week, because now it has gone 3 blocks in each direction of people queuing up to get, and that's following the rules. So, the cross-through traffic off of this area is a concern for the police department, and I just want to make sure that we can enforce what it is. The plan may get approved here, but on the street, when a parent is dropping off and waiting in line, and we start telling people to move along, you all have gotten emails. As soon as we start enforcing school zone areas, everybody wants, well, don't write me, but so, again, I just want to be able to enforce what we decide on. We do have concerns about how this project works with the other schools that are already there.
And realistically, 2:45 pickup, there are people queuing up at 1 o'clock.
Oh, it's going to be a nightmare.
Because they want to make sure that the first one's there and the first one's to pick up so that they're out of there quickly. But they've been there for an hour and 45 minutes queued.
Is there any possibility on changing the hours of school?
Something that we could explore. It's not something that we've considered. The current plans that we have gone through the county, gone through Public Works. We've engaged with Carl and Lou and the homeowners association at every step. If that's like the only determination, then yes, it's something we could consider.
I'm just thinking so they don't coincide with the
Yeah,
schools that are
you also
there.
have working parents, right? Parents, they can't come to work at 11. Not everyone's working remote or has the flexibility to do that. If you're a single parent, it's whatnot. But just to speak on Commissioner Menendez's suggestion, right? We already have built in, as approved by your board, your planning board, a requirement that we have a police officer on the corner for 6 months, right? So this is, if you wish, could be a Coral Gables police officer, right? They're able to enforce the law just like any other officer on his force, be it off duty or on duty, if I'm not mistaken. I'm asking, can you enforce the law if you're an off-duty officer?
Me from the street?
Yeah.
In
they'd
our
be standing
jurisdiction?
on the corner of the street, right?
Yes, if they're an off-duty officer, the entity pays, but if they see something legal, we, as the commissioner asked.
So we
we'll
have
do this.
an active police officer at the site during all hours that you think there will be issues with parking, safety, and compliance with the law. So we have the ability to enforce the law, which is all we can rely on, right? We set up a framework, we rely on it, and hopefully penalties will change behavior. So we've already agreed to have somebody there for the first 6 months. If you're saying that you want somebody there full-time, I think we could consider that. At the same time, we're required to go back to Public Works and the city, all the city departments, if we choose to remove the police officer because of past practice. It's shown that we're operating exactly how we've described to you today. There's no queuing issues, there's no parking issues. At that time, we're able to remove the police officer just for that year. He comes back at the beginning of every subsequent school year. That's a mechanism that we agreed with the Planning and Zoning Board that would be effective to ensuring that our proposed traffic and queuing plan would be in compliance with, what we've promised. So I think that kind of gets at what you were suggesting of having the zoning and planning department being able to review and look at the success of the school and adherence to the plan.
Why don't we do this? Okay, since we're going back and forth, and I think this has morphed into something that is completely different than what it started, why don't you take an hour sit down with our city attorney, figure out what you're proffering, sit down with our chief, so you guys can come back to see if it's palatable and you have enough votes on the commission to move forward. Is that fine? Because we have a lot of items in
Yeah,
regards to
and
time
you're
certain, and
hungry,
we're
I'm sure.
negotiating up here, and I think that it's best if you finalize with our city attorney, and then we can
Sure.
move on and continue with our agenda, which is, again, pretty significant. And I want to make sure we get to a time certain item.
We have a shade meeting with our lunch.
Yeah.
We do?
It's lunch.
Just lunch. It's
I-
just lunch,
we're-
yes.
We agree.
Is that okay? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
and,
Yeah, that's fine.
and can we take a break?
I'm sorry?
Lunch break.
But do you want to do your 2 o'clock time certain?
Oh, yeah, well, it's gonna give us what? Can you hold out for,
Again, she's here, so I don't know if you,
can you hold out for 5-10 minutes?
to eat lunch? I think you need
Yeah.
a little,
She eats
I
fast.
think you need a little more time than 5-10 minutes.
Oh, listen, I'll take a morsel.
I'm sorry?
And if you want me to meet with them, I need time.
Yeah, I think listen,
Okay.
give us an hour, come back, 3:15, meet with the city attorney. We will, can you have your team work with them?
Absolutely.
And also grab lunch at the same time?
Yeah,
Trying to give you as much time so I know when
We're
to come
taking a break. I
back.
didn't know if we were taking a break. If we're taking a lunch
No,
break,
I'm trying
absolutely,
to,
I
I'm
can
trying
meet
to
with
work
them.
on this break and also be considerate of our, architect board member who's here. Do you have a deadline? Do you have something you need to be at? Okay,
What
there we go.
time?
That's the answer. So we
Oh,
will.
what time? I need a restroom break.
Okay.
I can,
Let's take a 10-minute break, then we'll start with a time certain. You can start working with our city attorney.
Thank you.
now. Okay, thank you very much.
Record.
Mr. Clerk, you ready? All right, let's get started. Madam Vice Mayor, your item is agenda item F1, community presentation regarding enhanced Mediterranean design requirements. Thank you for your hard work over the last few months, along with our chair of the BOA and staff who has been working very hard on this, but I just wanted to give you credit because I know you've been working on this for some time, and I appreciate this pretty impressive presentation that you've put together for us today. All of you, thank you.
Many months.
Yep.
All summer. It's been a summer project. And then the Board of Architects, we've met, what, 3 or 4 times?
3 times, yes.
3 times, a couple hours at least each time. So thank you for coming here. Appreciate your time. And I figured if anybody could explain it the best, it would be you.
Probably Jennifer, but okay, I'll take a second.
Yeah, I mean, I started working on zoning issues, the conceptual design right after I was elected. We did a June 14th, 2021 workshop or sunshine meeting, and we eventually had the Blue Ribbon Committee and came out with the conceptual design, and at least at that point, narrowing the scope of the Mediterranean ordinance or design standards to Mediterranean and no longer other styles. So you've had now a couple of years roughly with conceptual design as a option, right? And we've touched upon that here, and I'm going to let you go ahead and lead the presentation since you worked so hard on this.
Sure, great. Got the PowerPoint, please. All right, so these are some proposed in the works changes to the Mediterranean design of our zoning code. So our zoning code, specifically Mediterranean ordinance, has been changed numerous times. I think it's about 15 times since the 1980s when it was first adopted. Some changes are very, very minor, as far as eligibility. The area that would be expanded to be able to have med bonus was very minor. The maximum heights, the big changes. So it's been changed about 15 times. The last time it was changed in 2022 when we but we provided the conceptual review design as well as required the Mediterranean style for level 1 med bonus. So I just want to run through this really quickly. Right now, our current standards are set up in a 3-table organization. The first table, applicants are required to satisfy all the requirements that apply to them. So such as architectural relief elements at the street level, landscape open space area, but there are some that don't make a lot of sense as far as Mediterranean architecture, like bicycle storage or porte cocheres. There's some things that don't really apply to an applicant. Needless to say, if they comply with all of the required standards for table 1, then they get an extra story, an extra 0.2 FAR. That right now is not being changed. We're not changing the amount of development rights any property can have. We're just looking at changing that criteria, and I'll get to that in a second. Table 2 is the more pick and choose a la carte table. So a residential use, MF2, 3, or MF4 districts, they would have to satisfy 6 of the 12 qualifications, and mixed use would be required to qualify 8 of the 12 requirements. And they get additional 1 story or 2 stories if it's an MX3 or MX4 property, an additional 0.3 FAR. Table 3 is the other development options. This is kind of an odd table, reviewing it. This is where the 1.45 FAR for the CBD to not require parking is located, as well as the residential density bonus is also in Table 3. Today's precedents, today we only have 8 historic buildings. I'm not sure if they're historic, they're all historic, but 8 buildings that were designed in the 1920s that we have as precedents for architects to take advantage of to look at the massing and the scale and the details of these buildings to use in their proposed buildings. And there's also, as far as a handbook, there's also architectural standards in Appendix C. This is the Mediterranean Village, now known as the Plaza. This is their form-based code section of our zoning code, and it has a lot of good diagrams and information to design very classical, traditional architecture. And that's what created what we know today as the Plaza. Not the massing, not the scale of it, but really the architecture features that you see on the plaza. And additionally, we have a Mediterranean Design Resources page at coralgables.com/Mediterranean Design. On this page, you'll find how the Med bonus works in our zoning code, direct links to those sections of the zoning code, as well as all the files, all the drawings of these 8 precedent buildings that we have. We also have the best practice manuals that we have available that show how to utilize the Mediterranean design standards and how to apply them to any proposed building. And so, again, these are some images from the best practice manual that's found on that website. So proposed changes, we've been working on this during the summer. We met with the Board of Architects 3 times so far. Our first meeting was back in early October. We talked about the prerequisites and the level 1, level 2, and we talked about most recently the precedents last week. So here we are today just as a community presentation to let the commission know, as well as the community know what's in the works as far as what we're hoping to move forward with. We haven't actually started the adoption process yet. That would go Planning and Zoning Board, obviously, and City Commission for 2 readings. We haven't started that yet. This is kind of the tail end, kind of a show and tell of what we're up to right now. With that, I think I'll...
Okay. So the meetings that we had with the board were intensive. We were sort of presented with potential changes, and then we had lengthy discussions. And as you know, there's no 9 architects who will ever agree on anything, right? So I don't want to present this as unanimous necessarily, but this is what sort of came out of the discussions. And I think for the most part, everybody was fairly in agreement, with what was being proposed here. So the main, is it just this one?
The advance, yeah.
The main. So the main intent was really to assist us in being able to evaluate the criteria for the Med bonus. I will tell you that I think, we believe that, the additional 1-story and additional FAR is something that we should all support in return for Mediterranean buildings, right, throughout the city. So it's something that I think everybody strongly supports. This is just a summary. Some of it was just moving elements around to make it clearer and make it a little bit more robust. I think that there's a couple of things, though, that I'd like to just focus on. You should absolutely review the specific changes one by one. I don't think we have time to do that here. So one of the key things is reviewing the BOA coming to the BOA for conceptual review. And I think one of the challenges that we have on the board is that we get projects that are pretty well cooked, right? And so to reel that back is an extremely difficult thing to have happen. And so when somebody comes in at a conceptual level, I think the discussion is a lot more palatable to both developers and ourselves in terms of being able to change maybe some of the fundamental planning aspects of the actual building. So that's a great thing. One sort of parenthesis to that is should it be noticed? Because I think it's very helpful for us if there are objections from the community that those come in early and that, everybody knows about them. It's really difficult, I would say, for everybody, developer and us and probably the whole city, when you get an objection that comes after we've seen it 4 or 5 times. So, so that's something that maybe should be considered, that we, even though we're seeing it conceptual, that everybody should know that that meeting is taking place. So that's one thing. And then the other thing that we did was we expanded the list of precedents. Now, I caution you in this only because now we are going outside the city of Coral Gables for these precedents. We didn't feel that the ones that were originally included, we've kept all of those, I think. Did we
Except for
take
the
out
San Sebastian.
San Sebastian. That was, not everybody agreed that that should be ejected, but it was. But I don't think we have a wide enough range, particularly in higher-rise buildings within the city itself. And so that's why we wanted to go outside, and we can show you all, what we're proposing as a group here. So these are the tables have been renamed. Instead of table 1, we're calling it prerequisites. That doesn't change anything. They were still prerequisites. I think this makes it clearer what they are. And then bonus level 1 is clearer certainly than calling it table 2, and bonus level 2, table 3. As Jennifer said, none of the criteria has changed in what you can get. It's more just sort of what needs to occur within it. So as you can see, all of these precedents currently within the city of Coral Gables. Now this is the listing of what we are proposing be added. Some of them are still within the city. Some are within the greater immediate area. Some go wider within Florida, and some are even out of the country. So you can see, and then some of them are chosen also because they are also Coral Gables architects, right? So there was a sort of wide criteria range, and the board was asked to sort of select, and a lot of us gave in suggestions for this.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may,
yes.
I want to
Sure.
understand, what was the hesitation before? Because I think this is wonderful. I think
I don't know
highlighting properties that are outside of our city boundaries. I mean, especially when you're talking about masterpieces, for example, like the Breakers Hotel. That was my dad's first job. Was at
Really?
the Breakers valeting cars. But I mean, you have the Miami Senior High. It's a gem.
Exactly.
It's a gem. The Freedom Tower is a gem. Miami Beach City Hall is a gem. I don't know the U.S. Post Office, but it looks beautiful from here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
and here, let me just, we can keep going. Obviously, this probably should have always been included. And even these,
Look at that. Beautiful.
the Don Cesar is, perfect example. So
National
you can
Bank-
see
the
Santa
National Bank
Barbara
of
City
Boston.
Hall, sorry?
The National Bank of Boston is a great example.
Exactly.
Beautiful example.
Right. So, I mean, I think it, it helps. We can go just back to focus on those for a second. And I'm hoping that nobody objects, right, to widening that range. I think it's really helpful for us on the board to have other projects to sort of indicate as good examples. So that is an extremely brief summary of what has occurred with a lot of work from a lot of different individuals. And I don't know if you all have any comments, any concerns?
And I agree I think this is phenomenal, and I love the precedents, the examples. Not being an architect, not knowing the process, obviously we would encourage going forward, once this is all implemented, for developers and architects on any project to use these examples as inspiration or as models of going forward. How can we, and perhaps it's part of the presentation, how can we tie future projects to these examples? Because if someone told me, we'd like you to work on, create a video for such and such, but here are some examples of videos done before, I would like developers and architects to say, okay, let's try to recreate the Breakers Hotel. Let's try to recreate. Is that something we're going to encourage?
Well, we've always had precedents, right? And so the complication that we have with those precedents, and it's going to exist with these, is that people try to use it as a menu, right? So you say, okay, I'm going to take this piece of this one, and this piece of this one, and this piece of this one, and then you get something that really doesn't make any sense, right? As a holistic architectural style. Because all of these have a slightly different nuance in terms of the general style. That's going to continue to happen. I think by widening it, it just allows for more inspiration for architects to use. And I'm hoping the inspiration will be in a general manner, not in specifics, this balcony, this
Right.
cornice.
No, and I agree with you. I would love for somebody to say, this project was inspired by, but to truly know that they actually were inspired and to truly know that they took all the work that you did into consideration going forward.
So right now, the zoning code lists those 8 buildings that we have right now, the City Hall, the Biltmore, it has those 8 buildings. This is going to add on another 10 or so buildings that they would have to study, use as a precedent, study the massing, the features of it, and show in their submittal to Board of Architects how they're using those features in their own proposed building.
Is that required now, or is that something
Yes.
we want to?
It is required now, but right now they really only can have the Biltmore as far as a large building.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things I know that we talked about with the Board of Architects, and the language was really originated by the Board of Architects, is the word cohesive. That you have to have a cohesive style. You're not going to make something that doesn't make sense and take a little piece of this one and it clashes with the next one. That it has to be a full design. And it has to be holistic. So this has been definitely a labor of love to make this happen. It's not going to make it easier for someone to get the med design. And I'm saying med design because there's med required areas of our city, and then there's med that can get a bonus. But I think we'll have better projects because the definition is not going to be what they call that wallpaper type of a Mediterranean design where you lack the fenestration, where you lack the detail. It's like imagining this door here without all the molding cut out in depth, and instead of a piece of wallpaper, it's not going to look real. It's not going to look good. So that we'll do a better process here. I do have a question for the city attorney, because we talked about the conceptual review and making it mandatory and to do it with notice. For everybody to have time to study and ask questions about all the details in the proposed changes here, it's going to take some time. But it's not so hard to say, listen, I'd like conceptual review to be mandatory, and I'd like it to be done with notice so the Board of Architects can hear the comments of the public earlier and sooner rather than later. Can we take that out separately and draft a separate ordinance to require that?
We can certainly take out a piece of this separately, but I would like some time to kind of review and digest that requirement of conceptual review. And the notice and all of that. So if there's a part of this that you would like to parse out, certainly, parsing it out is fine. But this is the first I see these changes, so I don't want to opine yet on, the legal sufficiency.
Yeah, I'm just, because
Yes.
we do have the optional conceptual review now. We're just talking about making it mandatory because the discussion with staff sure is not going to be 15 minutes on understanding all these changes for each one of these.
I have a concern about notice because this is a Board of Architects, it's an aesthetic board. This board meets every Thursday for quite a number of hours. And what we've asked of the board is to do their best job from an architectural perspective and from an aesthetic perspective. And just like planning should be looking at it from a planning perspective. And what planning or the Board of Architects should be doing, I think, is to come up with what is conceptually from a planning and Board of Architects perspective, an ideal solution for that piece of property. And so if everything so I am concerned about turning that into a different kind of meeting than what it is. It's an aesthetic meeting. And there's 9 architects. It's a very qualified board. And just like planning, I've always asked planning, give me your planning solution. Give me the solution as a planner that you think is best for this project. And I am concerned that we're staying away from that and going now to a different kind of board instead of planning and zoning and the planning and the Board of Architects being 2 different areas that provide what they feel is the best solution for a particular project and for our city, and for our
So
residents.
I'm not concerned about it because we currently do it and people do come and speak, but they come and speak at a much later point in time. It's much easier to address these concerns early on. You can deal with the massing, you can deal with the impact on the community, you can understand better the traffic concerns, et cetera, that exist in the area, and try to ameliorate some of those concerns. But we already have residents coming and speaking before the Board of Architects. And like the chair said, she'd rather hear it earlier in the process than later. Because after you've already had 4, 5, 6 meetings, hearing the concerns of residents and changing the building at that point is very difficult.
Residents speak at the beginning of the meeting, Vice Mayor. They don't speak as projects go on. And so if we want to change that, that's a different concept of the board than what we have now. And it's a different dynamic for that board also.
I think part of the conceptual review process could be that comment. In fact, it's a conversation that many of the developers have been having recently is they prefer to get the input from the community beforehand so that they can make changes to the projects before it's cooked, as you were saying. So I think this may be the place where you can bring in that input where the Board of Architects can say, look, these are concerns that are being brought up from the community. Yes, some of these are valid. No, they're not. But it can help shape the project where when it goes to planning and zoning, goes to the Board of Architects for the final approval, a lot of those things have already been worked out. And it's a concern that many people bring up. It's, we went through the process and then, at the last minute, we were asked to make changes. We made those changes and those changes didn't work for the other board. So it's easier to work these things out earlier than later.
But Commissioner, that is, zoning issues are not issues for the Board of Architects.
So, Manager, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because it's a disservice to those who are applicants. There's too many times that I've seen where projects got slammed. And if the conceptual review process had the neighborhood input earlier on, we would have saved these developers a lot of money. They would have heard the concerns. They wouldn't have to start over from scratch. There's a number of projects that have had to do that in our area. It's always better to get the comments early on than after you've already spent $100,000, $200,000 on architectural fees and design.
And I agree with you, Vice Mayor. The developers should meet with the residents, but they should meet with the residents as they're designing the building. The Board of Architects is not there to say you can go 90 feet instead of 80 feet or 80 feet instead of 90 feet. That's the developers should meet with the adjacent property owners and the property owners in general as part of what they're proposing. But I don't believe that our Board of Architects should be acting as a zoning element for projects.
It's not a zoning element. It's getting the input from the residents. Do they like the building? Is it too modern? Is it not?
Sorry, but Peter, could I make a clarification? I think it's even more in terms of like location of loading dock, right? And how you enter a building. It's more on the small scale. I'm not really talking about whether it should be a 90 or 100. That's not really it. It's more like, how do you step it down, right? In areas maybe, and you still get the right amount of massing, how do you enter it? Where's the loading dock? Maybe it shouldn't be in front of that smaller, building on this side. Maybe it should be on the, it's not
something
the
that
big
you all
picture.
have anyway. You'll have, what's adjacent to the building, where it's located. That information, all 9 architects have all that information for you all to deal with. There's nothing there that you don't know.
No, it's only a matter of once you've organized a building, right, in terms of a design, it's much harder to undo when it's, taken to a much further stage.
But that's a conceptual design issue. I'm not talking about the conceptual design. I think that is something that any developer or any architect can do now, and I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm talking about dealing with zoning issues and input at a level where I think it should have been done before. That should have been done by the developer or as the building is being developed, not come to the Board of Architects. What you're talking about is conceptual design, which is fantastic. It's great to bring the project in early and get the comments from the Board of Architects for all those design concepts. But those are design concepts. That doesn't deal with resident input, which is something different and should be done before this project gets to the Board of Architects.
All right, well, we understand your position. I still want to bring this in December.
And my position is from having been involved in the design for many years in the private sector. And from a conceptual point of view, I think it's fantastic. The board gets to see it ahead of time before the projects are done. A complete project is a terrible time to bring to the Board of Architects. However, dealing with zoning issues, conceptual, and those kind of issues, that should be done at a different level before it gets to conceptual design. That should be taken care of.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes.
So, moving forward, in regards to this item, like I said before, I think you've done an incredible job with staff and with the board. I also understand the city manager's comments, because you're going to have, for example, having dealt with the board on multiple occasions, these are individuals that are not being paid. They're doing this for love of city and for their career and obviously their craft. They only have so many hours in a day to do this. If you get into a situation where you're having a discussion on height at the BOA, the chair is going to look at you and say, "We are grateful for your opinion. We'll write it down, but we're not really discussing height here. That's a zoning issue, or a setback. We're talking about aesthetics, talking about how the building looks and what it should look like." So I understand what you're saying on that issue. What would you like to do, Madam Vice Mayor?
Well, the point was to present it, and then I'm going to just highlight for you that this was a unanimous request from the Board of Architects.
Commissioner Menendez had a question.
You had your hand up?
Mine's quick, and I agree with the mayor, by the way. My concerns, shared concerns. So it seemed to me there were two different conversations going. One is getting things in the DRC early so that we can avoid head-on collisions of it.
Not DRC.
I mean, no, but we talked about...
Conceptual review.
Yeah, a review. I agree. I don't want head-on collisions that we've had in the past. And we look at it and we try to figure out why did this happen, because it wasn't addressed early on.
Right.
I also think what happened was the system became such that people moving their projects through felt that was the rules of engagement. Just move it forward and then it'll get resolved at the commission level. And then the community gets upset, everybody gets upset, and we're here till 2 a.m. trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, and it's impossible. So the earlier that we can get things addressed and the community involved, I think that's the better. The reason why I have my reservations or concerns about the Board of Architects making decisions using criteria that the Planning and Zoning Board would do is not that they can't handle it, because based on experience, it's created a lot of confusion in the community.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Because the premise is flawed. You're assuming they're making planning and zoning board decisions. They're not. They're doing simply conceptual review.
What I'm saying is
the zoning is the zoning, or with the zoning that's being applied for is the zoning that's being applied for. It assumes that the zoning is approved. This has nothing to do with zoning.
And my point was using criteria that is exclusive in the realm of the Planning and Zoning Board. Because,
No.
Because I've had...
This does not say anything about zoning.
No, I'm not saying what you're working on. I'm saying in the past, residents have gone to the Board of Architect meeting requesting or requiring certain things that only the Planning and Zoning Board would address and vote on. And it's created a little bit of confusion in the community as to what the role of one board is versus the role of the other. And I'm not saying they can't handle it, but I'm trying to avoid, just like you mentioned, the head-on collision with projects going through without proper review or community involvement. I also want the community to totally understand what the Board of Architects is assigned to do, what it can consider, and what the planning is. We can't muddy the waters, because then that's when people say, oh, the government, they're doing whatever they want. It's because they don't quite know where the line's drawn.
So to answer your point, School Community Relations Committee had that issue, that people were coming in basically thinking we were the school board and we were going to be able to take action on things. So prior to opening up for public comment, what we read was a resolution that created the School Community Relations Committee, giving the scope of the board. And it really helped. We limited the number of people who were coming in to advocate on behalf of a specific issue that was school-related, and they were more focused on these issues. And that might be something that is a simple fix. All you have to do is read the purpose of the board into the record. These are the issues that we're going to be addressing today, nothing dealing with planning and zoning, and that may ameliorate the situation a bit.
Yeah,
Mayor, if I may, I think that that's done already generally. I mean, I know you read your opening statement at the beginning of every meeting, and you say this is a design review board, and there's some of that already happens.
So
And there's reminders throughout the meeting as well, to the board and the public that the purpose is not to review the planning and zoning elements of the project.
And if conceptual review is going to be effective, you need to have community involvement first, then conceptual review, so the Board of Architects can take care of all the nuances of creating a good building from from an operational perspective, from an aesthetic perspective. So not the other way around, not go to the Board of Architects and do community involvement. That community involvement should be done before the conceptual level with the Board of Architects, so that what is brought in is something that has merit and has a chance of moving through.
I think what this is just my 2 cents, and we'll kick it back to the Vice Mayor so she can give us a path moving forward. But this is simple, and Commissioner Menendez just touched on it for one moment. In the past, in the current, you have certain developers that come to the commission. They count votes in regards to a project. And what I think ends up happening is that there's confusion in regards to whether certain things will be approved or not in the commission. I'm very clear in regards to where I stand on projects and where I've stood on projects and proposed increases in height, but there hasn't always been that clear direction. So what ends up happening is they think that they can circumvent the process in the sense of zoning change. So they're presenting a project, increasing the height of Miracle Mile, the parking garages on Andalusia. That's worked on for years, and millions of dollars are spent on projects like that. And there isn't a very clear direction moving forward. So what ends up happening is they go to these boards, the actual structure does not fit the code as the prescribed code. Oh no, we'll address it at commission, we'll address it at commission, we'll address it at commission. Obviously, you have to address it at commission because you have to get our vote, a majority vote, to be able to have that new zoning apply to the project. So I think that's something also that has to be addressed. I think that for a long time, the Mediterranean bonus was a little loose in regards to the way that it was applied. And in certain projects, it was done in the right way, but the bonuses that were applied to that project, in my opinion, were a little bit too significant. That's why I voted no. Case in point, the Agave project. I think the Med bonus was applied in certain points of it very well. The products that they used was applied very well, but the height was too much. That's why I voted no on the height component of it. So I think that we have to attack it from all sides and say it's not just the resident input. Resident input is important, and I'll give you an example. The project in front of Nordstrom's, we had multiple meetings with the residents. We had sunshine meetings. I think we had 2 at a minimum, maybe even 3. I know that I attended 2, 3. And one was a year ago, and then one was a year later. And it was very clear they were going 2 paths. We're either going as of right, or which is setback to setback, or what do you think about this idea? So they were very clear, and I think they did it the right way. I think they did it the right way, and they garnered a lot of public input. They talked to people. They tried to get as many people out there as possible. But I'm a little nervous about having the BOA talking about height, not because.
No, I agree.
Because
that's not the purpose.
I don't even know if they want to do that. Right. So when a resident comes there and says, for example, hey, I love the project, but that project is too tall. Okay, but then you're now they're going to have to deal with something that's not in their wheelhouse. Not in the fact that they're not capable. They're more than capable of addressing issues of height. They can address anything, the BOA, when it comes to matters of zoning, design, construction. constructability, value engineering, all that kind of stuff is what they do every single day. But the issue is really whether that's in their wheelhouse to address, where I think it should be really providing their expertise, which is aesthetics,
Okay, and that's exactly
Tell us how
the
a
point.
beautiful building can be even more beautiful.
Let me tell you why that's the point.
Yeah, no, I know.
Has nothing to do with the zoning, and I think we do have, folks that do participate in these meetings that are quite familiar with the code and can learn something. If it's beautiful, the height doesn't bother them as much. You've seen this happen. It's happened in my neighborhood. It's happened with the Alan Morris project that's coming down the pike. Feedback I'm getting is the residents are happy with it. I haven't looked at it in detail. But the height doesn't seem to bother them if it's got good design. So if the developer gets that input from the residents that they don't like the design, that they want higher quality Mediterranean design, then it's much cheaper to do it ahead of time. They'd rather hear that input ahead of time. Not everybody's going to do the outreach like was done for the project down there, Merrick Park, well a year ahead of time. Because, yes, we know it needed a zoning change for it to happen, but it responded to what the residents wanted, and they reached out, they did that. They took the suggestion to do a sunshine meeting because I wasn't willing to sponsor anything without having that sunshine meeting first, because it's a big change. I only wanted to do what the residents wanted in that area, nothing more. So it was a unanimous opinion from every member of this Board of Architects that we should have a required conceptual review. And getting that input from folks, whether or not they like or dislike the architecture, they may not understand how to design it better, but if it's not meeting with the Mediterranean code, then the board can address those architectural elements. I really appreciate the time you've spent with us. I know we have a lot more work yet to do on this, each one of the members here, but I think this is a good entree to move forward.
Yep. Great work.
It's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to lunch, can we do H2?
H2, which one is H2?
City manager items?
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the Firehouse Number 4 construction project to West Construction, Inc., the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Invitation for Bids 2023-017.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, Commissioners, we've done our due diligence on the West Construction, Inc. We feel that we can move forward with the construction of the firehouse, and we have believe we have the funding to do it. Plus, we have a grant of $975,000 from the state also, in addition to our funding.
Perfect. Is there any other questions? Entertain a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
I'm kidding.
Before we move on,
You need food, man.
before we,
Sugar low, man.
before we move on to H3, just to put on the record, the grant that the manager was talking about came from state appropriations, which came from last year, and that was a big lift, and I just want to thank staff and the entire team for getting that done last year.
It's paid for about $100 a square foot on the project, Mayor.
Yeah, and the state representatives and senators and the governor for supporting us, because that's almost $1 million. That's a big relief for the city, so we're grateful for that. And we thank, by the way, on that lift was a state representative from the Keys, who was actually the one that carried the water on that for us. So that was very nice of that. Madam Vice Mayor, do you remember his name?
No.
But he was.
But I see his face.
I see his face too. He's a gentleman, and
Very-
he really delivered for us. So I want to say thank you.
Names are not my forte.
For that state representative for helping us out. Moving on to H3.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission electing to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem special assessments levied within the incorporated area of the city, stating a need for such levy, providing for the mailing of this resolution, and providing for an effective date.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? Madam
This-
Finance Director?
I'm ready to move it, so.
Okay?
Well, this pertains to the Gables by the Sea Special Taxing
Yes,
District.
this is just in order to allow it to get put on the tax bill for the next year's tax bill. This year, we had to bill for it individually based on the timing that it was transferred to the city. We couldn't make it on the tax bill for this November's tax bill.
If there's a non-payment, then both bills will go on
Right.
the next tax bill.
So if somebody doesn't pay this year with the mailing that we did, then we will make sure to add it onto the tax bill for next year. And there's a whole process for that, and that'll start next year in June for that process.
Entertain a motion?
I'll move.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. So two items left before we go. Madam City Attorney, is that the applicants ready to come back in regards to the school, or is that still?
I think that they're still talking. I'm not sure if they're ready. Are
And
you
now we'll go
all
to
ready? I
lunch?
see them out here. Are you ready to come back on, or? I think we need Ms. Garcia as well, probably.
Okay, we'll take item I1, City Attorney items, Charter Review Committee update.
Mayor, I need the Deputy City Attorney for that one. Can we pass until she's ready? She was helping them with their resolving this.
We'll come back to this gentleman. I mean, it's pretty much what's left are commission items and.
Oh, she's here. She's here if you
okay.
want to do it.
No worries.
Sorry.
You can always listen to it after lunch.
Dashing in.
I'm running. We've got a lot of things happening today.
Yes.
Thank you all. So this is just a brief update on the Charter Review Committee. Oh, sorry. One thing at a time. So as you all know, you adopted this resolution in September. At the last board meeting, you all brought your appointees. Thank you for doing that. The clerk's office has reached out to them to welcome them to the city. Based on the discussions in September, we were looking at a very ambitious timeline of of getting this done before the centennial in April of 2025. That would be a referendum in November of 2024. We have a presentation with some proposed deadlines. Like I said, it's very ambitious. It would require a meeting at the first town hall in like the next 2 weeks, which hasn't been advertised yet. But we just wanted to make sure that you all knew that we were working on this process. Those are some proposed dates. I know some of the Charter Review Committee members have reached out to the city attorney with some proposed alternative schedules a little bit. So I'll let her address those.
Yeah, so we did propose this, like the Deputy City Attorney, this very ambitious schedule, but and we communicated this in schedule as well with the members of the Charter Review Committee. The chair, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Sleznick, reached out to me, and he had a suggestion. He said that prior to the town halls, he would like the committee to meet with our office so that the committee can be educated as to really what their function will be, what they can and can't do with the charter, what the charter actually does. He thinks that would help guide the process and be very fruitful. So that, if the resolution didn't contemplate that, so if you all feel that that's something you'd want to incorporate, we can do that today as well. He also felt that the town halls should really be before the Charter Review Committee. In other words, for them to receive the comments of residents directly at the town halls. He says he's happy to take the burden of the town halls off of the commission, have the committee kind of run those as well. So I say all that to you so that, we can do all that. Of course, it would, make the timeline change, and we can just kind of let it organically flow if that's what the commission wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, I appreciate the mayor for saying yes to serve, and I think they're great ideas as long as the commission is willing to move in that direction.
I think those are great ideas. I think if they're curious about the process, I think it'd be important for them to meet with you. And absolutely, I think the intent was always for them to be present at the Sunshine meetings. So if they're leading the Sunshine meetings, I think it's even better because they'll be a little more engaged.
Okay, so then we'll take direction, or maybe we shouldn't have a motion that basically or adds to the process the first meeting of the Charter Review Committee with the City Attorney's Office, and then the town halls to be led by the Charter Review Committees, following the same 30-day timeline, in between the town halls, I should say, the same 30-day period of time.
So I'll move that amendment.
I'll second.
Just a moment of clarification. If we don't have that same deadline at the end, do we want to defer to the Charter Review Committee on their timing for a potential referendum? Do you all have any direction to them? I just, we had discussed that centennial, but we are open to any suggestions. And like I said, that would be very ambitious.
I think the word centennial, I put it in there, was just talking about the city going towards the centennial. After I drafted that, I spoke to the city attorney. She told me the last one took over a year to complete. So I think it should take its course. I think there are going to be questions that are come from the community or from the commission that they should really discuss thoroughly. And the point of the town halls was to make sure that we got resident input, and the 30-day period in between was to make sure anybody who was traveling, we didn't have those meetings too close together. Personally, I think we should probably start the process so that it runs contiguous instead of doing November, then having a break for the holidays, having the second one in January. I would think starting in January with that first meeting.
Especially, well, you're saying the first meeting with the committee?
Correct. Well, no, not the committee, but as far as the first town hall, it gives plenty of time to advertise as well.
Well, certainly if we're going to have the first meeting with the committee, then we could do that. I think maybe even the November 30th date, if that works for the committee, we can sort that out with the
Right.
committee as to their availability, of course. But then the town halls, yeah, because of the holidays, it just wouldn't
it's very
happen until
difficult.
the beginning of the year.
And it gives them plenty of time to schedule, because I'm sure they have things on their schedules already to make sure they're available.
Of course. And so I just want to reiterate then that there's no hard sort of backstop deadline then that we're aiming with, and we will just go with the Charter Review Committee's thoughts on if there even are any potential referendum questions, things that can't be done via ordinance, when that would occur.
That works.
I think we can get their feedback. I mean, I had an aspiration of finishing the Mediterranean design thing by September and having it presented and finish it by the end of the year. But as you can see, that didn't happen. It did not happen.
Good intentions all around.
September of which year?
So,
Thank you. So I think we had a motion. If I'm.
in a second.
And
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and thank your appointees as well.
You. All right. Counselor. All right. All right, so where are we at?
So we spoke with the city attorney's office, Jennifer from the planning department, along with the police officers, took your questions, concerns, comments into consideration. There's two alternatives we'd like to proffer, as suggested, I believe, by Commissioner Fernandez, maybe Commissioner Castro, expanding the start time of the school day to lessen the impact within, the most highly trafficked hours of Carver Elementary and Middle. So we're proposing a 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. drop-off time and a 3 to 5 p.m. pickup time. That'll allow us then to have 20-minute windows for parents. That's in essence 3 cars every 20 minutes at the 2 locations.
What is the start time on Carver exactly?
It's, I believe, for Carver, it's split up, obviously, elementary and middle. Elementary, I believe, was 8:05 a.m.
So I'm not an expert in this. I just, we were speaking with our officers that elementary school drop-off ends and the school begins by 8:05 a.m. Pickup begins around 1:30 p.m. That the middle school drop-off, and again, these are my rough, don't hold me to these, 8:45 a.m. and then pickup beginning around 3:30 p.m. for the middle school.
So I appreciate the concessions, and I think that they make sense. How are we going to make sure that you abide by that and that you are as less impactful to those residents as possible?
So I think the first and primary defense will be us ourselves. So we're going to find parents who are not in adherence to this, and this was our plan with the 10-minute windows as well as now. So think of it as like a kind of 3-strike system where we're finding parents when they're coming in late, making sure that they have their specific window into their routine. Beyond that, I think the main thing in my mind is working with the community. I've met Carl probably 20 times now. I've gotten to know all the neighbors around there. We want to be good neighbors. We've met with them multiple times before we even needed to. We know they brought it up from day one all the way until now. Traffic is an issue. We're aware of that. We want to be able to mitigate that. And I think the two main things that we're doing in that back area, one is reconfiguring the actual back lot to allow for cars to pick up and drop off while being out of the flow of traffic. And then the second one is the 3 speed tables that we agreed to at the PZAB meeting. Between the two of those, traffic will still be there. There's no
Where are
denying
the
that.
speed tables going to be located? Just exactly.
It's Jefferson and Florida, Jefferson and Fro, and Jefferson and Oak.
And those are going to be same standards as we have here in the
Yep,
Gables?
that's right.
Installed at our sole cost and expense.
And has the county signed off on that? Because I know the traffic calming has to be approved by the county.
I believe maybe Jennifer can opine on that. I think these were
So if you look-
already proposed.
If you look at, we
would be going-
like 5 years ago, we proposed basically a blanket area. We did a study here in the city, and I'm not sure if that's part of that study that was approved by the county. Is that correct?
Melissa Desires, Transportation Division Manager. The 3 locations that he's referring to are ones that are already previously planned and approved.
So they're part of the study that we did? Okay, perfect, good.
And will they be building them as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the city won't have to pay for them? Okay, perfect.
Correct. Yeah.
So let me just, I want to just put one kind of final caveat, and my city attorney can give me a little guidance on that. I want to make sure that if we have a problem, just like we did with thesis, that I have the ability, commission, the manager has the ability to rein in and change behavior.
Yep.
Because I really, really, really cannot have that neighborhood under any more impact. They're just surrounded, literally. So, Madam City Attorney, what can we write into a development order? I know it's not a development order, but what can we write into this approval where we have some sort of ability to reassess the situation in 6 months to a year, really understand how the cards have fallen, and what can we do to come together and tweak the situation to alleviate any concerns or additional stress that's added to the community.
Hi, Mayor. I'll ask Jennifer maybe too. We have built into the conditions of approval some review of the traffic control officer, 6 months into the first year, and then I believe every quarter. Is that correct? In the second and third year? Is that?
Yes, so the first year is for the first 6 months, they're required to pay. After that point, they can petition. They'll be studying the traffic, make sure they're complying with what they're written on paper as far as the drop-off goes. After that, it's reduced to 3 months before they are able to petition the city, have an analysis and a study showing that they're complying.
So let's use an example, Starbucks. We basically ended up in a situation where the police officer was part-time, the problem continued, and we had to basically step in and make it almost full-time and redirect the traffic there at their expense. I just want to make sure that we're not having even further congestion on Grand Avenue, and that street, which is very tight, adjacent to the juice shop that used to be there, where we're not making it even worse, because don't forget, people are crossing from US 1, making a left-hand turn onto Grand, and then heading to work or to drop off their kids at school. So I just want to make sure that we have all the tools in the toolbox we want them to be successful, but I also need to make sure that the neighborhood doesn't even get more invaded.
So we could add in language after they petition the city, perhaps it's working for the first 3 months, and then a couple months later, it's not working. Maybe at that point, the city can step in and say, hey, there's a lot of backup on Grand, there's a lot of issues. I think you're maybe required to have that police officer there on duty again. I'm not sure if that's okay with the applicant.
So how about
That's
going, at a certain point, at a certain level, the city's still having the authority to say, listen, you got to do remote pickup and drop off?
So there's a covenant that requires them to comply with the conditions of the approval, and the conditions of the approval as drafted include the drop-off on the campus site. So if there is something happening where they no longer meet those conditions of approval, then it's something to look at. But if they're continuing to meet the conditions of approval, we can't really change them after they've been.
I'm saying if they're not meeting the conditions of approval at that juncture, then we say something different needs to be done. Because that's a very small lot behind there. I mean, I've been back and forth on Florida Avenue and Jefferson a number of times. And that's a very small lot. So it's going to be tough.
So if drop-off started occurring somewhere else completely and no one was dropping off here, then they would clearly not be meeting that condition of approval anymore. And we would, as we would always do when someone doesn't meet a conditions of approval, look at that.
That's not my question. My question is this. We have conditions of approval. At a certain point here in the future, they're no longer able to make it because things have changed or, parents aren't complying or they change their operation. At that point, can we step in and say, okay, You clearly can't run the operation this way. We need to change the conditions of approval, and you have to do remote.
So they can
drop-off and
approach
pickup.
for a change of the conditions of approval if that's something that they ever desire in the future. But if they're no longer meeting the conditions of approval, that's one situation. But if they want to come in with a proposal in a year, you guys found a great location to remote park and move people in or something like that, they can always come to the city and ask for changes in those conditions of approval and come back to you all.
So at any point in the future, if they're not meeting the conditions of approval, we can have a conversation with them and bring them back in and say, listen, we got to have a different plan. Either it's a remote drop-off pickup or something else.
So
yes,
if they're not meeting their conditions of approval,
Yes,
they're
but
not
what?
meeting their conditions of approval, we would enforce the covenant. That's
Yes.
what we would do. But if they're changing their,
If they're proactively reaching out to change those operations, that's a different situation.
That's fine, I understand. They can always
Yeah.
try to do that. I'm trying to deal with the situation where these conditions just don't work.
You know, we can always enforce our covenant, but I'm sure, as always, we would reach out and try to see if there's ways to mitigate or look at the conditions of approval in the meantime, rather than just like pulling that conditional use approval. I don't think that's the city's goal ever, to pull that.
No, it isn't, but I can tell you for sure, the day that everybody's starting to park on everybody else's front lawn, and there is no swale in these areas, and there's very, very little space, okay?
Understood.
It's going to be a huge problem.
One thing I want to know about the proffer, just that it would be, you know, to the extent it's required, subject to the condition of the approval by Miami-Dade County, because there is a traffic plan approved by them as well. So to the extent that those hours of drop-off, that proffer requires that approval, we would require that as
Also
well.
need to make sure that, I've seen this happen with other schools, especially in the Sunset area, that parents are not dropping their kids off in the neighborhood and they're walking to school. I know, but you said up to 8th grade is what I heard, so a lot of kids already, walking to school at that time. So we need to make sure that parents are not dropping their kids off, blocking somebody in, because we get a lot of calls from the owners of the homes there that say, hey, I couldn't leave for work for 30 minutes because somebody blocked me in as they went to drop off their kid at Sunset. It happens. So we need to figure that out, make sure you're on top of that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And like I was saying, like we understood from day one that traffic is an issue at this site. We are very motivated to work with particularly the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association behind us to make sure that we're having a minimal impact and an impact that is conducive to the environment and to the community there.
One change that I would like to see is it's currently calling for an officer for the first 6 months. I would like for that to be for the first year, every day that the school is in operation. I think that's the best way that we're able to make sure that we're in control of the traffic situation to a certain extent, and it provides a little ability to fix the situation on the spot instead of waiting until we get a call reporting the situation.
So do you need any other further guidance from us?
No, I believe they're here, still on the same item that was before, with
Yes.
just this change in the proffer. I just wanted to note for you, Mayor, discussing the walking up, there is a condition of approval consistent with the county's conditions of approval that students are not permitted to walk or ride bicycle to and from school without parent guardian supervision. That is a county's condition of approval that's incorporated into ours.
So you've seen certain requests by the commission. Do you feel are those palatable moving forward so we can vote on your proffer at the current moment?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so
Just to clarify, that
let's go over them. Let's go over them really quickly.
Yeah.
What did I miss? Tell me.
No, I just
Don't tell
wanted to
me, 'cause there was
clarify
a lot of
Commissioner
talking.
Fernandez's point, just that it's during the school year, right, not a calendar year.
Correct, during the school year.
During a school year, yes.
On school days, I
Well,
guess.
6
That
months from
makes
now,
it clear
really
for
talking
you.
about an extra 3 months. I just
Correct.
wanted to
I
make
think it's
that
when the
clear.
school is operational.
In the summer, there'd be no point.
Oh, I mean, unless
Well,
you're
we wanna
unless
pay
you're
our-
Unless you're offering summer school,
some summer
correct.
school program where you're having people. So
When
All right,
school is open.
so just to clarify on that point, and then we will have drop-off happening from the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and pickup happening from the hours of 3 p.m. to 5 p.m.
yes. And we have an understanding, Madam City Attorney, in regards to our ability to, make sure we can check that all the rules are being followed, that they're complying with the 9 o'clock deadline in regards to drop-off, and then pick up no later than the time that they're mentioning or no earlier. I just don't want it to coincide with all the congestion that's there. And if the traffic calming is not working, we can tweak it to make sure that it complies with what we're looking for.
So Mayor, if they don't comply with the conditions of approval, then we would, as I mentioned before, we would enforce the covenant that has to be recorded against the property.
Okay. Just want to put that on the record and make sure that everybody's clear here before we take a vote on this.
Thank you.
Okay? Because I promise you, I'm just giving you my word. I want you in the school. I want you in the city. I just don't want any problems with the residents.
I understand.
They've been through a lot already in regards to the development that didn't happen and a lot of issues, you know, in regards to traffic in that area. So let's please
Appreciate
try to
that.
be, I
Appreciate
know you're trying to be good neighbors, but just think about what the residents have been through, especially in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Could I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
very much, gentlemen. I
Appreciate
appreciate it.
your
Have a
time.
nice day.
You too.
All right, so we're gonna take a lunch break now. We'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
They earned their wings.
I think maybe, I think I may be able to. I don't know. Mr. Clerk, let's start. All right, F2, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Kinney, will you please join me? I'm going to try to run through these as quickly as possible so that just put this before my colleagues in the commission. So I'd like to show a quick video if possible. To bring my colleagues up to speed on something I've been working on for the last month and a half, meeting with a few different individuals who are involved when it comes to hydrogen power. It doesn't have to be trolleys. It can be hydrogen vehicles. It can be anything. This is not a new technology. It's been going on already for possibly, I don't know, 10 or 15 years. There's already actual cars that run on hydrogen. But this is something that I think could be the wave of the future in the sense of batteries. I don't know what the video is. Oh, we'll get it now. Battery, as an electric car owner, when you study a little bit about the way that batteries are conceived and the way that they get the minerals, it's very difficult. This is something that talks a little bit about hydrogen power. I wish that we could hear a little bit about the sound.
How realistic is this?
Source of power. We develop distributed hydrogen generation projects, and we do it together with our customers. Each installation is a world where sustainable mobility is more than a desire. A solution arises that makes our present day evolve to take us towards a better future. We are talking about green hydrogen, a new way to move. At HVR, we transform renewable energy into a clean and abundant source of power. We develop distributed hydrogen generation projects, and we do it together with our customers. Each installation is configured and sized according to their needs as we adapt ourselves to each project. We take care of the entire process, from production of the hydrogen to supply for its final consumption. We focus on urban and intercity mobility, heavy transport and logistics. There are many companies and sectors that are already joining this reality. And it's not just about having an emissions-free solution. We want to build a better world to live in, driven by green hydrogen. Join the re-evolution of energy. Transforming energy. Transforming the future.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I wanted to show you, this is just one example of one of the companies that I've met with. This is already, they're doing it in Europe. Some people have ridden taxis that are hydrogen powered. I've actually seen vehicles that exist, which are hydrogen powered. Toyota's been working on this technology for a long time. They're really advanced. I think that this is the wave of the future. Through a lot of the articles that I've read, I have a lot of information that I didn't have time to prepare a memo over the weekend, but talks a little bit about the evolution of hydrogen power and the drawbacks of battery power, the cost. You're talking about the minerals that are required that have to be extracted from the earth, how those minerals are extracted, and also the issue with the grid. If you see in California right now, due to the fact that we as a country have not invested in our grid in decades, right now we're seeing certain areas as there's more proliferation of electric vehicles, we don't have the grid to substantiate the amount of electricity that's being pulled off the system. So hydrogen power is something that, again, I think has real legs. And I bring it to the attention of my colleagues because, number one, I'd like for them to become a little bit more immersed in it, provide guidance, contacts, anybody that they know or meet. I would like to see the city, doesn't have to be in the next week, the next month, the next 6 months, the next year. I would like the city to really, through the manager, start trying to see, like we did when we started talking about, remember, about electric vehicles, and we said we want to have the largest 100% electric car fleet of a city in the state of Florida. Something that we started talking about how many years ago, Matt?
2015 probably is when we started those conversations.
And then look where we are now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that we can really do something interesting if we start having that conversation. And I know that we already had multiple phone calls with this entity, but it doesn't have to be them. They're just pretty advanced in Europe. So I just want your input.
I absolutely agree. The biggest issue about EVs is the issue with demands on the power grid. With a hydrogen fuel cell, essentially you do hit the electric grid, but at off-peak hours.
Yeah.
And then you can fuel your vehicles whenever you want, and it's a quick process. So I think absolutely as staff, we're very interested in seeing where this is going. And you're correct, in Europe, there are a few entities out there that have moved forward and they're doing pilot projects and even converting fleets. The company we have spoken with is incorporating in Miami. And they are interested in trying to find people to partner with.
And that's why I brought it to our
it's a good
attention.
conversation to have at this point.
That's why when I met with them, I treated them to breakfast, and they brought their whole team, pretty impressive. They're going to be doing things in other cities here. Maybe we can, do some sort of partnership with these cities. But what I would like to see is, through the manager, we start working on this. We start actually, I don't know why it's a trolley. It was my fault. It doesn't have to be trolleys. It can be, vehicles for code enforcement.
I think it's a good place to start and prove the concept, and then we can move to heavy fleet. We can move to lots of places. But I think it's a good place to start. I mean, the biggest hurdle I see for them is creating the first conversion facility in the county because they have to convert to hydrogen fuel. Now, they are willing to look at pilot projects even before that because they'll bring in the hydrogen fuel to show a pilot project. But they are going to have to, at some point within the county, build and develop a conversion facility.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that we talked about over breakfast, and I know we talked about it over the phone, and we had a secondary phone call, is the fact that if we are in the middle of everything here in South Florida, and we have a property that could potentially be the interface between, let's say, City Miami, West Miami, South Miami. So one of the things I'm going to bring up tomorrow with the mayor of South Miami, when we meet with him, I know he's very interested in issues of sustainability and environmental stewardship. I think there's an opportunity here to bring multiple different cities into the mix. This facility could be, for example, located at our trolley facility on US 1. And that's one of the things that I showed them. It's a prime location. It has enough room to potentially do one of these hydrogen facilities there, and multiple cities that can be like their jumping off point because you're right next to the Grove, you're stone's throw away from West Miami, South Miami. So I would love the ability to have that conversation, continuing having the conversation, and find a way, if it's with this company or with another company, doesn't matter which one it is, as long as that we form some sort of joint venture or a pilot program with a company that has legs and has a track record to actually deliver on something of this magnitude. So
I have a couple questions. Are you, because I walked in a couple minutes late, are you talking about the ones that are converting internal combustion engines to run on hydrogen? Or are you talking about the ones that convert it to electricity like an electric car?
The second.
Probably the second is where we see the most benefit moving forward. And I do think it resolves a lot of the issues that we see with trying to move to pure EVs with battery storage.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not requiring the vast amounts of rare minerals, and there's just a lot of earth-friendly things that come along with the hydrogen process.
And to add to that too, part of the concern we've had, especially on the heavy duty fleet, is range. Like the reality is even some of the electric buses or trolleys that they have may not be able to.
Range anxiety.
Range anxiety, you know that very well. Like the reality is in looking at our heavier duty fleet, like and electrification options, they're really limited. So if we can find something that can extend that range and hydrogen, you know, in some of the studies they share can double your range on that, that could really help us to meet some of our larger duty fuel usage on trolleys, garbage, you know, whatever, can help solve some of that.
Well, it's a very common element, being that you can use water to generate it or make it from. But I remember Honda was getting into the hydrogen cell market at one point, and then it kind of dropped off over 10 years ago and dropped.
Toyota, I think, is already selling a hydrogen car.
Toyota is heavy into
Yeah, I think California has kind of brought that back as a result of some of their regulations. I see that the U.S. Department of Energy has a site right now providing some information on this. Has there been any studies on, I know we have many news reports of what happens to electric car batteries when, especially the large ones, catch fire. Are there been any test results on the hydrogen cells as being a safer option? Not that gasoline is safe either, but.
We're early.
Very early
in our investigation, so I don't want to say yes or no at this point. We are aware that there are some stories out there. We are going to fully investigate.
Yeah, I remember the very early gasoline car crashes when they even learned how they put the filler pipe in was a big factor on whether or not you were going to explode when you got hit.
No, but I think also too, like, you know, there is a lot of money being invested on the federal government in not only electrification, obviously, but also other alternatives. So that's another opportunity for us to explore.
afdc.energy.gov.
Yeah,
Right
alternative fuel data. Yeah,
Yeah.
I use that site all the time.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, what I was saying was that I've met with these individuals. I took them to breakfast, and they were, was very impressed by just the amount of work that they've done and how many years they've been in actual operation. And then I introduced them through a conference, through a Zoom call to the team, and we've had other calls since then. I'd just like to see the commission's appetite, like we did in 2015 when we started talking about electric cars and charging and solar and all that kind of stuff, of whether we have the interest in embarking in a potential pilot program, having conversations with other municipalities that, who knows, maybe we can build one fuel facility together. And it could be beneficial for multiple municipalities. We're literally right next to each other. And we have the space on US 1 at our fire station, which is perfectly located, and it houses our trolleys now. So that's the reason why I put it on the agenda.
I think it's exciting.
Huh?
I think it's exciting.
I think it's very interesting. I've always been interested in this kind of stuff. So
I mean, it's a cleaner burning fuel, so that it'll last longer. Sorry. Did I step on you?
I think that this is the future. I don't think we're right now. This is not something good for right now. One, because of cost implications. It's not a technology that's very mature right now, and we'll be kind of testing it. I don't think right now we're in the position to start doing that. I think it's something we could probably show some interest for, 5 years, 6 years, when there's more scientific reports and results. And hydrogen is challenging to transport and to store. And we don't have the infrastructure for that, so that's something we really need to plan ahead. And the cost of producing hydrogen, especially using renewable methods, can be high compared to other energy sources. I think that this is the future. I just don't think we're ready to do it now.
So it's already being sold by Toyota on the market. It's all over Europe. I think someone mentioned to me they actually rode in a taxi that was that was hydrogen. In California, I have examples here of where they already have hydrogen refueling stations for California buses. It's available. If you know what you're doing and if you have the technology, it's not an issue where you're going to have combustion or any issues like that. Toyota has invested over 10 years in this technology. Again, if it's not the will of the commission is not interested in doing it, I won't move forward with it.
Well, I just need to, speaking for staff, we are always looking at all options.
I know you are.
But we are very interested, especially the unique position for Coral Gables is a company who's been successful in Europe wants to incorporate in the U.S. And, you know, one of the first places they thought about was Coral Gables. Now, we do have a history where we've been burned a couple of times by, we like to be on the cutting edge, but not the bleeding edge. And we've invested in some things that were good concepts, but we were ahead of ourselves. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but they will have to show us how we can have security in the fuel, how we can make sure that it's a cost-effective method. But I do think the possibility of there being some kind of a pilot project we would recommend is there. We're not there yet.
So if you look at,
and we wouldn't recommend something unless we thought it was feasible.
So if you look at the article that I have here, and I'll send a copy of it to everyone in the commission, it talks about $7 billion from federal funding from the U.S. Department of Energy on the DOE. So there's already massive subsidies, just like there was for electric cars. They see that there's no possible way for us to financially meet the demands if we're going to push like they're pushing for 2030 and 2035 in regards to having EV fleets. It's just not possible. And they can't do, for example, trucks. If you look at an 18-wheeler right now, I was watching a video on it yesterday, for that to be able to have batteries, the thousands, the tens of thousands of pounds that it puts on the actual 18-wheeler makes it unsustainable. And it impacts the ability to actually deliver service. And this is a completely different technology. It's a lot more lightweight, and you're already seeing, as per all the examples here. But if the commission thinks that it's something that is not currently feasible, we won't entertain it.
I guess I would just like to hear more from, what we would be able to do. I guess right now it's kind of just a concept. Are you expecting a vote from the commission today or directive?
What I'm trying to do is very simple. I'm trying to, like I do at every meeting, I try to bring great things to the city where we sit down, we spend time with staff, we analyze it, we research it. Like I'm going to bring other things now that we're going to talk about that are opportunities to be even more sustainable, and have staff research the opportunity through the manager and see how we could potentially over the next 6 months to a year engage in an opportunity, not by ourselves, but with other municipalities to deliver on something that could be beneficial. What could that be? It could be taking part of our fleet, 2 cars, 3 cars, 1 car, and transforming it into hydrogen. Maybe we see if we can do our trolleys in hydrogen. What would be the cost benefit of it? We spend about $1 million a year on a trolley, correct? How much are we spending on a trolley?
Yeah, we are scheduled to spend for new trolleys about 450 this year.
Yeah,
450. So we're always spending money and basically revamping the fleet and getting it more efficient. But at the end of the day, this is gonna be a situation where I've always wanted to go electric. The manager and I have test drove. Somebody drove us electric trolley. The reason why we didn't go any further, Mr. Manager, as you remember, is because I asked, where is this trolley made? And they said it's made in America. Who owns the company? The Chinese government owns the company. So we never went forward. But the opportunity here is to potentially find technology that can be retrofitted or find a trolley that already exists. They have buses, as you saw in the example, and they're doing it in California. They already have places hydrogen stations where you can fuel up and that uses fuel. So it's not something that's, it's not like the Jetsons. It already exists. And you have major companies like Toyota that are pushing these cars out, and they're selling them in the open market. You can buy them. So it's something, again, that's sustainable, that it's environmentally friendly, a lot more environmentally friendly than electric cars, and that save the city money in regards to gas, as there's massive fluctuations in regards to the fuels?
Well, as staff, we have actively encouraged them to give us more information, and even if they choose to put forward some kind of a pilot project that they would propose to us. But obviously, at this point, we haven't even had a chance to evaluate that. But it is a very exciting technology that we think we agree at some point in the future. I think this is going to be the direction we're going. But
I think it's exciting. I'd love to learn more.
Yeah.
And I also like the idea of not having to breathe the fumes from the trolleys and as many vehicles, and more alternative clean sources of energy we can get, the better off we are on a resiliency standpoint as well.
Absolutely.
So I know that, this has been around for some time. It's not like the technology hasn't been around. It's a matter of getting the infrastructure in place, and whether you have an on-site area where you produce your own hydrogen versus having it trucked in. That's a major factor. So I'd welcome them to share the information so I can read more than what's on the government website.
My intent is to not go rush and buy cars or build. We don't have a fueling area. My intent is to come back to the commission 6 months to a year from now, after having talked to other municipalities, and see, can we do something together where we can expand on this technology?
I think my biggest concern here is cost, infrastructure, and safety, right? Storing and handling hydrogen represents challenges due to its low ignition energy. So I think that's something that with time, we need to test out and see really if it's going to be more cost effective, not only to the city, but to the environment as well. I think we're too early on to the stage, but I think it's a great option at the end of the day in the future.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody's taking a vote here on this. I'd like to learn more information.
I'm ready to vote. I like it.
Okay. George Jetson.
No, quite honestly, it's probably my favorite item of the day. No, I find it fascinating. I think we should explore more and learn more. I guess my only thing, if they can put hydrogen, can they get me a DeLorean with that kind of...
That would be fun.
That would be fun. Test drive it. No, I think it's great. We should explore it. Why not be in the cutting edge? I think it's a great idea, and let's see where it takes us.
As long as we don't get cut.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
I've been on the hydrogen-powered buses in California, and I've seen their fueling facilities. They're near LAX, and seamless process there. They've been using them for years. At least, I've been to California about 5 years, so at least 5 years ago, they were already in the system. So they've definitely been using the system there. California is using a lot of different different ways of finding energy. I always thought one that we have not been tapping into is wind energy here. With all of our coastal area, California takes huge advantage of that and fills in for a lot of their need. But as the mayor was saying, the electric infrastructure is just not there. So if we are looking to be more sustainable, we need to explore other options. And I think right now, this is one that's starting up in our part of the country, and we should look into it.
So I think the reason why we don't have the wind is this one, it's too intermittent, and we don't have mountains to kind of like
Well, no, in
that-
California,
create that.
they have coastal, so they have it out in the water.
It's a different environment. We don't
It is.
have wind all the time.
It
It's
is.
inconsistent, too much.
So, Talande, is there interest in the commission in having the manager, giving directions to the manager to actually come back to the commission, let's say in 6 months, with some sort of progress?
Yeah.
Work
Yeah.
with.
I think it's great.
some
Share
sort
the
of
reading
progress.
with me.
Sorry?
Share the materials, so I don't have to look on my
So
phone.
we can actually know what we're
So-
talking about.
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you all.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Moving on to F3, this was brought to my attention by a resident, and also by the simple fact that every time you come into City Hall, you notice that there's our native lizards are nowhere to be found, and we have a lot of invasive species running all over the outside of City Hall. So the question is, what are we going to do about that? What position has the city taken in regards to removal of these invasive species? I know that there's an order, just like snakes, pythons, and other invasive species to remove them. But I just see that we're seeing less and less of our natural lizards here, especially in City Hall, and we're just having more of these invasive species. I don't know if you're getting any other comments. I met with a company that's working throughout South Florida to catch these invasive species. And like the manager told me, which I completely forgot, we haven't had a real cold front to really kill, I hate to say that, but a lot of these iguanas, which they're taken care of by a cold front. So at a minimum, I think that we should at least share a list of companies that eradicate invasive iguanas. Maybe we can offer that in our website for people to be able to call a company that's been vetted, that has insurance, and that are not a bunch of cowboys doing things the wrong way. I think that we should maybe think about potentially putting a list together like we do with companies that offer garbage hauling and bathrooms and that kind of stuff in the construction world. So just bringing this to your attention, because I imagine other residents are going to be calling you. This is becoming a real problem in certain areas of the city.
Especially when I go down in through the roof and show up in the toilet.
I don't see our native iguanas much at all anymore.
Gone.
I
They're
see
all
all
gone.
the invasive ones
They're all gone.
constantly.
Lizards, yeah.
Just go to right when you step out of City Hall. And as a matter of fact, that company, it's funny, they took that picture right in front of City Hall before, as part of their propaganda that they give out to people. But literally, right when you step out of City Hall and you walk into your cars, look down, all you see is invasives. You won't see one of the, yeah.
How about if we come up with a community program or project that one day you have to catch as many iguanas as possible?
Have you ever tried? No, have you ever been whipped by an iguana?
Not really.
No. I mean, no. You don't
I
mess.
danced with one on a front
think the
porch during the
vice-
campaign. It didn't let me off the porch. I had to jump over it.
Yeah, no. I mean, you don't mess with these guys.
I think the vice mayor is saying, look, from a liability standpoint, we don't want to be promoting people wrestling iguanas.
No. I mean, they take that tail.
Or
and
shooting
it's
them.
wicked.
Or shooting them.
No, but to your point, Mr. Mayor, of maybe putting the information up, I know that I got a question early on about foxes in people's backyards. And the county doesn't offer a program to remove them if they're in somebody's backyard. So they say you have to look for a local vendor. With the different nuisance invasives that we have, maybe we can have some sort of resource for people where they can go and find local vendors. I don't know if there's a vetting process, making sure they have the proper licenses to make sure we list them.
So that's always the challenge. We're not supposed to recommend any vendors. And so, it's not something that we do. We don't put out any vendors because then it's almost like we're sort of endorsing one or the other.
Do they have like a
I think
pet adoption website that you can refer them to?
Right, there's probably, I think they're probably
some
available
way
if
to
you
find it.
search, online, you can find companies that do these different things.
If you get a chance and you go on Alhambra, before you get to the circle where we just did the embankment, that area is always full of iguanas. And the Billmore golf course is full of iguanas. So there has to be, what I'm trying to do, I'm bringing this to your attention is, people are calling and, I don't want to be able to just say, hey, call 311 or we can't recommend somebody to you because that doesn't really serve the purpose of why the resident called us. Not that we're going to go over there and take the iguanas out ourselves, but I think that we should be able to provide them some sort of guidance to say, look, I don't think there's that many people out there removing iguanas. There has to be a handful of people who are vetted and insured. So just put it on your radar. Just think about it.
I think based on, the city had a registration program for landscapers, not allowed anymore, I'm aware. But that list was available to residents, correct?
It was a public record.
So would we be able to have them register with the city?
We can't have them, you're saying like a voluntary?
Voluntary, provide your information?
So that same preemption applies to all sorts of occupations, so we cannot license them. I think we could look at what some other cities are maybe doing about where if people want to ask for their name to be put on a list and the city makes no representations, we could do that and say, here's people whose names have submitted that they do this, but we have to be very clear with disclaimers.
What about economic development has posts on social media on Coral Gables-based companies? Maybe they can post on this one.
Maybe they
And
don't.
then we can
They're
refer
probably
to
down
that
in
social
Homestead.
media post.
I just want to bring it to your attention. You guys do whatever the lawyers tell me to do, I'll do.
We'll work with the
I
manager's
just want to tell my
office.
colleagues that they're going to start receiving phone calls
Maybe
on
just like
iguanas. And also, I think the city should take a position here at City Hall where all we have is these invasive species. Are we going to just let it be?
I think Peter will handle that.
Yes. So think about it, let it marinate, let
I
it
need you
marinate,
to come down to my house then too.
let it marinate and figure out what you want to do.
Can we fly them out to Martha's Vineyard or something? Just, I don't know. Just-
Let it marinate and figure out what you guys want to do about City Hall because they're everywhere. More important issues, at least I think it's more important to all of us here, is F5, a discussion on legislation regarding abandoned vehicles. So we have currently, can we get our city attorney up here, please? So I brought up, I'm sorry?
I said, I'm here.
I know. But I brought up a property to the attention of the city. I have a resident who calls me every week. Okay, and obviously they asked me to address this issue. It's a property, and I want to be very careful where I give the address. And they have a abandoned car. It's not really an abandoned car, it belongs to them. It's just they're going through some difficult times through probate in the family. There was a death, but the car is in very poor condition, and the car has 4 flat tires. Trying to be careful here, so not show all the photo and the license plate and everything. But if I was showed you the other.
blurred out.
Let's just leave it like that. Let's just leave it like that before.
The text blurred out.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
I
no.
can't see it.
Well,
No, I checked. It's
Mayor,
blurred out.
Yes,
The house
is this on the
number's not there.
swale?
that's on the swale.
Yeah, that's a
Okay,
swale.
but the problem is that we have said that these individuals are going through a tough time. They're trying to address the situation. I agree. If you tell me a week, 2 weeks to address an issue, I think it's a perfectly fine time. We've already had this car probably there for, probably 3 months. And it comes a point where the person's contacting us every week, and there's a level of frustration. So I would like for my colleagues to think about, I'm writing an ordinance, we're working on tweaking the ordinance, and I'll be bringing this before you. I want your input in regards to this ordinance to see what we can do to kind of be a little bit more stringent in regards to this matter.
I'm happy to send you all for review the provisions we do have at the moment for removal and destruction of abandoned vehicles. I think it mirrors a lot of state law provisions and it addresses removal of vehicles on private and public property. This particular property, I'm not aware of. I don't know if Development Services is.
It is.
but-
I just want out of courtesy, they're going through a family issue. I don't want to read their address on the record.
So I'm not aware of where we are in the process with that, but there is a process laid out in the code, but I'm happy to share it with you to see if there's any tweaks you all want to make to that.
And police is, if it's abandoned, Mayor, on the swale, police will be involved and enforcement will be by police.
It's not really abandoned. It's the property owner, of the property. It's their car, but they had a death in the family. It was an elderly person. Now they're kind of waiting to take action.
Sounds like it's defined if it's got flat tires.
Got flat tires.
Defined as an abandoned vehicle. So we'll work on that particular issue with Development Services and police, but if you all want to look at the process generally, happy to send it to you to review.
What I'm trying to do is tweak it so that we can give somebody, or let's say a property that's in probate or a property that's stuck in the courts in one form or another. We as a city cannot allow this vehicle to be there for 3 months. I know that we're not in the business of towing, but maybe we can tow this car and send it to a tow yard and get it out of the neighborhood. Because, I don't think anybody wants to live with this on your swale for 3 or 4 months.
To that point, there is a process. That vehicle could be cited for a parking violation for parking over 24 hours. What happens at that point is then once it becomes a scofflaw, we can remove it to a yard. But typically, we get a lot of these calls in a few different neighborhoods around town. Often if this has flat tires and it's not moving, that usually becomes the issue, is the vehicle's not moving. Sometimes we contact the owner and, they just haven't gone anyplace.
Mr. Kinney, but the issue here is that we're having kind of like a disconnect with code enforcement. And we're having an issue where we've been trying to get this taken care of for like 2 months and change, and I haven't been able to get any traction. So I'm trying to address it through legislation so that none of my colleagues have to ever deal with the phone calls that I'm getting from the residents in the
Well,
neighborhood.
I know absolutely that if it's been in one place for 24 hours, parking enforcement will write a citation for.
What's the disconnect we're having with code enforcement?
Look, for example, this email here, I have an email here, my colleagues can see it, it's dated October 9th. That's just already, and it's, the property is still under probate. Vehicle has flat tire and has been reported to police to enforce since it's on the swale. Property was cited for swale condition. That's from Terry Shepard. The issue is, I'm getting calls on a weekly basis on an issue that we're kind of, for some reason, we're caught like in a no man's land, like in limbo. So we need to kind of address it. I know we're trying to give them enough time, but there comes a point where residents just get tired.
I mean, even if at the end of the day we forgave the citations, it probably would be appropriate to issue the citations, so then we would have the authority to take action.
I've encountered in the past, where I lived in the past, people just leaving their cars for more than a week. And, after speaking with parking, and I know there was a procedure in place, lengthy procedure, like you said, you have to wait a certain amount of days and then give the ticket. But I agree with the mayor. This is not the only case. I've seen other situations alike, so I think it's something that should be streamlined.
We see them in a number of different situations, and sometimes it is as simple as reminding the owner that you can't park for over 24 hours. You have to move the vehicle if you're in the right of way. But there's other times where there are flat tires or a car is clearly not working. And those are the ones where we try and write the tickets quickly so that then parking enforcement can call PD once it becomes a scofflaw and it can be moved off. But you're right, that process can take 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the legislation that we did on the prior time about abandoned vehicles. What was the consequence?
That was for the vehicles on the swale, prohibiting
one's on the
vehicles on the
swale.
swale with the car covers.
Yeah, that was specific to car covers, and it was a code enforcement violation if you violated the regulations regarding the amount of time you could have a car cover or an inappropriate car cover.
So it was code enforcement.
I believe so offhand, yes.
Okay, so
We have a process in place for addressing, I think, vehicles like the one the mayor just showed. We can follow up with police and see what has been done, and we'll follow up with, parking as well and see in this particular case what has been done and get that process going if, it's necessary.
There's a process for removal of the vehicles, and we'll look into
The intent
what's
of
happened
putting
there.
the intent of putting this on the record, for my colleagues to have a little bit of understanding of something that I'm facing with a resident, where this is not the only place. There's another similar situation 3 blocks away. It's very weird to have this. I've never seen this. 2 cars within a 3-block radius. And I've been doing this for a while. This is the first time that I see this. And I think that what we need to do is tweak and maybe the legislation that we have in place so that we can be a little bit more proactive. Because the vehicle is in this position, you can't even see inside the windows. It's flat tires. We need to take action. Give it a ticket, give them a warning, hey, you have a week to remove this vehicle. Or if not, we'll tow it. I think a week is far than enough. You can hire a tow company and have it towed to a body shop or to a warehouse or anywhere that the individual may require. But to leave it in a neighborhood for 2 months is, again, I think it ruins people, especially during the holidays. You're going to have, everybody's fixing up their homes, landscaping, putting trees in their lights, and then you have an abandoned basically vehicle on 4 flat tires. That's why I'm putting it on the commission. I've been working with staff throughout the process, but I have a feeling that we're seeing this. Let me give you another example. Behind my gym, there was a brand new, beautiful pickup truck that was left in the alley. and it was parked in the middle of the alley. Nobody in their right mind would have left that car like that. It's probably like a $60,000 pickup truck. So we looked at it for about 24 hours. This was at 5 in the morning. When I go work out, I looked at the vehicle with some friends of mine. We looked at it. The next day it was there again. We called the police. Those vehicles are left in those positions for 24 to 48 hours to see if anybody has a tracking device on it, and then they'll come back and they'll take that vehicle and sell it to South and Central America. They ship it away. So, we're having that issue here now with car thefts, but this is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. So I just want to see how we can work together on this issue. I would like to, Madam City Attorney, put something on the books that's well-defined for our next commission meeting that says, this cannot be allowed. This having a car on the median with 4 flat tires, the police should be able to take immediate action. The manager should know, oh, this is exactly what the provisions are. 1 week to fix a car, or we tow it at your expense.
I mean, in the past, I've seen where code
That's what
enforcement
preempted by state.
No, Mayor, that's essentially what is allowed and authorized, and there is already that process in place. I think in this case, it might be an enforcement issue, and we'll look into that with staff.
I think it's an enforcement issue because I've had it, an instance where I had the same situation across the street from me, and many moons ago, we're talking 20 years ago, and the tag was expired, the car, was getting some mold on it too, so it's been sitting there for a while and the tires were flat. So yes, they ticketed it and it was gone.
If anybody knows, Bob Litz knows.
I'm going to try my best. Good evening, mayors, commissioners. What we usually do is if we get a complaint, we send an officer out there. He, like you said, looks at the tires, see how long it looks like the vehicle's been there. We run the tag, we try to make contact with the owner. If we can't make contact with the owner, we put in a courtesy notice on the vehicle, and then within 5 days, we can tow the vehicle if the vehicle's still there. So if that complaint comes in, like I said, we assign it to the officer, and those are the steps we take.
I think the issue here is, it said we're being courteous like we always are because of the result of the probate. But we have to be able to move much quicker. When I say we, I mean
City.
the courts have to move much quicker than this.
So I don't think there's anything preventing us just because it's in probate. I'll look into this particular one, but I don't think there's anything preventing us in this case. Again, I don't know the particular matter, but I'll definitely research it. And again, if we, it might be just a matter of enforcement in this case.
Yeah, give him a deadline.
I'm sorry, I was outside, I didn't hear the address or where this is at, but
We didn't
we can
see it.
definitely look into it for you.
Here, I just didn't want to publicly say it. And it's a public record, it's on an email, but I'd rather give it to you. There you go. Thank you, my friend, I appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else? I'll just move on. By the way, look, I have it here from September. I have another email from September. So it was September 1st, October 9th, and we're November, so this is the first one. Thank you. Moving on to F6, illegal dumping in North Gables. We have a handful of areas that I get phone calls from residents and business owners. We have some photos I wanted to show you. And okay, let's pause here for a second. So I've probably called in this location probably a dozen times. This is a spot at 11 Sidonia. No, I'm sorry, not Sidonia, I apologize. That's another area. That is in front of an empty lot. It's a beautiful location, probably about a block away from Bashur. So sometimes when I have a little bit of extra time, I'll swing by there and before a meeting or after a meeting, and I'll check that out. That is a major area of illegal dumping, and it's all week, by the way. Their pickup days are usually Fridays, from what I remember. There's garbage there 7 days a week. 7 days a week, and the residents in front and the back continuously send me messages. We gotta figure something out. Mr. Manager, I'd like to see if maybe we can put maybe a camera there, one of those temporary cameras.
Salcedo, Mayor?
Yeah. I have the address here. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. It's right there on Salcedo. On the empty lot. No, I'm sorry, 232 Zamora.
232 Zamora?
Yeah. And I'll just show you a few more. I don't want to take up everybody's time. I know we've been here a long day. Mr. Clerk, can we go to the next one? These are just examples of what we're seeing here in North Gables. And I intentionally, left some of the addresses out here. Gabby did a great job putting this together. This is what we're seeing in North Gables. That location, constantly illegal dumping. Corner of Galeano and Phoenicia, no dumping sign. I mean, it's every day. This is in front of our friends there at Crystal Academy.
Yep.
Great area. It's just garbage. Why don't we just plan out? Why don't we do something there, Mr. Manager? If it's the will of the commission. Plus, I think it's perfect. Why don't we
And it
plan?
says no dumping, too.
Why don't we get rid of that no dumping sign? Why
You see, it's
don't we
real-
get rid of the no dumping sign? And let's plant an oak tree there and plant something. This is the same location. Another day when I went by there.
They'll still dump next to the oak tree.
I know, but we'll put some shrubs and we'll try to, fill it with some green island ficus or something that's not gonna cost any money and it'll grow quick. But at least, plus that area is horrific. These are pictures that I took myself. This is, I don't know what address this is, I apologize. I think this is 1014 East Ponce de Leon. The size of that pile, this is a weekly pile. Look at the next one. Same pile.
Is this illegal dumping or dumping by the
I don't
buildings?
know. That I don't know. But this is literally every single week. And the residents call me. They said, listen, we don't know who it is. It's happening
Put some
constantly.
cameras on this?
That's what I was thinking about asking the manager to do. I think the one on Zamora is critical. This is adjacent to Crystal also. Every
Yeah.
single week, there's furniture there.
Yes, every.
And that has to be illegal dumping, because it's just so much furniture that's thrown out there, and it's the entire week.
We gotta get these folks, like we caught some others, and get their vehicle tags.
So I know we put out some cameras, and I know that we had caught some people, Mr. Manager.
But
I'd
this is
like to see if we can do more, and potentially try to see how we can resolve this. This is all in North Gables.
This is close to the women's club, and the women's club usually goes out and cleans up this whole area, which is pretty.
So that's 11 Sedonia.
Do you have an idea as to why that particular, other than access to 8th Street and Douglas,
You hit it.
you're out.
You hit it. At night you drive there. It's incredibly dark. At night. You park there. No one's gonna notice. You just dump everything out. You act like you're moving. You act like you're moving that couch for a friend or something, and they just dump it there and they take off. Garbage. Look, again, I hate to go back to what I do, but garbage disposal right now in the construction industry is so expensive. The manager will tell you, we used to do dumpsters for $200. They're $600, $700 now for a dumpster. So what do? A lot of people who get hired to do, and I don't want to disparage any profession, but certain people who do demolition work, they'll just, it's happening a lot in Homestead. Keone McGee is, the commissioner and senator, is constantly in a battle in regards to illegal dumping. They'll go to empty lots and they'll just fill the empty lots with, entire dump trucks come and just dump things. This is literally right there on a main street. That's 235 Calabria. That's crazy. Can you imagine waking up to that and seeing that?
No, I'd be pissed.
So I'm bringing it to your attention because I drive this area a lot and I get a lot of residents that call me and I don't know what to do and what is the next step in regards to enforcement. I'd like to see some action in regards to this because I think it's important for the residents who live in this area who have to deal with this. And I think it's a good opportunity to address it. So if you have any ideas, if you think that we can add more cameras, I know we have certain cameras there and they've caught people dumping illegally. The question is, what can we do with that information? I don't think we have much that we can do, correct?
It's limited, Mayor.
Limited.
Unfortunately, it's limited.
But our cameras around the border of the city can track where they're going? You get one on the spot, and then you get another one which way they came from.
It's very limited because we don't see them there. Cameras aren't really.
Depends on the quantity. Once you reach a certain amount of tonnage, you catch them enough times, you add it up, then it gets into a felony or a misdemeanor level. Depends on the tonnage. I remember looking at it. Don't quiz me on the tonnage though.
So if we catch the person or the people, what's the consequence?
You would have to take a look at the actual state statute.
And as you can imagine, the challenges that, in terms of these kinds of charges, there's priorities that the state actually pursues, as you can imagine, and sometimes illegal dumping is not the highest on the priorities of charges.
Just to change the perspective of illegal dumping, do we have our own laws regarding littering?
We have we do have a code provision, if that's what you mean, yeah.
Because technically, if it's easier to cite them with a financial hit, it's probably easier than doing something that the state regulates.
The challenge is that these are, our code, when we cite for code violations, we can then, if the fine is not paid, then we can have a lien against the property when it's a property related fine or violation, I should say. In this case, you find somebody who's just driving a vehicle and dumps something, and you issue a code enforcement citation, and it could be a fine, but
We can't enforce
it'll be enough. And oftentimes the fines are not, significant enough for them to.
So
really-
back in the day, I don't know about now, back in the day, a person would be driving, throw stuff out the window, and a cop would pull you over for littering. That be state law?
Yeah, that'd be state law. Yeah, the problem is when we're dealing with people from outside the city is enforcement. Then you also have the aggravation of being arrested if it's an arrestable amount. That creates a certain amount of deterrence effect.
So what I
Raise the fine for illegal dumping?
Again, we can't enforce it. We need to
live
state.
here.
Agreed. We may not be able to enforce it until that one case, which then becomes a story. And word starts spreading.
Perhaps.
Because if your risk of being caught illegal dumping is $2,500, you're going to think twice before you do it in Coral Gables.
And if you see cameras, you're gonna think twice too.
I'll give you an example. The county has a fine for parking a semi-truck on your lot. First fine's $500. Second's $2,500. The third is $5,000. So it makes you think twice before you do it again.
So whether it should be statutory change at the state level or at some other level, perhaps it's a discussion we should have with the city attorney and explore what can be done.
So what I would like for you to do, if possible, the commission, is take some time when you have a moment, try to go on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Don't go on a Friday because that's when they're picking up. Go on a Wednesday or Thursday. So you can see this area, especially the areas that I talked to you about. So you can see the amount of garbage that's out there. A lot of times we're flying from point A to point B and we don't really pay attention to certain things. But when you really start driving up and down the streets, you really start recognizing that there's a lot of illegal dumping going on. So this is just bringing it to your attention again, so we can have a conversation about potentially adding more cameras, especially if we can do Sedonia, it would be great. Plant an oak tree there, do some landscaping, that's it. That area is stopped from illegal dumping. If we could do that, I'd really appreciate that.
And the problem is a code enforcement violation to a property versus somebody that it's a vehicle. Or somebody that doesn't live here. The enforcement is a problem.
Yep. Okay. Moving on to F7. Madam City Attorney, legislation regarding art in public places.
Yes, Mayor. We've been working with staff on some proposed changes to the art in public places ordinance. It's nothing really groundbreaking. It's just some streamlining and cleaning up of some procedures.
Just want my
and-
colleagues to be a little bit aware of what we're doing so that if they have any ideas, we can do it now before we bring it to the commission.
And it's gone to the proposed legislation has gone to the Arts Advisory Panel and the Cultural Development Board. We're incorporating some of their feedback into the draft, and then we hope to bring that back on first reading in December.
If you could do me a favor, please send it to my colleagues in the commission and everyone so they can read it before it comes. It's already been through several boards.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good.
F8, this is one that I mentioned at the last commission meeting. I don't know if it was the last commission meeting or my town hall meeting, was in regards to potentially engaging through the manager a consultant to do a very simple, nothing extravagant, conceptual plan connecting Lot 25 to Pittman Park, taking into consideration the alley and basically eliminating that parking spaces and using that as a great kind of driver for Giralda. So instead of having everything on Giralda, you wouldn't disrupt the restaurants or seating. You could do it on the lot and you could connect that lot and close out a portion of the street to Pittman Park, and see how that would look, to see if number one, it's even feasible, if it's really an interest of the city, of my colleagues on the commission, but this is something that I've thought about for a long time, and I think it would be something that finally will get a lot more use out of Pittman Park, because you connect it. And I think it would be something interesting, kind of change that area a little bit.
Do we really need to hire a consultant? We don't have enough staff to do this?
Mr. Manager, do you think you have someone that could potentially, I imagine people are very busy, but do you have somebody who could engage in providing?
I think that we could take a preliminary look at it, come back in December and give you a better.
Do you have surveys? You have existing surveys? Or do you need to order that?
I'm not sure. I know we have work. We have the work that we did when we did Geraldo, which that was part of. But I think I can get Public Works to take a look at it and give and provide a kind of a preliminary presentation for the December meeting.
So my idea is to conceptually close off that street, not affecting the business, which is adjacent, which I think is the Merrill Lynch or Charles Schwab office. I'm not sure which one it is. Getting buy-in from that resident. They're two sisters who I've met with before, very nice ladies, to figure out a way to green that area. I know we'll be cutting off a sidewalk, but we could figure out some way to to bring it all together, bringing Lot 25 with Pittman Park, getting rid of the street, and then connecting it so Giralda becomes just more user-friendly. Maybe you could have an area where kids can play. Maybe you can have an area where you could have a holiday market there instead of having the holiday market on Giralda, or connect it somewhere or another. Just ideas. Anybody's more than welcome to
I think we
add.
can look at preliminarily, we do have to have exit out of the alley.
Yeah.
Because we can't dead end an alley. We do have the building just to the north of the building next to the parking, which has an entrance also to their parking garage there. So we can't block off that part. So, and then of course we'd have to close the street down with the county. So there's a number of things that we can do. We can look at it preliminarily and come back with a.
You can redirect traffic. There's already on the other side of Pittman Park, which is fine. You can redirect the traffic there. And then obviously the traffic that comes from the alley can hug Charles Schwab and then just dump out into the street and go to the left.
We have to make a right off the alley, but there's also a left turn because of the entrance to that parking garage. So can we if you would like, we can do a preliminary look at it and present in December.
Yeah, no problem. It'd be great.
Then we can proceed.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that would fix the issue of the alley going through the parking, and you'll have a lot more space to work with then.
We can look to see what's left after we take care of the alley and the adjacent building, and the building next, just north of the adjacent building. That's important.
All right, Mr. Manager, if you think that staff has the time and the wherewithal to do it, I have no issues. They can take the reins.
One thing I will bring up, I did speak to a couple of businesses, and they're really concerned about closing that parking lot down because of the impact that'll have on food deliveries, since they do use that parking lot actively to park their vehicles and scooters. So that's something else to throw into your equation.
Okay, moving on to item F9, excuse me. Discussion regarding recycling plastic film. I had the pleasure of meeting with a resident in my office hours. Her name was Sherry. She brought an idea up to me, which is something that coincides with a habit that we have at my house, where we recycle, plastic bags and, for example, dry cleaning film. So, the film that basically protects your shirts and dresses and that kind of stuff. So that usually just gets thrown away because you can't throw it into the recycling bin. So what I've been doing for years is I have a separate basket and I collect it all and then I take it back to Publix and I'll recycle it at Publix. I do about once a month. Stays in my car for a few days and I take it to Publix. But that's not really feasible for the entire city. So she exposed me to a company called Nextrex, and look at all the cool things that you can recycle, which right now we can't put into our recycling bins. These are all different types of plastic wraps, tags,
We could
or
have
bags.
something at the youth center too.
Yeah, so what I was thinking about was taking a parking space at the youth center, which is very easy, one parking space, whatever, maybe it doesn't have to be the one closest to the entrance, it can be one furthest away, and putting one of these containers. And when you fill it up, there's no cost. They take it from you, and then they have a challenge. And the challenge is, other cities are doing this. They take all this stuff, pantries, all kinds of items that we cannot even recycle now. Bubble wrap, Ziplocs, cereal liners,
Cereal
bread
box
bags,
liners, I've seen nobody.
produce bags, store bags, ice bags, newspaper sleeves. And what they do is they give you a bench made of these materials. And they're pretty nice benches. And we can take those benches and we can dedicate them to somebody who's willing. Like, for example, I would buy the first one. We can do like a raffle. Or we can do, $1,500, $2,000 for the bench. And the bench can have someone's name on it, and we can install it in a park, or we can install it in City Hall. We can install it somewhere, that's appropriate. I thought I had a picture of the bench, but I don't. She also showed me something about for cigarette butt recycling, but I thought that was a little too aggressive. I think this is more feasible. So I would like for my colleagues to entertain this as a possibility and potentially installing one of these receptacles in the youth center or somewhere else that has a lot of opportunity for traffic. Maybe here in City Hall, we can put one, wherever you like. But I think it's a pretty large container, and then they come and they pick it up, and they recycle these products, and they provide us with a bench, which we can use it for something that, again, will benefit the city and install it somewhere nice.
What does it look like?
I don't have a picture of it. But it's nice, though. It's something very well done. And it again, we can use it as a tool in the city to reward the employee of the year, or we can use it for a fundraising opportunity with businesses. They can have their name put on it, something like that. And it can be something that, again, we're benefiting by actually recycling all these products, which are now going into the landfill. We can divert all these products. And we can also benefit by building one of these beautiful benches.
Well, I think it's a great idea. We could also have smaller ones around, like we have for the batteries, to take it from there and then put them into the larger container if it's going to take up that much space. The point is education and to make it easy for people. Without activity center, you could have a receptacle there and just go fill the bigger one up. Even on a just weekly basis, empty it out. So it's all great stuff.
So what I wanted to do is, before I proceed, I've already had conversations with the resident and the company. I'd like to present it at the next commission meeting for your approval and consideration. And I'll have more ideas on more proof on how the actual benches look, what is the size of the container, how often do they pick it up, so that we can start now telling our residents that this is a location where they can go and drop off all these products and recycle all these products instead of, oh, here you go, you're different.
There you go.
Thank you, Gabby.
Marlon Everett showed this to me at one point.
Yeah, they look great.
Yeah,
they
do.
They're weather resistant, and they're made from the actual products that you're recycling. And as you can tell, you can put a little plaque on it, and you can dedicate it to somebody.
Yep.
And it's something very tasteful.
And then our kids will be teaching the parents. They're going to go, Dad, you have to recycle that.
The only request would be to find a good location for it. I think the parking lot at the youth center is a little overused as it is. If we can find a spot that may be more visible too.
Fred offered his parking spot.
Okay.
He told me. Right, Fred?
I think he's coming up now.
He's going to come back running.
But this is something I had talked to Matt about prior to this recycling event to see if we could have Publix here at this last recycling event. It didn't work out, but if we do have a partner that can be out here so that we can recycle these goods as well, I think it would be great.
So I mean, what we've been doing is, obviously, first and foremost, from a sustainability perspective, we want to encourage reusable bags as much, but we know people still have to use plastic. And obviously, we've been encouraging residents to take and drop off at Publix, Target, a lot of your retail stores that do distribute plastic do have bins where you can drop them off at. This is something certainly we can look at. And to Mayor, to your point, the one thing I don't want to cause confusion on is people putting them in their in the single stream recycling. I don't, because that, I mean, you all have seen on the tours and from Waste Management, that is a big problem when they get caught in there. But this is certainly something we can look at, and a potential location, obviously, working with parks. The reverse vending machine that we have in the youth center right now, actually, that grant is scheduled to end this week. So we're probably going to be taking that machine out, so there may be an opportunity to.
What I want to try to do is I want to just have a location where somebody literally can just hop out of their car, just dump it, and like I do at Publix. And I agree with you. But if you look at what I recycle every month or every 2 months, probably 10% of it is plastic bags. The only plastic bags that I ever get are for milk.
Yeah.
Or for almond milk and
definitely.
milk and wet things like that. And I try not to, like let's get paper as much or use reusable bags, which we have. But there's no recycling for you have a dress shirt.
Yeah.
It comes with a film.
Correct.
You buy water bottles, which you try not to, but you still buy water bottles for one reason or another. You have all that plastic.
No, it's hard to
film.
avoid it 100%.
There's
Absolutely.
plastic everywhere. Over
Yeah.
50% of oil is used for not for gasoline, but for plastics. Over 50%. Plastic is everywhere. And it was very interesting when this was brought to my attention, the amount of items that we could recycle, and all you do is just drop it off.
Yeah.
And it's great because you don't have that, you're diverting it from the waste stream.
Correct.
And a lot of people are making the mistake, even though we have a very, very competent, educated, educated group of individuals here in our community. They're excited about recycling. Of
course, yeah.
So people dump things in there that wreak havoc on the actual machinery, and then they're like, you can't recycle. This is too difficult. I literally have a basket in my garage. Whatever I can throw in there that makes sense is on that list. A bread, this, that. You throw it in there, and it gets taken care of. So.
No, and I believe Publix, the program that they have set up, I believe they do make benches. It's a very specialized recycling process to be able to do that. But yeah, no, it's certainly something we can explore.
But Publix only takes number 2 and number 4 plastic.
Yeah.
This is a much broader list.
Correct, yeah.
So if we could take a look at the parking on the far, like for instance, where we put the Christmas trees. Yeah. Have one of those spots for the plastic.
Okay.
If it's really going to need that much space.
Yeah, I would have to look at the size of the container and
That's
see.
what before I did all that research and I brought it to the next commission, I just wanted to see if there was an appetite for it.
I just like the idea of, and this is why we've done it with other locations, is putting it somewhere indoors so it's protected. It's also in a secure location, so nobody, but again, it all depends on what the size of that.
I realized that the easier you make it for people,
Oh, yeah, 100%.
the more engaged they become.
Easy and convenient.
So that's why I said, I don't want that parking space all the way in the front. I use the youth center as just an example. It could be City Hall, it could be another parking area. Take one space, I imagine the machine is probably pretty significant in size. They probably come pick it up maybe once a quarter. And you literally just, you put it all as far away and people drive by and they just get off and they do like what I do every month. So, and I think it's a very beneficial thing and it continues to build upon what the city is known for.
Absolutely.
For being as sustainable as possible.
Try to get us to zero waste as much as we can.
Yeah, we're trying, right?
Yeah.
We're trying.
So as far as it taking a parking space, how large is this container?
That's,
Can it fit?
I spoke without having the information. I thought a parking space because, I look at, for example, a waste container that you see in the alleys. They're probably something like that, unless they actually have a compression system in there, which actually compresses the plastic and pushes all the way down. I don't even know. I have to kind of have further discussions. I just wanted to see if there was an appetite in the commission for me to continue doing research on this and have a second conversation.
And I believe with this program, Nextrex, and then I think there's also one other company called Terra Recycle that has programs somewhat similar, I believe. They also have mail homes, like systems where people can sign up and they can mail, like that sort of thing. I'm just saying that they do come in smaller sizes as far as where it's like pre-labeled and everything like that, where people.
For example, we could have one here in City Hall. If we don't want to do a youth center, we can have one in City Hall. We can put it in a corner and where maybe there's a parking spaces that are just not efficient, and we take that little corner and we set it up nice, well done. And we put it there and we see how successful we are. And then we tell people, listen, now we're offering this amenity for anybody in the community that wants to do this. This is an opportunity for you to.
Is it like this? Looks like a trash can?
The one that I saw was a little bit bigger. I have to get the actual dimensions. I just think that, for example, I don't know how big that trash can is. I put together every 2 months, pretty significant bag full of it. And that's that I compress it down.
Yeah.
I want it to be something where you don't have to be constantly attending to it.
Yeah.
And don't forget, our community, again, is very interested in the environment. So that little container is like what they have in Publix. When I go, sometimes I struggle to push down what I bring because it's full.
No, and to your point, like,
I make my own bag. And I just leave it on top. Me too. So it's standing this tall, so they just come pick it up
and to
next time.
Mayor, to your point, like, you could just see the successes in the other programs we've launched in making it convenient, like the battery recycling, like the recycling drive-through, like anytime we launch one
Remember
of these
when we started that recycling drive-through, like how it's exploded and what
Yeah,
Solange
no.
has done with the batteries is incredible.
And again, to your point, make it easy and convenient for people to be able to participate. You're going to have high levels of participation because of that. So, and we've seen that success.
That's my thought process. You're right about the vending machine, but if you put it somewhere where they can just literally get out of their car and dump it, it makes it easy. So, if the commission is interested, I'll bring it back with more detail, and I'll prep a memo. I'll prep a memo that'll send the information before the commission.
With photos.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
dimensions.
And dimensions.
And dimensions.
Youth Center, I think, would be a great location.
You know, because plus you can have more than one of these at different locations, because that's not so big.
Yeah, I just don't think that'll work because I'm telling you, you know better, Vice Mayor, you know better than I do. When people get into something and you start, like this lady Sherry who brought it to my attention, she's like, I promise you, everybody's gonna start doing this. When you tell people all you do is just put a little bag there in your garage, you just dump all the plastics and look at all the cool things that you can recycle, like the kids get into it.
But the
And then
staff
you
can
realize
pick
it's
it
this
up
big
every
before
day.
you know it. You're like, what am I gonna do with all this now?
Yeah.
That's
So
the position we're in.
That's where you have the big one.
Yeah.
I mean, because how often are the garbage cans emptied at youth center?
I mean, I think staff takes care of those on a daily. Fred can chime in on that, but I believe it's frequently.
Pretty frequently, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just start putting them into the larger container at that point. But making it convenient for people to drop off is the key.
Well, what's interesting too is when we started the reverse vending machine, they weren't finding any plastic bottles anywhere on the youth center grounds anymore because all the kids were gathering them and putting them in the reverse vending machine. So that was just something we saw as a result.
That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, no, I know, exactly.
What does it cost us to continue that?
The grant we received was for $25,000. To continue the program, it would be $25,000 on an annual basis.
Versus paying somebody to pick up all the bottles, which costs.
All right, so we'll move it, I'll prepare that. Moving on to F10, Madam Vice Mayor.
F10.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to include a schedule in each version of the city budget presented to the City Commission for approval outlining the changes in salaries by department from the previous version of the budget presented to the City Commission.
This was an outgrowth of the town hall meeting, talking to the residents there. This item and, let's see, where did it go?
F10.
F12.
F12.
This is F10. This is the schedule at the back of the budget showing the department salary changes between each version of the draft budget.
So this was.
I apologize. My apologies. I read the wrong version of the title.
So you want to do F10 and F12 together?
Yes, because they were both related to the same requests made during the town hall meeting.
Here it is.
Yeah, give it to me 1 second. The title changed, so let me read the correct title for F10. A resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to include a schedule in each version of the city budget presented to the City Commission for approval outlining the changes in salaries by department from the previous version of the budget presented to the City Commission.
Okay, so this is an outgrowth of the request of the residents. Make it easier to identify where there's been changes.
I have a quick question. There are, what do you call those, certain increases that automatically kick in. Does that include that, or are these different?
This does not include COLA increases.
And this would just be the changes from the previous version of the budget presented. So this F10 has to do with citywide, all departments, all changes in salaries in the department from version to version, from the draft budget to the first to the second version. And I'll defer
This
to
is
the.
more, Commissioner, is more of a global change?
Yeah.
And it includes everything? The other item does not include COLAs.
So if you've spent a lot of time studying the draft budget, you don't have to go line by line again. Here's a cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Essentially, to know what's changed.
And as always, Paula does a great job presenting the big changes in the budget, but this is just if people want to see more specific items.
Okay, so typically in our presentation, we provide a schedule by department of any changes of salary from year over year. So in our discussion, what we would include in our presentation would be that same schedule, but from the budget estimate, we would show the change year over year, then we would show the change from budget estimate to first hearing, and anything from first hearing to second hearing, and so that schedule would just be expanded. It's currently by department, and any changes in salaries by department, and so we would just build on that same schedule.
So it's a separate form, or is it
It's gonna be
part
It's
of
a slide in the presentation.
Yeah, separate piece of paper, so you don't have to be hunting.
Got it.
Okay, and the next item, F12, is similar. Do you need to read it
Sure.
in?
F12 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to include an item on the City Commission agenda regarding City Commission compensation at a regular City Commission meeting prior to the presentation of the draft budget to the City Commission.
Okay, and again, it's a resident request that, this be done at the draft budget stage, and that we put it on a regular commission budget. I think it behooves us to do that for transparency reasons going forward.
And it would only be triggered if there is an adjustment up or down apart from the annual CPI increase.
Yeah, CPI is not included.
That wouldn't trigger that.
So on F10, I know we have the draft budget meeting, then first, then the second. And this year, for example, there were some changes between draft and first, all over the place.
Yes.
How does that, and I'm supportive of this, I just want to work out and understand the details. So this would, in F10, it'll come out prior to the draft?
So I'll let Paula explain, but I think there's always a schedule that shows compared to the previous fiscal year in the budget estimate, what the change in salaries in every department is from the previous fiscal year to this fiscal year. This would include an additional sort of column, if you will, that would show version over version, any changes between those versions.
Between draft and first and second?
Yes, so we already have the schedule of year over year, so this just expands that to show if there's any changes between draft, first and second, what those changes were.
Oh, that's good.
Now I get it.
Thank you for clear. I just wanted the mechanism. That was it.
So that's the point, trying to make life easier.
Right.
So what do you want to tackle first, F10?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. Maria Cruz. She's being asked to unmute on Zoom, but not doing so.
I can hear her, sort of.
But we can hear the horns.
Hello?
Here we go. Ah, there you are.
Yeah. All right. Now, having been explained, I think it makes sense. So there's no more arguments between 1 and 2, and everybody knows what's going on. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
You want to make the motion on F12? Well, that was F10, right?
That was
Yes.
F10.
Going to do a motion on,
F12 is the next
I'll
one.
move it.
I'll second. Or you want a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item F13.
F13 is a resolution of the City Commission amending ordinance 2015-17 as amended, waiving all city permit fees directly related to the conversion from septic to sanitary sewer for single-family residences and duplexes, and directing city staff to expedite permits for those conversion.
I think the title details it pretty well. This is the vice mayor's item. I don't know if you.
Right. Well, this, at the Snapper Creek presentation, there is 1 or 2 people in that area that are going to need some help. There were questions about permit fees. We've done it for solar panel installations. It only makes sense that we do the same for septic to sewer, being it's such a critical issue for our environment and our economy. As I
Any
see
bit
it.
helps.
And this waives for everybody, correct?
Everybody.
Okay, I'll be happy to second.
Okay, move it.
Is there a second, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fernandez.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item F14.
That's just an update. I sent you all a memo.
Yep.
And that's to, especially since you're going to be heading to Tallahassee, I wanted to make sure you were aware of that since it is fairly recent. The past couple times I've been up there, I've been begging basically for a sidewalk to be put on the south side of Bird Road. At the underline, I was pestering the persons from FDOT as well. And I went on the Zoom meetings as well to make sure that got on the 5-year plan, and finally, we got some fruit on this thing. It's not yet ripe, because they still have to design everything, but at least we're going to have a sidewalk. It is not going to include a walking bridge over the waterway, but there's going to be a crosswalk to go from the north to the south to be able to use the walking bridge on the north side of the street and then be able to cut back over at Granada. It's better than, a lot better than what we have right now. So
First step.
It's a move in the right direction. So one less thing for you to advocate for in Tallahassee.
And by the way, the FDOT is doing a great job on 8th Street. They're redoing all the sidewalks on the Coral Gables side and on the City of Miami side, changing all of the crosswalks. Really nice work. I know it's been a work in progress. You talked to me about this probably 3 years ago when this whole thing started. So it's nice to finally see it come to fruition.
No, it is. It is. You don't have to take your life in your hands. So, yeah, I will be out of town, so I will not be going up with you guys. I'm not out of town, but otherwise occupied with my husband.
Who else is going to Tallahassee?
I'm not going. I have to go to a work issue that I have to attend to. Mr. Director, quick question, if I may, and I don't want to hijack the Vice Mayor's.
It's okay, it's just an update.
It's the same thing on sidewalks dealing with Bird Road. There is a connection, because we've done such a great job we've done on University, and I know Blue Road is going to hit it out of the park, and the hospital is going to be a great area. One area that I think is like ripe, and I think we can get the approvals, is the Granada to Bird Road connection. And I'll tell you why. First off, there are no sidewalks there. So when you cross Bird Road, there's an empty lot on the right hand that is owned by the church, which I bought land from them, 3 lots right next door for the city. We have a good relationship with them.
So you're talking about Bird?
Yeah.
Between the bridge towards Granada, right?
Yeah. You get on Granada. That area. I stopped my car the other day and I was kind of looking at it, because you have sidewalks there all the way at the bridge, and then it continues for a few homes, and then it just stops.
It does.
And since those are big lots, for example, where the Japanese embassy is, consulate where he lives, excuse me, I just have a feeling that if we were to advocate and speak to those residents, it's not that many homes, because they're big homes, and with large, driveways and grass. The church is going to be in favor of it. They're not going to give us an issue. And we don't have a way right now that if you cross and you're on Granada and you're walking, there's no bikes. There's no safe way except for going on the grass.
Right.
To be able to go down Granada till you get to 2 or 3 homes before the bridge. And then think about it, how well is that going to be? Not going to be connected on Granada all the way to Blue Road, and then you're going to have right turn. All that area is going to have now sidewalks, because you have the bridges there.
So I think Melissa reached out to FDOT.
He's talking about on Granada.
Granada
proper. Okay, from Bird down to Blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have that bridge, you have all those sidewalks already there, and then when you get to Blue Road, we're going to have the sidewalks there also, which we talked about, because you have the 2 bridges that now are going to be connected at University, and they're going to go down in front of Riviera Country Club. All that area used to never have sidewalks. That area now has sidewalks because of the work that you guys have done on University, Riviera Country Club. Now we're connecting the 2 bridges on Blue Road, correct?
Correct.
Which right now, imagine, I've seen people in a wheelchair go on the street.
Right.
Because it's about probably a foot to a foot and a half to get onto the bridge sidewalk, and there's no sidewalk there.
So, I mean, I think that's something we can definitely start looking into. I mean, we'll have to get a survey and.
I know,
start
and
working through the process, but-
it's a lift. But what I would like to have a conversation through the manager, just to kind of start getting an idea and put it before my colleagues. Because it would be a big connection, because think about it, you will connect it all the way to Bird Road, you cross Bird Road, and then you have the sidewalk that runs all the way down Bird Road, you know, and it could work.
And plus, it can be put in an appropriation request. Now, the sidewalk, and it's in our legislative plan, the sidewalk that's going to be for Bird Road on Riviera to the underlying is something that is part of one of Senator Catalude's projects to bring in the funding to get a connection to the underlying, to provide something safe, because you have sidewalks and then it stops, and then you have no sidewalks, and it connects you to the high school as well. So we could do the same type of request as to Granada as well, because they want as many safe routes to get to the underlying and get to the schools as possible. So, you know, we're going to finally be able to connect these dots together.
And think about it, Granada, like you're saying, Granada takes you all the way to the underline.
It does.
Right. Takes you all the way to Lee Lincoln, which has sidewalks already, and then you can pop through there all the way to the underline. So again, you're almost right there. We're maybe a few blocks, and you know that the church is not going to have an issue with a sidewalk being put there.
No.
So and also one last thing, so we're talking sidewalks. How are we doing with Alhambra? It's fine.
We're gonna come to the commission on December with a presentation, just showing the findings of the outside arborists that we hired, and, you know, we'll make a decision as to where the sidewalk needs to go.
I've been working on this for a few years now.
Mhm.
This is an important project, and that bottleneck is very tricky for people that have to get on that bridge, the embankment. So I think that this, you know, sooner rather than later that we bring that before the commission. It's an important project. And we're talking about just a few blocks, 2 blocks. It's 2 blocks, right?
Like 2 or 3 blocks.
It's three.
3 blocks. Yes. Mhm.
It's 3.
Right, and, you know, I think the issue is where to put the sidewalk, and, you know, we're going back and forth. You know,
I've used this quote before. Okay, let's not allow perfect to be the enemy of good. Let's do something that's been a long time needed. May not be perfect, but at the end of the day, it's something that again
we'll
serve
come
the
to December with a presentation. We'll present what the arborists recommended, and then we'll make a decision then. You know, you get an opportunity to make a decision then.
It's like what happened at university.
Right.
You had certain people that were not in favor of the sidewalks, and now you go and talk to them, and they say, I actually like the sidewalks. They actually look great. Thank you for planting a beautiful oak tree on my property. When I say property, obviously on the swale. So they're actually very happy. And remember we had those conversations back and forth. So.
Absolutely.
I agree with the mayor.
And we're happy that it's happening.
Perfect, but it needs to be done.
We got to get these sidewalks in.
Yeah.
We got to get these sidewalks in. I know it's a tough conversation. And
I see it
I
as
know
a
it's a
life
very
safety
tough conversation, but we gotta have these public meetings, and we gotta have these sidewalks installed, because, for example, you look at Granada. Can you imagine you're an elderly person or you're disabled, and then you go 2 blocks and you're trying to cross over and you can't get there?
Or even walking.
You're walking on the street.
It doesn't have to be an elderly person.
So
It could be anybody.
I just use that as an example, as an elderly person or a disabled person or a person with a child or a young,
Absolutely.
you know, it's just, we could do better than that. And we can't allow that. We have to explain to people the importance of doing this, and that it may not be perfect. We may have to go around some trees. We may have to have a curb in one area or not. But at the end of the day, we gotta push forward. I think we have one more item on the commission, item 2.1.
Oh, that's right.
Madam Vice Mayor, do you have anything else you'd like to add for this or on your item? Sorry, I hijacked it. I apologize.
I'll see 2.1.
Just saying, do you have anything else you wanted to add to that item? I'm sorry. I got
other-
excited when you started talking about sidewalks.
Yeah, no, I get excited about sidewalks too. I just wanted to add one little tidbit. The resident that also worked on that told me she started back in 2015 because her son said he couldn't get to school, to the high school safely, so they had to drive him, even though it was just from university. You know, it was impossible for him to get there safely. So, yeah, we're gonna make some progress here.
Yeah.
2.1, oh, yes, Transportation Advisory Board.
So where are we? It's a resolution of Transportation Advisory Board requesting the City Commission direct staff to amend the traffic impact study methodology and scope of services for traffic consultants to require presentation to the Transportation Advisory Board and consideration of micromobility in mitigation measures.
I would like to move it.
A second.
Hold on one second. I'd like to hear
So
from.
there's no one from the board here. I mean, there was someone who, she was planning of trying to be, but she said she couldn't be here all day. We do have some concerns about this. Some of the things on the proposal, for example, section 3, when it talks about the applying about the methodology, that's actually already in our methodology. So really the only thing new that is being added is the part about directing staff to include a consultant to do a presentation to the board. One of the concerns that we have with that is that our current resolution that has this process has a very limited time that we have. It's 45 days for us to go through the entire process with the EIS. What the resolution says is that if we don't meet that timeline, the developer basically said, I'm going to use my consultant and I can forget about whatever the city says. Inserting this into this process, most likely we're going to be late through that process. And then there's a question of, yes, go ahead.
So I'm going to make a suggestion, because I did speak to one or more of the, more than one of the board members, and another one called me this morning. They'll be happy if they get the traffic reports from the 20,000 square foot and north projects. If they have some questions, they can always come see us and tell us their concerns. I had, they made presentations when I was a planning and zoning board member, addressing their concerns, highlighting things. They don't necessarily need a presentation. You can look at the study and say, oh, this is where it's at. By the way, we have a traffic speeding problem here. We have a drainage problem here. We have a pickup and drop-off issue here.
Right.
But to have a formal presentation really isn't necessary, because most of us have a pretty good idea what the traffic is around an area if we live in an area, and we can take the feedback. So I had the conversation with them. They said to be happy with the receiving a copy of the reports. Currently, they have to do a FOIA request on every single one of them. Why don't we just give it to them for these big projects? Give them the report. They have some concerns. They can reach out to staff, get the concerns addressed, get perhaps it incorporated in a report. If it's an issue on design.
May I go a step further?
Yeah.
Here, a step further. You have the report, you have all the information, put together a memo. I have, the board can put together a memo and can give the guidance to the commission, directly to the commission, put it on our agenda as an item that we can review and say, look, these are the items of concern. This is what we like. This is what we validate. This is what we recommend. And these are the opportunities of, that we see of improvement for the project. I think those are beneficial. I would love to see more of that. I actually have a memo page that I put all my memos up, and anybody who for some reason is bored can read them. I don't think anybody reads them, but I just put them up there just to put them up there. Just one resident asked me one time that they wanted to see memos, but I don't want, an email is great, but you can put it in an email, you can put it in a memo, something that memorializes it.
I guess what I would like to see is maybe something similar to what the SCRC does. Anytime there's a development project which is within 1,000 feet of a school, it is presented to the by staff. There's no formal process. It's just presented by staff for their input. If the SCRC has input, then it comes to the commission. I think it's along the lines of what you're saying.
Correct, but they need the report first.
Correct.
There may be no concerns.
And correct. And most of the time, I think at the SCRC, we had one project that we had a concern with, and it was a concern the commission shared. So it really did not add to the process.
Well,
as far as delaying the process, what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I don't think it'll delay the process. I just think it's an extra set of eyes out there, because we have a lot of different issues that we're handling, and they can focus on that and then provide us their comments and input.
If we can ask the director to indicate what process is being done right now, because I believe it's quite extensive, and we can provide those reports also. But
we did put together a presentation to kind of run you through the process of what it is right now. I know that it's late.
I know you did a lot of work on this presentation, and you want to present it.
So since there seems to be a consensus in terms of certain tweaks that make sense, including what the mayor said, which would be helpful for the commission, and I think between Vice Mayor Anderson and Commissioner Fernandez, It's a way to get, how to present it to them. Is that something we need to modify what the motion was, amend it to include those comments or suggestions?
It's a resolution. Can we modify the resolution? Or can we just do this?
You can just take the action now. If you have the direction, if you want to do it now.
We already have a motion and a second, so do we need to amend it to include the comments from?
But we have to amend it, and we also.
Was there a
It needs
second?
amended.
And this, we also wanted to take into consideration what the director said in regards to another study, right?
Right, the current process has a clock on it, based on the
45 days.
resolution that the commission passed a few years ago. It's an ordinance, actually. And once you start the traffic study process, everything needs to be done within 45 days.
But our Transportation Division has a very extensive reporting to the Transportation Advisory Board. And I think that if the board wants all the reports for the larger projects, the projects over 20,000 square feet, it's not a problem. But if we can just quickly delineate what the process is quickly, so that the commission can see that it's quite extensive.
I think the focus was on the larger projects.
It was over 20,000 square feet. So we can
one of
make
the
a
members.
motion to have staff provide the traffic,
The traffic impact
Reports.
studies for any development that's over 20,000 square feet.
right, I move that.
Second.
Wait a second, we
It's
we had
late.
a first and a second.
Hold on, was there
We
a
have a
second to the
third.
first
Totally
motion?
disregarding us. What is going on?
Had there been a second to the first motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she first, I second.
Okay.
And then I'll help.
So then maybe it sounds like a motion to amend.
Motion amend.
Can
And there's a second to the motion to, there's a second to the motion to amend?
Okay.
Get it?
Okay,
Okay, we're getting close. Go ahead.
we're getting close.
Now what
You
do
know,
we
it's
do?
5:45.
If I may, just to clarify for the clerk, for everybody here, what are we exactly moving?
My understanding is that
Staff will
I was
present.
moving the resolution. Now she's requesting to amend the
No, but I want to
motion.
know exactly what is the guts of what we're moving here.
That's what Vice Mayor just said.
So I think the vice mayor should just maybe say it again so we are all clear and on the same page.
Doing a friendly amendment to change the resolution to require staff to provide a copy of the traffic studies for projects 20,000 square feet and up.
That's just that.
That's it.
Okay.
And I was the one who moved it, so yes.
I seconded, and I yes too.
Mr. Mayor, we have members of the public requesting to speak on this item. First speaker is Maria Cruz. If Ms. Cruz could unmute, there you go.
Yes, I'm here.
You're still here? We're gonna get you a
Oh,
few
yeah, I'm
extra
here.
points.
It's nighttime.
Well, I had to run home because my husband's sugar was very low, but I've been on the computer since then. I think that the Transportation Board has really thought it out, and they have a reason for what they're asking. I think the friendly amendment may be a good idea with the understanding that they need to be considered, okay? I think that these are, like we say all the time, volunteers that give their time and their thoughts. And I think it's very good that you're all talking about it. And you know what? Maybe this business of the 45 days needs to be addressed. Do we really need 45 days? Because Mr. Diaz said the commission set up the 45 days. The commission can also change the 45 days if they were the ones that set it up. All right, so they do have a valid comment. They are the volunteers, the residents that overlook, no, not overlook, that follow the traffic, issues. And we need to consider what they have to say. And I'm sorry, it's not for the convenience of the city. It's for the convenience of the residents once again. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is Jessica Keller.
Ms. Keller?
Good evening. I support the friendly amendment. One of the items that you didn't talk about that is part of the resolution is that the Transportation Advisory Board is concerned that developers are not providing adequate infrastructure for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other people using micromobility devices to safely move about the city. I want to clarify, these are the city's consultants, and it's the responsibility of city staff to ensure that these recommendations are included in the traffic impact studies, aligned with the city's comprehensive plan and the bicycle master plan. One other item I wanted to mention is that over the years, bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure has been included in various agreements for conditions of approval. Despite that, COs have been issued without fulfilling all conditions of approval. So I do think that this item should be revisited, and the Transportation Advisory Board should look through the history and recognize how we got here today. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have a first and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
And on micromobility, circle back and see if we can enhance making sure everything gets addressed, because I noticed in the public's plan when it first came through was the bike lane was missing, and so I did bring it up and resolve that problem. Anything
Vice
else?
Mayor, anything for the good of the order? So we can
The flyer on Mr. Lucana. Clerk, can you bring that up? So while Rafi was here speaking earlier, he was referring to the presentation at the Sanctuary of the Arts on December 7th, 8th, and 9th. Famous pianist is going to be performing over at the Sanctuary of the Arts. So I know some of you get a little more time than I do to go to these functions, so I thought you might enjoy that.
The music of Laguna is fantastic. My mom loved it. Excellent, beautiful.
Commissioner?
I really encourage everybody to go to the Actors Playhouse. They had their opening night on Friday. It was phenomenal. Sweet Goats and Blueberry Señoritas. Something different that you're used to seeing in the Actors Playhouse, which is phenomenal. Also, January 31st is Legally Blonde, literally one of my favorite plays. So I encourage everyone to buy your tickets beforehand.
Commissioner Menendez?
Is my image up? There you go. December 2nd, 1978, Star Wars did not win the Best Picture of the Year. Woody Allen's Annie Hall, one of the greatest comedies of all time. Woody Allen, Diane Keaton, won Best Picture. So I'm showing at the Coral Gables Arts Cinema, free tickets, free soda, and free popcorn. Great movie, great time. I encourage everybody to come and spend a couple hours laughing and enjoying your afternoon.
Commissioner Fernandez?
This Thursday evening is the Village of Merritt Park's tree lighting ceremony, which will be followed on December the 1st with our City Hall tree lighting ceremony. Want to make sure all residents are aware and come out and celebrate with us. And just wanted to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Very quickly, I know we have our Public Works Director here, so it's apropos. I don't know if everybody's noticed, but throughout the city, especially in my neighborhood, they have revamped all the lighting, which was controlled by FPNL. Mr. Diaz, director, I think it's about 400 plus lights by FPNL. The lights that have been revamped that we've been working on for a few years, the FPNL.
So correct. Are we talking about the ones that are going around San Amaro?
San Amaro, Camposano, they're being installed throughout the city.
The city entered into some agreements with FPL like over 20 years ago, and now those agreements are expiring. So now it's time to refresh the lights. These are LEDs. They don't have, the silver lights are not available. Those lights, by the way, are fiberglass.
Yes.
So we enter into new agreements with FPL. They're replacing the lights.
Yep.
The new lights are slightly taller. I think the mounting height for the silver lights are about 10 foot. I think this one, so the top of my head, I want to see is 14, maybe 14 and a half.
They're really nice, by the way. Just in my neighborhood alone, the additional lighting is a godsend. They're really, really well done. I think they're very.
There are about 300, almost 400 that are going to be done on the first push that they're working on right now. And eventually, in total, I think we have over 400 of them in the city, but we're doing them as the contract expired. They're being replaced through.
I just wanted to congratulate you and your team for working on that. I know we've been working on that for some time, ever since we embarked on the undergrounding, and that was forthcoming.
It's the same lights that they put at Coco Plum.
Yeah, no, it's well done.
The same lights.
Very well, very clean, very well done, and it was good enough for Coco Plum. It's good enough for our neighborhood. I'll take it that. Okay, Mr. Manager, if you could, not now. I know you're working on it. Your team is working on an update on the Whiteway lights. We handed that over to you. I wanted to see if potentially you could write us an email and give us an update in regards to where we are with the negotiations with the Whiteway lights. Not today, just give us an update. I want to make sure that we don't miss that opportunity. Okay. And to finish up the day, I want to say thank you to all the employees and staff. They did a wonderful job. Thank you for all your hard work. It's been a long day here. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. This is the time to give thanks. We have a lot to give thanks for. And one of those is obviously representing and having the privilege to represent the City Beautiful and to work for the City Beautiful and to the residents and to the business community. So thank you for allowing us, the commission, to serve you. We wish you the best during these holiday seasons. Please take care of yourself and your families and enjoy these moments. These are the moments that at the end of the day, we're left with, that we will cherish these memories for a lifetime. God bless. Meeting adjourned. Now we will open up our second meeting.
Look at his face.
Second meeting.
He's out of here.
We will move to.
I'll move it.
Meeting open. The Tuesday, November 14, 2023 meeting in regards to Giralda Garage Condominium Association.
Yes,
Madam
Mayor.
City Attorney.
Thank you. We have one item, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as the Giralda Garage Condominium Association approving an amendment to the Declaration of Condominium.
I'll move it.
Second. That's good.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Well done.